Master of Taiyan Palace would also be taken under his wing. The Palace Master of Taiyan Palace was crossing tribulation. Her strength was very strong, and Lu Yi had taught her many divine abilities of Taiyan power, all of which Lu Yi had comprehended for Bai Chulin in his previous life. In fact, Lu Yi's Taiyan Great Dao was even stronger than the Palace Master of Taiyan Palaces. Among these quasi-emperors, if you were to say who had the greatest improvement after meeting Lu Yi, it would definitely be the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace. She was truly a perfect match for the subject. The Palace Master of Taiyan Palace was crossing tribulation. Her tribulation was different again, because the sun above the 9 heavens actually bloomed with a phantom image appearing above the tribulation clouds at this moment. Using the sun to counteract the Taiyan star. This crossing tribulation was even more difficult than when Boundless Taoist was crossing tribulation before, but at least she finally got through it. 10 million rays of auspicious light. 10,000 Great Dao congratulated her. At this moment, the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace was promoted to Taiyan Great Emperor. In fact, there was a Taiyan Great Emperor before. Because of physiques like Taiyan star and sun, they basically appear every once in a while, possibly due to the influence of the Taiyan star and sun. But so what? The Palace Master of Taiyan Palace also had confidence. If the previous Taiyan Great Emperor were to contend with her for this title, it's still uncertain who would win. Fellow Taoist, congratulations. Everyone congratulated her one after another, their hearts filled with excitement. The second one. This was the second Great Emperor who successfully ascended. You must know that there had been no new Great Emperors for a long time before, but now 2 Great Emperors have appeared in such a short period of time. Consecutive ascensions. Of course, Boundless Taoist's ascension was because his own strength was strong enough. But the strength of the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace, before meeting Lu Yi, although she was also very strong, she was not strong to this extent, far from it. Lu Yi, once again, proved his ability as a specialist in producing great emperors. Fellow Taoist, your great kindness and virtue, Taiyan will never forget. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, even if I am crushed to pieces, I will not hesitate. The joy of the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace was evident on her face. Her eyes were flowing, extremely bright, and she was staring at Lu Yi with a somewhat fervent gaze. Lu Yi nodded with a smile. Easy to say, easy to say. If you have free time, it would be best if you could help me find some Four Spirits treasures. Lu Daoyu, don't worry, I will do my best. Then we'll see each other again in the 8th heaven. Okay, then I'll see you off, fellow Taoist, as you ascend. See you off, fellow Taoist, as you ascend. Numerous quasi-emperors said in unison. Taiyan Great Emperor took a deep look at Lu Yi, turned around, and ascended into the air. Indeed, cultivating to this realm, those who had not found a Tao companion before were generally not planning to find one. They were devoted to the Great Tao. But everything Lu Yi had shown was simply too dazzling. An emperor counter-attacking a great emperor. Helping others prove the Tao and become emperor. What an incredible feat, and now it was truly happening before the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace. The Palace Master of Taiyan Palace had truly never seen such a remarkable man in her life. Especially in Li's words, which further illustrated how good Lu Yi was to his Tao companion. The Palace Master of Taiyan Palace could not deny that she was indeed a little moved. But for such matters, the Palace Master of Taiyan Palace also knew that they could not be forced. If there was an opportunity in the future, she would seize it. If there was no opportunity, then walking together towards the end of the Great Tao was also a joyful thing in life. Taiyan Great Emperor ascended. Lu Yi looked at Luan Xin. How about you? Luan Xin smiled slightly. Sect leader, I'll do it too. Lu Yi didn't say any unnecessary words. Then let's go. As soon as the proving of the Tao and becoming emperor here ended, turmoil arose again there. Tribulation energy surged, and heaven and earth turned upside down. This time, everyone was truly shocked. There's more. No, are you planning to wholesale great emperors or something? Luan Xin revealed her true form. The enormous divine beast, the azure Luan, danced with its long wings, and faint azure divine light flowed with her wings. A cry of a Luan. Another hearty crossing tribulation began. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable's eyes became fervent again when he saw this azure Luan. Good, good, it seems heaven and earth favor Yin this time, with 2 women consecutively crossing tribulation and proving the Tao. Not bad, truly not bad. Chapter 600 Preparation completed. Luan Xin's successful Tao proclamation instantly deified Lu Yi on the spot. 3 great emperors were born in succession. All the quasi-emperors were as excited as if they had become emperors themselves, feeling as though their Dao proclamation and ascension to emperor was within reach. However, Lu Yi chose this moment to speak and temper their expectations. Everyone, did you see that? Taiyan Star and Luan Shin successfully proclaimed their Dao. Do you feel that following me has brought about a great hope for success? But I tell you, the success of these two in proclaiming their Dao is because their own accumulation was sufficient. In this success, they themselves accounted for at least 80% of the credit. As for you, to put it bluntly, you are still a long way from being able to cross tribulation and proclaim your Dao. The goals I have set, you are still far from achieving. Others have 80% due to their own accumulation. For me to be able to make up even 10% is a stroke of luck. You currently only have 30, 20, or even 10%. Even with my 10% added, that's only 30 or 40%. Now you still have time. You only need to complete everything I have taught you meticulously. I guarantee that when you cross tribulation and proclaim your Dao, you will have a 50% chance of success. Right now, it's not enough. So, cultivate well. After helping these people recognize reality, Lu Yi immediately chose to enter seclusion, with dual-core cultivation in progress. Not only dual-core cultivation, but Lu Yi also intentionally refreshed suitable physiques for cultivation, all of which helped Lu Yi enter the fastest state of cultivation. He needed to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor realm as quickly as possible. The moment the Dark Clan God was introduced into the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, he would instantly step into the quasi-Emperor realm. Only by having sufficient strength himself was the most stable and reassuring method. 9 lives, we are currently setting up the Great Formation. The formations being set up this time include the Heaven Connecting Earth Attracting Yin-Yang Demon Formation, the Darkness Extinguishing Life Great Formation. 9 lives, the Great Formations are set up. Next, we need to start searching for treasures that can weaken power. 9 lives, the treasures that weaken the opponent's power, and various suppressing treasures are also completed. 9 lives, 9 lives, 9 lives. Lu Yi responded occasionally, telling her that he was cultivating, that he knew everything she said, but couldn't reply in time because he was in a state of Dao comprehension. 9 lives, it's okay, you do your thing. I know 9 lives is the best person and wouldn't ignore me without reason. Husband, don't be deceived by the darkness origin. Her approach to you must have another purpose. You must stay away from her, and Li was loudly accusing the darkness origin. My betrayal back then was because she kept inducing my dark side, pulling me into the abyss little by little. Actually, I originally wasn't planning to betray you. What she is showing now is also to numb you, husband. The darkness origin is absolutely the most vicious and cunning existence in the world. Don't be fooled by her. And Li kept speaking ill of the darkness origin. She could tolerate other women around Lu Yi, such as Shen Zitong, and even that little Heavenly Dao, she didn't particularly care. But if the darkness origin was by Lu Yi's side, that was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. She and the darkness origin were in the same group, yet she was in this predicament while the darkness origin was getting better and better each day. How could this be allowed? This was absolutely unacceptable. But Lu Yi ignored her. Being truly annoyed by An Li, he finally said a sentence. She has recognized a master. An Li's incessant chatter came to an abrupt halt. Recognized a master. The darkness origin actually recognized a master. Lu Yi felt very comfortable after replying with that sentence. Just like that, time passed minute by minute. Lu Yi's progress was very fast under full cultivation. Because the world above his nascent soul was continuously providing him with new power. The heart of a saint, it was truly wonderful. No wonder the demon ancestor chased the demon lord of heaven stealing like a madman back then. Lu Yi's cultivation reached the peak of the emperor realm in a very short time, and he was still constantly optimizing. This time it wasn't optimizing quality, but quantity. Master, save. The human emperor banner thumped and landed in front of Lu Yi, purple energy steaming. This scene was very familiar. Clearly, the human emperor banner had eaten too much again. Because Enri's soul was a genuine great emperor, and because Lu Yi had listened to Enri's complaints before his death, his soul was completely preserved by Enri, considered a gift to Lu Yi. Even if this soul was blank, it was still very difficult to digest. Only now did the human emperor banner finally begin to digest it. But it was evident that the energy from the digested soul was simply astonishing. Previously, the human emperor banner could at most digest the souls of quasi-emperors, and even those were somewhat damaged quasi-emperor souls. It was full. Very, very full. So full that the human emperor banner came directly for help. Lu Yi smiled helplessly. Speaking of which, the human emperor banner had absorbed too few souls. Lu Yi was not a bloodthirsty person, and the lack of low-level souls meant the human emperor banner's evolution speed was not as fast as imagined. Gurgle. The purple mist condensed and did not dissipate, some even churning out. Lu Yi held the human emperor banner and began to help it sort things out. Master, it's the best gurgle. 9 lives, all preparatory work has been completed. Now we will begin to activate the altar. Lu Yi instantly opened his eyes. The heavenly mark on his forehead began to emit light immediately. At this time, above the 9 heavens, Forget Love Immortal Revered and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable were drinking tea and chatting. They weren't discussing the Dao, just chatting casually. When the Dao Trace's great emperor arrived, both of them looked slightly excited. They're here. It was also at this moment that the aura of Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise arrived. 2 more celestial venerables. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The 2 sides immediately greeted each other. Senior Azure Dragon, how is the Time River doing now? Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable asked. The situation is not very good, but it's not too bad either. We have to go through this sooner or later, Azure Dragon replied. Indeed, it's something that can't be helped. However, it's also good that the Time River is erupting. We can go and witness the top existences in the long river of history then. That will be exciting. Azure Dragon smiled. Is that how you can fight against the 9 heavens great sage from the celestial venerable stage? Azure Dragon asked with a smile. Ha, I really want to, but the key is whether I can even meet him. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable didn't know why the 9 heavens great sage wanted to hide his past, but Azure Dragon had lived for a very long time, so he should know what kind of person the 9 heavens great sage was. Senior Azure Dragon, you experienced the era of the 9 heavens great sage, right? May I ask what kind of person the 9 heavens great sage was? Chapter 601 Dark God. Speaking of this matter, Azure Dragon shook his head helplessly. It's a long story. You better not ask. Since 9 heavens great sage has cut off the past, he doesn't want others to know. How can I go against his will? Mainly, Azure Dragon felt that even if he said it, Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable might not believe it, and might even fight him, which would be a loss. Alright. Then let's watch the show first. This time, we'll try to kill 2 celestial venerables from the darkness origin, especially that demon ancestor. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable held deep resentment towards demon ancestor. Because 9 heavens great sage didn't kill demon ancestor, this matter was a stain on 9 heavens great sage. As 9 heavens great sage's #1 fan, he had to clean up this stain for 9 heavens great sage. System, little Heavenly Dao, are you ready? Ding, ready. Beep, ready. That's good, now everything is ready. Putting everything else aside, the existence outside heaven and earth, the Dark Clan God, must be destroyed. Even if only 1 Blood Sea Celestial Venerable dies, he cannot be left behind. Within the darkness origin, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, who had truly reached his limit, looked extremely old at this moment, his face even covered in age spots. He was hunched over, heavily aged, and his eyes had become extremely cloudy. If he didn't make a final push, the last flicker of flame he had would be completely extinguished. Everyone, I'm starting, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said hoarsely. Start. Okay. The 3 celestial venerables responded. Activate the altar. With a command from darkness origin, Gaetian Great Emperor instantly activated the altar. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's hunched body began to straighten, and his thin body also began to become strong and upright. The sound of the vast blood sea flowing began to become turbulent. Silver hair turned black. In just an instant, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had transformed into the appearance of a young man, his eyes turning blood red, with the blood sea flowing within them. A monstrous aura erupted from his body. At this moment, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's aura reached its peak state. No, it even surpassed his peak state, because before death, everything within him was in a state of extreme excitement, like a final burst of energy, like the release of the last bit of adrenaline. The entire darkness origin was dyed with a layer of blood-red light at this moment. The endless phantom of the blood sea was boundless, with countless white bones floating within it. The altar quickly became brighter. Those insects instantly came alive. Chirping sounds arose. A special fluctuation spread, and layers of space began to twist. The sound of the insects, chirping converged within, forming an extremely special frequency, making contact with the existence outside heaven and earth. The Phantom of Nine Heavens Great Sage instantly appeared, staring at the darkness origin before him, but did not make a move. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable decisively dissolved the Dark Origin insect seal. At this moment, countless insect chirping sounds echoed within Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. Endless tiny insects multiplied wildly at this moment, covering every inch of Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's skin and every part of his soul in just an instant. After this step was completed, the sound of the insects, chirping seemed to have found a target, and the chaotic insects began to become uniform, screaming in unison. All the sounds converged together. Each insect chirp became more intense than the last. The sound resonated throughout the entire seventh heaven. No, it began to resonate throughout the entire heaven and earth. Even the outer domain of the nine heavens heard the sound of the insects chirping. Many people who heard it felt a severe headache, extremely painful, as if their souls were about to be shattered by the sound. The insect chirping was still getting louder. Finally, accompanied by the loudest insect chirp. At this moment, all the insect chirping reached its zenith, its peak. "They're here!" Blood Sea Celestial Venerable roared. On Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body, an aura that did not belong to this heaven and earth, but was supreme, even indescribable, appeared. Vast, strange, profound, supreme. Numerous words were insufficient to describe such an aura. Whoosh, whoosh. The vast Blood Sea suddenly entered Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. This god never expected that a dark clan could actually complete this matter. This god is called Dark Origin God. Dark Origin God's voice carried emotion. How incredible was it that a small pawn left behind casually in the past had completed something that was almost impossible to complete. As the words fell, endless and incomparably powerful energy surged out through the countless marks. As soon as it emerged, it transformed into those violent insects, which began to madly invade everything about Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable let out a low roar. Within his body, a monstrous blood sea surged, sweeping those insects into the blood sea, inversely refining the insects formed by the energy activated by Dark Origin God's marks. However, there were too many insects. And they seemed to reproduce extremely quickly. As Dark Origin God's power entered on a large scale through the insect marks, even more insects, countless in number, formed a terrifying insect plague, actually starting to actively drink the blood sea. The insects were increasing at an explosive rate. At this speed, it was fortunate that Lu Yi hadn't rashly broken through to Quasi-Emperor, otherwise his body, including his soul, would have been directly occupied in an instant. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's blood sea and the insect plague crushed each other. One transformed the insects into a part of the blood sea, the other turned the blood sea into its food. At Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's peak, the blood sea was so vast that it stirred up shocking waves. But on the other side was Dark Origin God, a saint-level existence. The speed at which the insects appeared was simply increasing at a geometric rate. After half a quarter of an hour, the insect plague was already able to contend with the blood sea. After a quarter of an hour, the blood sea was completely at a disadvantage. The insects transformed into a new ocean, crushing the blood sea. Help! Marks of the insect seal even appeared in Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes. In an instant, the three Celestial Venerables all pressed their palms onto Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. The power of the three Celestial Venerables appeared, instantly suppressing the insect plague. With the four Celestial Venerables working together, the speed at which the insects appeared was clearly not as fast as the speed at which they were being refined by the four. Not bad. Dark Origin God expressed his approval of the four, but did they think they could stop him with just this? That was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Buzz. A huge insect chirp suddenly sounded. Ah! Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable screamed, blood flowing from all 7 of his orifices. However, he could still hold on. More insects erupted like crazy, accompanied by chirping. Countless marks appeared on Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable suddenly clenched his fist and punched fiercely at Demon Ancestor. Demon Ancestor raised an eyebrow. Good, you're hitting me, huh? You have already chosen the path to death. Chapter 603, Crazy. 4 Celestial Venerables. Actually, it felt alright. Even though the strength of these celestial venerable was very powerful, Dark Origin God had ample confidence. Saint Realm and Celestial Venerable, those were completely two different matters. The reason for leaving the Dark Origin insect seal and searching for a carrier for the Dark Origin insect seal was because ordinary Great Emperors were not qualified to carry it, only peak Great Emperors and Celestial Venerables could gain the recognition of the Dark Origin insect seal. Because others simply had no way to withstand the power when he descended. Outside of heaven and earth, he was a supreme existence capable of fighting with saints. The vast majority of Celestial Venerables didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. Demon Ancestor took a punch from Blood Sea Celestial Venerable head-on. His body moved slightly, but he wasn't sent flying. Instead, he more violently refined the power of Dark Origin God. A layer of great array opened. The insect mark on Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body immediately disappeared. Both sides were desperately entangled, mutually refining, and mutually suppressing. Especially Demon Ancestor and Darkness Celestial Venerable, who were constantly comprehending this power that surpassed Celestial Venerables. Blood Sea was also roaring furiously. The sound of surging waves kept ringing, and a strong, fishy sweet smell spread everywhere. It seems you guys are very well prepared. At this moment, Dark Origin God even had the leisure to speak, his words carrying a hint of laughter. 4 Celestial Venerables, how could they possibly let you witness what is called the power of a god? The sound of insects chirping suddenly became rapid. More terrifying power emerged, and Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's Blood Sea showed signs of complete collapse at this moment. Great arrays opened one after another. Various terrifying lights continuously bombarded Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was the first to be unable to withstand it, immediately using a secret technique, and the insect seal that appeared on Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's palm was quickly eliminated. Explode. Dark Origin God let out a low roar. Boom. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body trembled violently. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's face also turned pale. Explode again. Explode. Under the continuous powerful attacks of Dark Origin God, all 4 Celestial Venerables felt enormous pressure. Although the battlefield was within Blood Sea's body, it was undeniable that Blood Sea Celestial Venerable absorbed the most of Dark Origin God's power. However, under the continuous exertion of power by Dark Origin God, the Blood Sea began to gradually dry up. Old man, give him a taste of his own medicine, otherwise he'll really think we're soft persimmons to be squeezed, Demon Ancestor said with a fierce smile on his face. All right. With a wave of Darkness Celestial Venerable's hand, endless darkness descended, and the entire Darkness Origin surged. He raised his other hand, and all the darkness converged towards his palm. Darkness Origin quickly stabilized itself, knowing it couldn't weaken its own power. All the darkness poured into Darkness Celestial Venerable's palm. Darkness Celestial Venerable was like someone holding a world of darkness, and he slapped Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body with his palm. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable trembled violently. A shrill sound of insects chirping rang out. Demon Ancestor also took action resolutely. At this moment, inside and outside the 9 heavens, all the demonic energy seemed to have received a summons, all converging towards the Darkness Origin. Pouring into Demon Ancestor's body. Demon Ancestor exerted force fiercely, and a large number of insect seals were extracted from Blood Sea's body, entering Demon Ancestor's body. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable also let out a roar, the great Dao hummed, and black mist carrying terrifying corrosive power poured into Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body melted at this moment. Gone mad. Completely mad. After this suppression, the 3 Celestial Venerables simultaneously burned their origins, erupting with even more terrifying power, continuously extracting and absorbing the power of Dark Origin God. If one were to say that Dark Origin God's arrival this time was like a huge river entering its flood season, with the water level continuously rising, wanting to crush the dam, then the 3 Celestial Venerables were digging out gaps one by one, diverting the river's water into their own ancient riverbeds to replenish their water storage. 9 lives, the battle is already extremely intense. Darkness Demon Ancestor and Fallen Dao have both unleashed their true power to continuously take Dark Origin God's power for themselves, temporarily suppressing Dark Origin God. Darkness Origin was reporting the information in real time. This was the drawback of the Dark Origin Insect Seal, because it was merely the Dark Origin Insect Seal used to receive Dark Origin God's power, which was ultimately limited. The power that Dark Origin God sent over in the early stage was destined not to be strong enough, so it would be continuously absorbed by the three Celestial Venerables. The three Celestial Venerables were absorbing power at the saint level, so they had to absorb it as if their lives depended on it. After all, this stuff was a great tonic. After absorbing it, the three Celestial Venerables couldn't instantly refine it into their own power, they could only simply refine and store it. Thus, the three Celestial Venerables were actually consuming their own origins. Dark Origin God was being weakened, and the three Celestial Venerables were also being weakened. In order to become stronger in the future, the three Celestial Venerables would inevitably use their greatest strength and go all out. This was fleece pulling fleece with their lives. If they succeeded in pulling the fleece, what they lost now would be returned tenfold or 100-fold in the future. 50% profit can make people take risks, 100% profit can make people trample on the law, and 300% profit will make people commit any crime, even risking their lives. Now, it's more than 300%. Even the most ordinary people know that if you take a gamble, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. When a real chance to gamble appears, everyone's greed is no longer as simple as just wanting a motorcycle. The three Celestial Venerables wanted to use this opportunity to find the dawn of becoming a saint. Faced with the temptation of becoming a saint, could they resist? They couldn't resist. Coupled with the protection of Darkness Origin, they were even more fearless. 9 lives, Dark Origin God has started to exert force, and both sides have begun to stalemate. The power Dark Origin God is sending over is getting more and more. This wasn't the end yet. Given the personalities of the three Celestial Venerables, unless they held out until the absolute last second, they wouldn't give up. Even if you absorb with all your might, how much of this God's power can you absorb? Dark Origin God's voice already carried the confidence of victory. After all, they were just Celestial Venerables. The gap between them and him was truly quite large. If you stop now and follow this God might not be unable to give you the hope of becoming a saint. But it was obvious that no one paid him any attention. Having cultivated to this realm, who didn't know that becoming a saint was achieved through one's own efforts, not bestowed by others? The three Celestial Venerables were simply absorbing frantically, absorbing until the last second. Using all their strength to absorb. Stubborn and unyielding, you are courting death. Dark Origin God let out a low roar. At this moment, endless power once again roared towards Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. PFF'd. Countless insect seals suddenly appeared on Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's body. He spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, and at the same time, his body suddenly turned into a burst of bright light and exploded. Only then did he avoid the risk of being parasitized by Dark Origin God. However, it was obvious that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable had reached his limit. Chapter 604, Second Life. Wrong. It wasn't over. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was too weak. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor, these two were absolutely ruthless individuals. The pre-prepared Taoist spell suddenly bombarded Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. The 10,000 soul banner let out a mournful wail, and rolling black mist surged into Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. The two of them were like bone-attached parasites, clinging tightly to Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body, desperately absorbing the power of Dark Origin God. The power of Dark Origin God was constantly being absorbed, attempting to erode Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor, but these two were too strong. While resisting, they were still absorbing. 9 lives, Dark Origin God has already gained the upper hand, and Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable is out of the game. However, looking at the current situation, Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor can still hold on for a while. Suddenly, a blood-red light burst out from within Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. The blood-red light carried surging vitality, and although its aura had weakened to the extreme, it let out a hearty laugh and shot away into the distance. 9 lives, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable used the power of Dark Origin God to undergo a transformation into his second life. His realm has dropped from the Great Emperor realm, and he is currently running out of my body. Lu Yi heard this and instantly disappeared. Good heavens, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable actually lived out his second life. As expected, he was indeed a ruthless individual who could contend with the laws left behind by 9 Heaven's great sage. In his previous life, although Lu Yi had not personally witnessed the battle between Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and the laws of 9 Heaven's great sage, he had felt the aura. Nine Heavens Great Sage's first strike did not kill Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, and he even heard Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's maniacal laughter. Then, with the second strike, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's laughter abruptly stopped, and there was no further movement. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was willing to absorb the Dark Origin Insect Seal. His objective was very clear: to live out a second life. He had already understood that his body and soul in this life were already too far gone to recover. He simply abandoned his cultivation as a Celestial Venerable, and even his cultivation as a Great Emperor, dropping all the way down to the Quasi-Emperor realm in one go. Although his realm dropped, he gained a perfect physique and soul, and he also preserved a lot of his Great Dao. In his current state, although he was only in the Quasi-Emperor realm, even a Great Emperor might not be able to defeat him. Returning to cultivation and advancing was only a matter of time. He could even be considered a young man when he cultivated back to the Heavenly Venerable realm. This was Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's plan from the beginning, and it was also why he agreed to let Darkness Origin come to the 7th heaven, because the 7th heaven was suitable for his Quasi-Emperor realm. He succeeded. Ha ha ha, he succeeded. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable couldn't help but let out a heaven-shaking laugh. From now on, the sky was high for birds to fly, and the sea was vast for fish to leap. He would reshape the Blood Sea, and this time he would create the most terrifying Blood Sea. After leaving the Darkness Origin, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable smelled the fresh air and looked at the vast heaven and earth. The joy of rebirth filled his entire being. However, a figure appeared silently behind Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Blood Sea was still immersed in the joy of rebirth and completely unaware that there was already an extra person behind him. Ha ha ha. Blood Sea really couldn't hold back and let out another hearty laugh. This time, he was not only reborn, but he also understood the saint even better. It was simply too wonderful. In this life, he could become a saint. He would definitely become a saint. Lu Yi. He had been behind him for so long, and Blood Sea Celestial Venerable really hadn't noticed him at all. This was simply too exciting. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for sneak attacking. Lu Yi instantly turned into a sword light. The sword light was silent, the stone sword even became transparent, and Lu Yi himself also disappeared. The sword light had already arrived not far from Blood Sea Celestial Venerable when Blood Sea Celestial Venerable suddenly woke up from his excitement. He reacted very quickly. At least his thoughts reacted quickly. A blood shield quickly condensed behind him, but before the blood shield was fully formed, a sword tip had already appeared in front of his chest. PFF'd. He was now just a quasi-emperor, no longer the Celestial Venerable who could make energy move instantly with a thought. No matter how fast his reaction was, the energy in his body had to keep up. But it was obvious that his energy didn't keep up. Killing a Celestial Venerable was extremely difficult. But killing a quasi-emperor. For an existence like Lu Yi who could directly kill a great emperor, it wasn't really difficult. However, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was not dead yet. He could still transform into a Blood Sea. This kind of physical injury would not take his life. It was at this moment that a wisp of white mist was released. Ah! Blood Sea Celestial Venerable let out the most mournful scream. This intense pain directly caused his mind to go blank. Hongling power also erupted with full force at this moment. Boom! Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's newborn body completely exploded. His soul was taken away by the human emperor banner, his great Dao was restrained, and his physical body along with his nascent soul turned into dust. The storage treasures fell into Lu Yi's hands. It was a very smooth process. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, fallen. He wondered if, at the moment before he fell, he regretted why he had chosen to live a second life. In fact, the reason many people are unwilling to live a second life is precisely this, because even if you know a lot, it's really hard to say whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Now, for Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, the accident came first. Lu Yi let out a light breath. Is there anyone else who wants to live a second life? Darkness Origin felt the fall of Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and couldn't help but cheer. 9 lives, you killed Blood Sea, that's amazing. How is the situation now? Lu Yi asked. They're still entangled. Although Dark Origin God has completely gained the upper hand, Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor are still biting down hard and refusing to let go. Lu Yi knew that these two wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Let go of me. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body was completely occupied by Dark Origin God. But Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor absolutely refused to let go, like two blood-sucking leeches, clinging to Blood Sea's body and using everything to absorb the power of Dark Origin God. The two of them worked together to suppress Dark Origin God in his current state, absorbing. Dark Origin God was annoyed by the absorption, because a large chunk of his origin had been truly absorbed. Now that he had already gained the upper hand, the two of them were still absorbing. He controlled Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body and fiercely smashed it into Demon Ancestor's body. Demon Ancestor didn't utter a sound. Even though his mouth was bleeding from the impact, he endured the attack and fiercely swallowed. Go to hell. Go to hell. The attacks kept smashing into Demon Ancestor's body. Demon Ancestor couldn't help but speak. Why the hell are you always hitting me? Hit the old man. Darkness Celestial Venerable had already done his best to conceal himself, focusing solely on forcefully swallowing. I swallow. I swallow. I'm going to swallow. Finally, Dark Origin God gained more energy. With a roar. Boom. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were both sent flying. Their aura is extremely weak. Retreat. Chapter 605. Judean, now. With the word, retreat, uttered, the two instantly departed. It was precisely the moment the two retreated that the Dark Origin God completely activated all transmissions, immersing his entire being in the transmission. This body is depleted. It doesn't matter, recover. He wanted to transmit all his power as quickly as possible. So much so that he didn't even hear a single word from the Darkness Origin. I'll have the Nine Heavens Great Sage deal with him. The Darkness Origin roared. In an instant, the location of the Dark Origin God was exposed in the seventh heaven. Boom. At this moment, the entire nine heavens suddenly let out a roaring sound. Simultaneously, streaks of lightning quickly appeared, and the majestic heavenly might surged. Heavenly Dao displayed its power, and myriad Daos emerged. The Darkness Origin suddenly stopped moving, and space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The figure of the Nine Heavens Great Sage had already appeared, staring intently at the location of the Darkness Origin. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Great Sage opened his hands towards the Darkness Origin. Colluding with a false god deserves death. The Nine Heavens Great Sage, whose law had existed for countless years, spoke for the first time. Countless tribulation lightning appeared around the Darkness Origin instantly, densely packing together and smashing down. The terrifying aura made all living beings in the nine heavens tremble. The Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestors' expressions changed. The Darkness Origin was shattered into countless pieces by the Heavenly Dao lightning, and the Nine Heavens Great Sage lightly grabbed with his hand. The power transformed from the Darkness Origin, completely mottled black light, all converged towards the Nine Heavens Great Sage's palm. Not good, save me. The Darkness Origin let out a sharp cry. The Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestors' expressions changed drastically. What is going on? Why would the Nine Heavens Great Sage attack the Darkness Origin? The Darkness Origin clearly belongs to this heaven and earth, an existence similar to the Heavenly Dao. Logically speaking, the Nine Heavens Great Sage would not attack it, but now he is doing so. Fortunately, this is only a part of the Darkness Origin's power. Watching the Darkness Origin move towards the Nine Heavens Great Sage in a shattered state. Retreat. By prior agreement, the Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor, by prior agreement, both chose to abandon the Darkness Origin and charge towards the Nine Heavens alone. Although there are barriers between the different heavens, they cannot stop Celestial Venerables. Now the Darkness Origin and the Dark Origin God should be the Nine Heavens Great Sage's priority targets, and he might not necessarily have time to deal with them. Even if he does, he wouldn't be able to spare much power. Losing some of the Darkness Origin is unavoidable. They would never go head-to-head with the Nine Heavens Great Sage for the sake of the Darkness Origin, that would be the most foolish behavior. The shattered Darkness Origin continuously disappeared into the Nine Heavens Great Sage's palm. The heaven and earth showed countless black clouds being pulled. The Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor were extremely fast. After leaving the Darkness Origin, their speed was even faster. Seeing that they were about to reach the barrier between the seventh heaven and the eighth heaven, their figures stopped simultaneously. Because, in front of them, two Nine Heavens Great Sages had already appeared before them. Save me! The Darkness Origin let out a desperate cry. The Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor were deaf to it, their expressions extremely solemn. Everything happened too quickly. Facing the nine heavens' great sages, cold sweat appeared on both of them simultaneously. Great sage, please be discerning. I appeared here only to obstruct the descent of the false god from outside this heaven and earth. I am loyal to this heaven and earth. For the sake of my loyalty to this heaven and earth, please let me leave, the demon ancestor said urgently. Nine heavens' great sage, we have absolutely no intention of offending your saintly might. We can help the great sage kill this false god to prove our innocence. The two were truly terrified. Nine heavens' great sage. This is not anyone else. One must know that the nine heavens' great sage's reputation is absolutely not comparable to that of ordinary saints. If Chongsheng Saint appeared before the Darkness Celestial Venerable, the Darkness Celestial Venerable would dare to ask, "What are you looking at?" But in front of the nine heavens' great sage, the Darkness Celestial Venerable's mind raced like lightning, thinking of helping the nine heavens' great sage fight the false god. However, they clearly overestimated themselves. Or rather, underestimated the nine heavens' great sage. At this moment, countless streams of light converged in the nine heavens. Throughout the entire nine heavens, countless luminous context could be seen, and now, these context all began to converge towards the seventh heaven. Within the six paths of reincarnation, the figure of the reincarnation Heavenly Lord instantly appeared, looking towards the seventh heaven with some shock. All the law left behind by the nine heavens' great sage were converging towards the seventh heaven at this moment. The barriers between the nine heavens were about to disappear. What kind of terrifying enemy appeared to cause all the remaining law of the nine heavens' great sage to converge? Could it be a saint? The reincarnation Heavenly Lord looked towards a certain place. There, the primal chaos Dao Celestial Venerable, Azure Dragon Black Tortoise, and Forget Love Immortal Revered were all together. They didn't call me. What does this mean? So the reincarnation Heavenly Lord went over. Without the pulling and obstruction of the Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor, the Dark Origin God's power finally began to spread wildly. Although a lot of the origin was stolen, it's still alright. After all, I am a god, which is what this heaven and earth calls a saint. With so much origin, it is completely not enough to cause me serious harm. This heaven and earth does not have the existence of saints. Now that I have descended, I can completely kill indiscriminately. Do those two foolish celestial venerables think they have gained huge benefits by absorbing some of my origin? If I wait until my power has completely descended, finding them will be as easy as turning my hand. Therefore, I really don't know what they are after. At that time, this heaven and earth will all prostrate themselves beneath me. No matter how strong the nine heavens and the invincible are, what can they do? I will disintegrate them from within. By the time they discover it, it will already be too late. In this heaven and earth, there is no longer any existence that can obstruct me. Wait a minute, why is the world so quiet? The aura of the Dark Origin God had reached a terrifying level, a level that transcended that of celestial venerables. The appearance of the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable changed rapidly. It's too quiet. The Dark Origin God still couldn't help but open his eyes. Because at his current strength, he could already walk sideways in this saintless heaven and earth. So, he opened his eyes. It was at this moment that he saw a figure. This single figure was completely the existence of his nightmare. Nine heavens, the Dark Origin God exclaimed. The nine heavens great sage had already gathered all the law onto himself. Four figures, facing the Dark Origin God, the Darkness Celestial Venerable, the Demon Ancestor, and the Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable respectively. The nine heavens great sage moved. Chapter 606, Zhu Tian takes action. At this moment, inside and outside the nine heavens. Whether it was the forbidden ground or the divine ruins, pairs of eyes looked towards the seventh heaven. Old existences that had survived for who knows how many years also revived one after another, their expressions extremely solemn. Above the nine heavens, including reincarnation Heavenly Lord, five celestial venerables held their breath simultaneously. Everyone knew very well that nine heavens great sage was very, very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make everyone dare not cross the line by relying solely on laws. And now, just how strong nine heavens great sage was would soon be displayed. These celestial venerables were truly excited. Before, reincarnation Heavenly Lord thought that if he really had a grudge against Lu Yi, he could forcefully descend and kill Lu Yi while enduring nine heavens great sage's laws. But that was just what he thought. In fact, if reincarnation Heavenly Lord really did such a thing, it might actually be a good thing. However, Luyi also didn't know how strong Nine Heavens Great Sage was. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestors' faces were deathly pale. No, you should be fighting Dark Origin God. Or it would be fine if you let us help you fight Dark Origin God, but what do you mean now? Are you fighting us too? Rash, so rash. Great Sage, we are not enemies, we can help you fight Dark Origin God, please don't be rash, Demon Ancestor said urgently. Nine Heavens Great Sage was expressionless. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's body was trembling at this moment. No. Great Sage. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable didn't know if Demon Ancestor and Darkness Celestial Venerable could withstand Nine Heavens Great Sage's attack, but it was obvious that he couldn't. Why would Nine Heavens Great Sage attack Darkness Origin? He shouldn't be attacking Darkness Origin. It's bad, everything is bad. All four Nine Heavens Great Sages raised their palms at this moment, 3 fingers bent, and the index finger erect. Whoosh! Inside and outside the Nine Heavens, all power instantly surged, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy in many places was directly drained completely. The heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed at high speed, collapsed, condensed, and continued to collapse. Transformation, transformation, transformation. Infinite evolution was happening within it. A massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, the largest portion, converged on the figure of the Nine Heavens Great Sage facing Dark Origin God. The other 3 shared a portion. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor received similar amounts, and Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable received the least. Many cultivators felt the heaven and earth spiritual energy around them suddenly disappear, as if it had never existed, and even the true essence they had cultivated was being rapidly drawn away. The heaven and earth were undergoing drastic changes. It was like the arrival of the age of Dharma decline. Luyi felt the Hongmeng power within him trembling gently, as if it could fly out of his body and towards Nine Heavens Great Sage at any moment. Is this the power of Nine Heavens Great Sage? One must know that when Blood Sea Celestial Venerable sublimated in his previous life, there wasn't such a huge commotion. The current Nine Heavens Great Sage had become the absolute center of the entire heaven and earth, like a massive black hole, devouring everything in heaven and earth. Stars were collapsing one after another, turning into strong winds, because all the spiritual energy had been drained. Dark Origin God roared angrily. It's just laws, Nine Heavens, do you really think you are invincible? After the angry roar, his body suddenly transformed into a giant black insect, covered in thick armor all over. After 8 sharp claws appeared, the void kept shattering. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor also unleashed their strongest divine abilities at the same time. Ancient Demon Body. Demon Ancestor roared, his body swelled, his origin completely burning, blocks of muscle, seemingly arranged in the most perfect order, appearing on his body covered in demon patterns. 10,000 soul banner turned into black light, a bone like a scepter, flashing with a large number of patterns after being attached to 10,000 soul banner. A black and red mud seal, as if entirely cast from blood mixed with flesh paste, also merged into the bone scepter. Finally, there was a mountain range map, with towering peaks and high dragon ridges. But looking closely, those mountain ranges were the Great Dao of countless strong individuals weaving together this vast and magnificent mountain range scene. Mountain ranges merged into the bone scepter one by one. Blood, flesh, soul, bone, Dao. Demon Ancestor was indeed the ancestor of devil cultivators. Many devil cultivators mainly cultivated one type of resource, either using souls, or flesh and blood, or extracting the Great Dao. Good heavens, when it came to Demon Ancestor, he was directly proficient in all aspects. Demon Ancestor roared again, his muscles tensed to the extreme, raising the bone scepter, with immense power. Darkness Celestial Venerable waved his hand, and at this moment, the Nine Heavens was completely plunged into darkness. Various fears within the darkness, like waves, converged towards Darkness Celestial Venerable. The darkness of human nature, the darkness of nature. Rustle. At this moment, even the sound of the Time River could be heard, and wisps of aura continuously surged out from the Time River. All the darkness surged into Darkness Celestial Venerable's palm, forming a black sun. This black was the ultimate black. It could devour all light in the world. Extreme darkness. Seeing this, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable also displayed the true demeanor of a Celestial Venerable. Fallen Heaven Seal. Streams of light and shadow permeated, weaving together a vast world. In that world, countless figures were immersed in depravity, endlessly. Laziness, greed, addiction, lust. Countless negative emotions filled the entire great world. The colorful light gave a strong sense of discomfort. The world turned into a great seal and struck towards Nine Heaven's great sage. This was the true peak strike of the three celestial venerables, even reaching the point of fighting to the death. These were their strongest, most hidden techniques. The three Nine Heaven's great sages had calm expressions, even indifferent. They extended their fingers simultaneously. One finger pointed out and the world moved. In the eyes of the three celestial venerables, what they were facing was not a finger at all, but a world. That was the world they dreamed of achieving, because only by condensing a true world could they truly step into the saint level. The three celestial venerables watched the arrival of that finger. Even though the attacks they released were so powerful, techniques that each of them was proud of. Yet, from the depths of their hearts, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Boom! The bone scepter appeared with a massive amount of cracks, and in the next moment, it had turned into dust. Demon Ancestor's body turned into a stream of extremely fast blood light and flew backwards. He broke through layers of space, exploded chaos, flew at an invisible speed, broke through the barrier of the Nine Heavens, flew out of the outer domain, flew in one breath to the barrier of heaven and earth, and crashed heavily against the barrier, leaving a blood imprint. The black sun released by Darkness Celestial Venerable exploded, and along with his body, turned into night. But the night was swept by strong winds, torn into unrecognizable pieces, and swept away to a distant place. It was clearly night, but it looked like paper in a shredder, completely shredded. Finally, it was Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable. Nine Heaven's great sage's finger shattered that seal, and the finger penetrated directly, irresistible. It was pointed on his glabella by Nine Heaven's great sage. Chapter 607, Jutian Verses. And she, boom, only the Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable did not fly, but instead exploded on the spot. Everything of the Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was being destroyed, his physical body, origin, great Dao, soul. But at the very end, a ray of light instantly flew out from the Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's explosion. He wanted to live, but he couldn't live anymore. This ray of light pierced through the barrier of the eighth heaven, and pierced through the nine heavens. The five celestial venerables of the nine heavens all saw this scene, but no one made a move. Because everyone knew that the Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable would inevitably fall. He was doomed to die. The three Nine Heavens great sages immediately dissipated, turning into a ray of light that entered the body of the Soul Nine Heavens great sage. The Dark Origin God was incredibly solemn at this moment. It stared fixedly at the Nine Heavens great sage, and the Nine Heavens great sage also looked at it. Roar! A bug's cry. The Dark Origin God fiercely launched an attack on the Nine Heavens great sage. It actually chose to take the initiative. With a flip of the Nine Heavens great sage's hand, heaven and earth flipped. The massive Dark Origin God had already appeared in the Nine Heavens great sage's palm, and as the palm tightened, one could see the Dark Origin God resisting the gigantic fingers, its 8 claws simultaneously cutting, leaving bloodstains on the Nine Heavens great sage's fingers. But as the power gradually increased, the Dark Origin God's figure completely disappeared. The Nine Heavens great sage's hand clenched into a fist, the entire fist began to glow and shine, the sun star released unprecedented temperature, descending onto the Nine Heavens great sage's fist. At this moment, the light and heat emitted by this fist surpassed everything. A mournful bug's cry sounded from the fist. The Nine Heavens great sage's expression was incomparably calm. He was refining the Dark Origin God. This scene looked simple, but all the strong individuals who saw it couldn't help but gasp in cold air. What the Dark Origin God possessed now was power comparable to the saint level, yet it was suppressed by the Nine Heavens great sage with a backhand, and it was even undergoing a frenzied refinement. If a celestial venerable were refined like this, they would instantly turn into ashes on the spot. The fist was still clenching non-stop. It was impossible to imagine what kind of immense force the Dark Origin God was enduring now. Why say immense force? Because the Dark Origin God truly couldn't break out. Listening to the roars mixed with the screams, one knew that the Dark Origin God truly wanted to break free, but it really couldn't. The energy released by the Sun Star reached its limit, and then, the Taiyan Star appeared before the Nine Heavens great sage. Yes, before him. The eternally existing Taiyan Star, at this moment, actually changed its trajectory and appeared before the Nine Heavens great sage. The Nine Heavens great sage extended his other hand. All the Taiyan power converged towards this hand of his. Although the Nine Heavens Great Sage's figure was not particularly huge, the Taiyan star appeared especially tiny before the Nine Heavens Great Sage. The Taiyan star had a portion of its energy absorbed by the Nine Heavens Great Sage, the entire Taiyan star dimmed by several degrees, and then the Taiyan star disappeared. The Nine Heavens Great Sage opened his palm. The Dark Origin God, which had turned completely red and become somewhat flattened, just wanted to rush out when another large hand covered down towards it. The Dark Origin God's figure disappeared. But by the time it reappeared, the two hands had completely covered it, one on top and one on the bottom. In the eyes of others, the Nine Heavens Great Sage's body had never moved, and although the Dark Origin God wanted to escape the Nine Heavens Great Sage's control, its speed was like a turtle crawling. Everyone knew that the Dark Origin God's escape speed was absolutely terrifyingly fast, but to the naked eye, it was truly very, very slow. Ridiculously slow. At this moment, all the strong individuals couldn't imagine how despairing they would be if the Nine Heavens Great Sage were dealing with them, because there was truly no possibility of escape. What awaited it was always endless crushing. The upper palm was Taiyan, the lower palm was the sun. Taiyan and the sun combined. Endless heaven and earth spiritual energy converged towards his hands. The Dark Origin God, even within them, couldn't even let out a scream. No one knew what kind of torment it was suffering within. This was just a law of the Nine Heavens Great Sage. It wasn't the Nine Heavens Great Sage's true body at all. Clearly, this Dark Origin God was also in existence at the saint level. Although some of its origin had been absorbed by the Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor, its strength had always been there. Everyone's original expectation was that the two sides would engage in an earth-shattering battle, but what was the result? Crushing. Complete and utter crushing. The Dark Origin God didn't even release a single move or style before being toyed with by the Nine Heavens Great Sage within his palms. Until now, neither side had erupted with any battle aftershocks. All of the Dark Origin God's resistance was easily crushed between the Nine Heavens Great Sage's hands. Vaguely, the Dark Origin God let out a mournful scream. However, it was this scream that caused the Nine Heavens Great Sage's brow to furrow slightly. It could still scream. It seems this Dark Origin God is not that weak. But it didn't matter. The barriers of the Nine Heavens completely disappeared at this moment. The vast true appearance of the Nine Heavens appeared in the eyes of all cultivators in the outer domain. The barriers of the Nine Heavens had disappeared. Although the Nine Heavens had not collapsed, everyone understood that the Nine Heavens Great Sage's law was about to be exhausted. After all, it was just a law. After all, when the Nine Heavens Great Sage left this law, he hadn't been a saint for too long either. After all, the Nine Heavens Great Sage's law had already maintained the Nine Heavens for a very long time. After all, the opponent was at the saint level. There were many reasons, but the Nine Heavens Great Sage had no intention of finding reasons or excuses. He was continuously refining the Dark Origin God. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Origin God seemed to have sensed something. It let out a heaven-shaking wild laugh. Nine Heavens, your energy isn't enough. This isn't your true body after all. Even if your true body is stronger, this is just one of your laws. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. The Nine Heavens Great Sage didn't have much of a reaction. Gradually, the Nine Heavens Great Sage's figure began to dim, even becoming transparent. This scene made too many people feel heartbroken. Because the Nine Heavens Great Sage, for the sake of the Nine Heavens, for the sake of this heaven and earth, truly fought to the very last step. Even though everyone knew this was just a law of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, they still couldn't help but feel heartbroken and couldn't stop their sadness. Respectfully seeing off the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Someone, unknown who, let out a loud shout and bowed deeply towards the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Respectfully seeing off the Nine Heavens Great Sage. More and more people began to sincerely shout this sentence. The entire Nine Heavens was echoing with this sentence. Just the transparent Nine Heavens Great Sage. No, he wasn't dead yet. Forget it, forget it. Since everyone was already respectfully seeing him off, it would be impolite for him not to die now. The Nine Heavens Great Sage turned around and glanced at this heaven and earth. Seeing the many, many living beings within the Nine Heavens, a smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. These living beings couldn't be considered particularly numerous yet. But, there were really many, many more than before. He still liked liveliness. Chapter 608, Endless. The Nine Heavens Great Sage's phantom vanished with a smile. Finally, all the light converged in his hands, and he raised them. It was as if he was raising them in a very ordinary manner. Within, the Dark Origin God, reduced to a thin layer of minced meat, was revealed. The Dark Origin God's aura was truly weak now. However, it still had power. It couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, it should be over, right? This heaven and earth, after all, was still going to be claimed by itself. A single Taoist law, after all, couldn't suppress it. It revealed a hint of a smile. Suddenly, the raised hands slammed together. One up, one down, they violently clapped together with an explosive aura. What was originally suppression, at this moment, was completely destruction. Boom. One strike. The sound shook the heaven and earth. Everyone heard this roar. Layers of ripples shifted back and forth between the clasped palms, fiercely destroying the Dark Origin God. The Nine Heavens Great Sage also completely vanished with this final strike. Until now, all of the Nine Heavens Great Sage's attacks had been unleashed within a small area, and had not destroyed a single bit of this heaven and earth. Even the previously collapsed great stars were stars without living beings. It could be said that the Nine Heavens Great Sage truly loved this heaven and earth to the extreme. The Nine Heavens Great Sage had vanished. Everyone in the Nine Heavens, including the Celestial Venerables, lost that strong sense of security they had before. It was as if their home no longer had that sturdy door. All living beings, at this moment, lost their protection. Many people were disheartened, unable to accept the departure of the Nine Heavens Great Sage for a long time. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Origin God let out a wild laugh. Cough cough cough. It seemed to cough violently again because it was laughing too hard. The Dark Origin God, shattered into dregs, began to recondense. At this moment, its true aura began to bloom. Powerful, terrifying. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The Dark Origin God was not dead. But its aura was still greatly weakened. Its current aura could not even be called saint level. The Dark Origin God was truly happy. The biggest obstacle was gone. Next, the strongest existence in this heaven and earth was only the Celestial Venerables. And it, possessing saint-level energy, despite its terrifyingly heavy injuries, what could it do? The Celestial Venerables and it were not at the same realm of existence at all. Therefore, this heaven and earth would still be taken into its pocket. That Nine Heavens Great Sage, so powerful that it was difficult to look directly at, his favorite heaven and earth, would be refined by himself. However, its excitement only lasted for a moment. With a huge thunderclap, the myriad Dao began to boil. A terrifying heavenly tribulation aura dispelled the Dark Origin God's aura. The Dark Origin God's laughter stopped abruptly. Tribulation clouds. Tribulation clouds that covered the entire sky. At this moment, the aura of the tribulation clouds was no longer weaker than when Luyi crossed the Saint Tribulation before. All the tribulation power between the entire heaven and earth was blooming. The Great Tribulation firmly locked onto the Dark Origin God. Dark Origin God. Why? Why is there still? The Great Tribulation took shape, and a figure appeared beneath the Great Tribulation. Luyi was also stunned when he saw the figure appearing beneath the tribulation clouds. Good heavens, riding a divine dragon, holding a bronze mirror. This. Eternal Great Tribulation. Ancient and modern Celestial Venerable. Good. This time, the Heavenly Dao was obviously determined and directly used the strongest heavenly tribulation in history, the Eternal Great Tribulation. The last time Luyi crossed the tribulation, it was the Eternal Great Tribulation. The Eternal Great Tribulation has only appeared once in ancient and modern times, but even though it has only appeared once, it is called the First Tribulation of Heaven and Earth. That time was not the time Luyi crossed the tribulation in the previous life. It was the heavenly tribulation crossed by a mysterious existence. That existence was one of the top 3 on the Eternal Paragon ranking, a taboo existence. Strangely, the Eternal Great Tribulation was passed down, but who that person who crossed the tribulation was has not been passed down. Some say it was the Limitless Celestial Venerable, the genuine Limitless Celestial Venerable, the one that practitioners often say as a catchphrase. Later, the Limitless Celestial Venerable also became a saint, known as the Limitless Dao Saint. It's possible, and it's also possible not. Who knows? But now, the appearance of the Dark Origin God made heaven and earth display the Eternal Great Tribulation again. It was just as the system said before, it must arrange the strongest for Luyi, and the Eternal Great Tribulation is the strongest tribulation. As soon as the ancient and modern celestial venerable appeared, he originally had a smile on his face, because his appearance meant that another top-tier expert had appeared in this heaven and earth. This was a great thing. But when he saw the person crossing the tribulation, the smile on the ancient and modern celestial venerable's face instantly disappeared, as if he had eaten a fly, feeling disgusted. What kind of dog thing? Making me happy for nothing. It turned out not to be an existence from this side. At this moment, the ancient and modern celestial venerable was not like before when Lu Yi crossed the tribulation, where he even friendly sparred with Lu Yi. He instantly burned himself. Sever the ancient and modern. The ancient and modern celestial venerable launched his move of mutual destruction with determination. The dark origin god's face was extremely ugly. Not over. Is it not over? Is it over or not? In his rage, he went all out, and the power of severing the ancient and modern exploded, but the dark origin god's aura weakened by a notch. Because a large portion of its origin disappeared under the ravages of time. Although it was less than a breath of time, the dark origin god felt as if millions of years had passed. The second divine figure appeared. He also originally had a smile on his face, but the moment he saw the dark origin god, his brows furrowed so much that they could literally clamp a fly to death. Burn my body, heaven and earth share longevity. No celestial venerable was in the mood to say a single word of nonsense to the dark origin god. As soon as they met, it was the ultimate big move, the kind that would lead to mutual destruction. The third figure appeared. Sacrifice the sword, no birth, no death. The fourth figure appeared. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh. One after another, big moves of mutual destruction were madly thrown at the dark origin god. The dark origin god's aura began to weaken once again. The celestial venerables who appeared in the eternal Great Tribulation, every strike was a mutual destruction, which could be said to be the ultimate move of extreme sublimation. Even if it didn't reach the saint level, it was no problem for a quasi-saint, or even a top-tier quasi-saint. There were even more than a dozen ruthless individuals whose final big moves directly erupted with the power of a saint. The dark origin god coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, extremely miserable. His body kept shattering, and his aura rapidly weakened. And the more he was weakened, the greater the damage the ancient and modern celestial venerables caused to him. This basically had the same effect as Lu Yi going to the Time River to call for people. The dark origin god was also truly ruthless. It actually endured until the end. It can only be said that the saint level is simply too difficult to kill. Although its aura was already extremely weak, it believed that it would sooner or later have the day to make a comeback. It would first find a place to recover from its injuries, it would definitely be able to. The four celestial venerables, positioned in the east, west, north, and south, surrounded the dark origin god. Dark origin god. Chapter 608 Sense of participation. It's not over, is it? Is it not over? The dark origin god's mentality collapsed. The present him was already severely injured to the extreme. His realm had completely fallen to the heavenly venerable realm, and he didn't know how much of his origin had been consumed. This time's damage had exceeded the damage it suffered outside the heaven and earth. Since it ascended above the saint realm, it had never suffered such severe trauma. The present him couldn't even unleash the power of a saint. There were also four celestial venerables in their peak state. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord did not join this siege, but stayed in the sky, his gaze fixed on the dark origin god. As long as the dark origin god wanted to break out from a certain direction, he would provide support immediately. He absolutely could not let the dark origin god escape, otherwise, when the opponent made a comeback, unless Reincarnation Heavenly Lord became a saint, no one in this world would be able to stop him again. Kill. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable let out a furious roar. Watching the Nine Heavens Great Sage's laws disappear with his own eyes, as the Nine Heavens Great Sage's little fan, his killing intent had surged to the extreme. Four chaotic longswords emitted limitless radiance, forming a world-destroying sword formation that attacked the dark origin god. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable was already burning his origin regardless of the cost. As long as he could kill this dark origin god, all the burned origin could be replenished. If he couldn't kill him, keeping more origin would be useless. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise appeared in their true forms, their massive figures larger than stars. At the same time, they unleashed the four spirits' origin divine abilities towards the dark origin god. Forget love immortal revered harassed from the side. The Dark Origin God let out an earth-shattering roar and began a bloody battle with the 4 celestial venerables. In this battle, no one was controlling the aftermath of the fight anymore. The space between the 5 of them was completely shattered, and even chaos stirred up endless ripples. Stars were destroyed one by one. A massive amount of spatial rifts appeared between heaven and earth. Various destructive energy storms spread in all directions. Lu Yi's figure couldn't help but retreat further and further. The Dark Origin God now really wanted to completely kill these 4 celestial venerables, but felt a deep sense of powerlessness. All of its attacks were blocked by Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise basically didn't intend to attack much, he frantically helped with defense. Azure Dragon and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable had no worries and just attacked, doing everything they could to make the Dark Origin God's injuries heavier, even heavier. Unlike these 3, Forget Love Immortal Revered considered more things. He continuously released weakening and harassing spells. Each spell had to be released at the right time, and he would also release tracking marks to prevent the Dark Origin God from escaping. Lu Yi also had Shen Zitong keep a close eye on the Dark Origin God, absolutely not giving him any hope of escaping. The Dark Origin God let out a furious roar. Sword marks and claw marks continuously appeared on his body, bloody and gruesome to behold. It counterattacked, but in front of it, there was always a turtle shell. From time to time, there were bouts of dizziness and weakness. Counterattack failed, he could even only defend, waiting for a chance to escape. His defensive methods were still very strong. Although they couldn't compare to Black Tortoise now, it was still quite troublesome for just a celestial venerable to break through. No longer counter-attacking. Be careful not to let him get away. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable and Azure Dragon immediately attacked with all their might like madmen. He's really tough. Forget Love Immortal Revered couldn't help but sigh. Since the Dark Origin God came to this heaven and earth, how many times had it been beaten? It could still take a beating. Black Tortoise could even give its name to this guy. The Dark Origin God completely curled up, forming a black sphere. The surface of the sphere was smooth and hard. Whether it was a sword or Azure Dragon's sharp claws landing on it, they all sparked a series of sparks. For a moment, they really couldn't do anything to the Dark Origin God. Lu Yi frowned when he saw this scene. Things were really a bit troublesome. However, there was a way to solve it. So Lu Yi flew towards the battlefield. Lu Yi, what are you doing? This isn't a place for you, Forget Love Immortal Revered quickly said. Lu Yi didn't say any more nonsense. A dense mass of white mist flew towards the battlefield. Yes, primordial morning mist. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable raised an eyebrow. Damn, this kid is ruthless, he even dared to absorb primordial morning mist. The primordial morning mist automatically flew towards Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable. The 4 chaotic longswords merged into one. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable let out a low roar, Primal Chaos Sword Chi. Ding! Lu Yi's ears instantly lost their hearing at this moment. But he saw it, clearly saw the Primal Chaos Sword Chi leave a small wound on the black smooth surface, and the primordial morning mist had already rushed in. The black sphere stiffened. The next second, the sphere trembled violently, and a shrill scream suddenly sounded from within the black sphere. Lu Yi's figure retreated, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He truly hadn't expected that in such a great battle, he would still have a slight sense of participation. The pain brought by the primordial morning mist could, of course, be better endured the higher one's realm was. However, if one had never experienced that unforgettable pain beforehand, they absolutely could not endure this kind of pain. It was obvious that the Dark Origin God had never experienced such a situation before. Seeing this, Azure Dragon and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable launched overwhelming attacks. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord saw no sign of the Dark Origin God escaping and quickly joined the attack as well. A phantom sword shadow directly passed through the Dark Origin God's body. The intense pain made him struggle violently. Just as he managed to get some relief, his injuries became even more severe. The Dark Origin God understood that he could not continue like this. He had to escape. Boom! A layer of black light erupted with incomparably powerful strength. This power once again reached the level of a saint. He's escaping. Forget Love Immortal Revered quickly let out a loud roar. Upon hearing this, Black Tortoise forcefully pushed forward. Even though its shell was trembling, it didn't retreat at all. Countless insects surged out from the black light. Each insect was flying at extreme speed, containing enough power to break through everything. The group of celestial venerables did their best to intercept, and the insects exploded one by one. However, there were still insects that escaped this place. Among the insects that broke free from the encirclement, one disappeared instantly. System, is it locked on? Ding, it's locked on. A picture appeared in Lu Yi's mind, as if looking down from above, calmly watching the dark origin god flying at high speed. Forget love, immortal revered let out a loud roar. This direction, the tracking method that had been continuously released earlier yielded results at this moment. Several celestial venerables rushed over instantly. So tired. At this moment, the dark origin god seemed to have only one thought in its mind: it was so tired. Its consumption was simply too great. Not only the consumption, but its injuries were also too severe. The current it could only unleash the strength of the Heavenly Venerable realm. Even while escaping, its speed was far from as fast as when it was a saint. Therefore, Azure Dragon appeared in front of it. Chapter 609, Fall. At the end of the road. What does it mean to be at the end of the road? Dark Origin God stopped its fleeing figure, looking at the enormous Azure Dragon in front of it, its massive eyes staring at it with full majesty. Dark Origin God actually couldn't help but retreat at this moment. A small step back. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable's figure appeared behind it. Without a word, the two charged forward fiercely. The great battle resumed. Black Tortoise was a little slower. Dark Origin God was thinking of a final struggle, wanting to severely injure these two celestial venerables with the strongest attack power, preferably killing them. But if it couldn't accomplish this now, then it truly had no chance left. Dark Origin God let out an angry roar. Dark Worm Sky Tier. Two massive black worm pincers radiated an extremely intense aura of destruction. They descended from the sky. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable and Azure Dragon simultaneously appeared within the black worm pincers, neither of them had even struggled free. Die for me! Dark Origin God roared. The black worm pincers squeezed with frantic force. Azure Dragon and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable defending with all their might. Crack, crack, crack. Blood mist appeared on their bodies. It was at this very moment that Dark Origin God felt its body suddenly weaken. A feeling of being exhausted filled it. So tired. Truly so tired. Both Azure Dragon and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable felt the worm pincers loosen slightly. Both seized the opportunity and instantly broke free. It can't hold on any longer. Azure Dragon couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. Black Tortoise and Forget Love Immortal Revered arrived without delay, continuing the encirclement and killing. Dark Origin God couldn't help but roar in anger. Could it be that everyone in this heaven and earth knows about my arrival? Hadn't it already left word for the Dark Clan to proceed secretly when receiving its descent? But what was happening now? Descending onto a Celestial Venerable, this Celestial Venerable was already in a state of exhaustion. Just after descending, there were 4 Celestial Venerables frantically absorbing its origin. They were absorbing it with an extremely greedy look. It had even attacked, but the other party was still like a leech, like a dog's skin plaster, clinging tightly to it and refusing to let go. However, at that time, it had just descended and was still immersed in joy. Although it was a bit disgusting, it could still accept it. As a result, just after getting rid of the dog's skin plaster, it was targeted by the terrifying 9 heavens. This was just a rule left behind by 9 heavens. It was nearly beaten to death by the rule left behind by 9 heavens' great sage. It was truly nearly beaten to death. After finally surviving, it was then the strongest heavenly tribulation formed by that heaven and earth. So many people, seeing it, immediately unleashed their ultimate moves. Every ultimate move was a method of mutual destruction. After experiencing all this, it thought it was finally over, but what happened? Again, 4 Celestial Venerables were encircling and killing it. Dark Origin God even seriously suspected that if it survived this wave of attacks, would there still be more? Its descent, now it seemed, was not because the Dark Clan succeeded, but because there was a black hand behind the scenes that allowed the Dark Clan to succeed and allowed it to descend. After its descent, everything that happened developed according to the script the other party had designed. Therefore, the entire heaven and earth knew it was about to descend. So tired, truly so tired. The wounds on Dark Origin God's body continued to increase, and the speed of recovery also began to decrease significantly. So tired. Azure Dragon and the others' eyes were filled with fervor. It can't hold on any longer, it finally can't hold on any longer. The fall of a saint, since the birth of this world, such a major event has never happened. That was a saint. As a result, it was hunted and killed by various parties. After killing it, the few celestial venerables couldn't even imagine how great the benefits they would receive would be. Dark Origin God's aura became weaker and weaker. To be able to persist to this point was truly incredibly formidable. Lu Yi had now found Dao Trace's Great Emperor. He, Limitless Great Emperor, and Taiyin Great Emperor, the four of them stood beside the Time River. The colorful Time River flowed like a dreamlike ribbon in the chaos. That colorful appearance was because there were simply too many scenes within it, countless scenes together wove this vibrant appearance. They were all paying attention to this battle. Just now, when Azure Dragon and Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable were held back, Lu Yi almost jumped into the Time River to call for help. But now it seemed like it wasn't needed. A saint, slowly withering away. It was at this moment that some old monsters appeared not far from the battlefield. There were a total of 4 people, one being in existence from a forbidden ground, and the other 3 were celestial venerables from the outer domain. Although they did not participate in the battle, they could not be absent when dividing the spoils. However, at this moment, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord calmly stood in front of the 4, looking at these 4 with cold eyes. 4 celestial venerables. Fellow Taoist, we weren't called to the previous battle, and we didn't dare to join rashly, fearing it would cause a misunderstanding. Now we can join the battle, only hoping to receive some of the saints' remains to observe the Saint Dao. We hope fellow Taoist will permit this, a celestial venerable said hastily. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord spoke. Wait until the battle is over. Fellow Taoist, we can also participate in the battle, a celestial venerable's voice was urgent. Fighting me also counts as participating in the battle. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was uncharacteristically resolute, because he had already participated in this battle, thus becoming entangled in karma. So he might as well see it through. 4 celestial venerables. Everyone knew that Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was very strong. But how strong exactly? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord hadn't made a move in a long time. But, did they really want to fight Reincarnation Heavenly Lord? The 4 remained silent. Dark Origin God's aura became weaker and weaker, weaker and weaker. Its injuries were actually constantly worsening. The injuries left by 9 Heaven's Great Sage were not that easy to recover from. Finally, Dark Origin God let out a mournful cry. I hate this. The final wail. Dark Origin God's body turned into a streak of black light. It was going to self-destruct. However, Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable and Azure Dragon had already been paying close attention. Even Dark Origin God's self-destruction, before it self-destructed, was still torn off a large piece of something by the man and the dragon. These were all good things from a saint. Boom. The power of the self-destruction was even less powerful than when Lu Yi self-destructed in his previous life. From this, it could be seen that Dark Origin God had truly reached the end of its rope. In the vast and boundless universe, one could see that this explosion directly created a brilliant fireworks display. That side of the universe became blurred. A wind blew frantically between the universes. It formed a terrifying storm. Who knows how many stars would suffer disasters, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. This storm would disappear sooner or later, but Dark Origin God had fallen forever. Seeing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over, completely over. Chapter 610 Someone Cries for Me. The battle that swept across this heaven and earth officially came to an end at this moment. Why did 9 Heaven's Great Sage take away the Darkness Origin? Naturally, it was Lu Yi who entrusted the system to contact the 9 Heaven's Great Sage. If Lu Yi had contacted him himself, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Although 9 Heaven's Great Sage quite liked to watch Lu Yi's drama. However, because the system wanted to cross realms to watch the drama, it had some conflict with 9 Heaven's Great Sage before. The system also said that the remaining Taoist laws of 9 Heaven's Great Sage were not completely without any consciousness. Taking away the Darkness Origin was something Lu Yi could only try. If 9 Heaven's Great Sage hadn't agreed, then the Darkness Origin would have had to be exposed prematurely. As a result, 9 Heaven's Great Sage actually chose to make a move, and didn't even refine the Darkness Origin but merely took it away. After the Taoist law power of 9 Heaven's Great Sage was exhausted, the Darkness Origin had already escaped. This way, the Darkness Origin also had an explanation. Demon Ancestor and Darkness Celestial Venerable actually did not perish. Killing these two consumed too many Taoist laws. The Nine Heavens Great Sage's main task was to kill Dark Origin God. However, the previous two attacks still caused terrifying trauma to Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor. The origin they absorbed from Dark Origin God would likely be needed for healing, and it's even uncertain if it would be enough. However, Lu Yi's goal had been achieved. That was to buy time. In the time that followed, neither Demon Ancestor nor Darkness Celestial Venerable would cause any more trouble, because they were already injured and truly lacked the ability to fight with other Celestial Venerables. If they wanted to stir up the darkness upheaval again, they would have to wait for a period of time. After waiting for a period of time, Lu Yi would officially appear before them and ascend to the stage of the strongest in heaven and earth. Within the Darkness Origin, the original Darkness Origin did not put all of its power in the seventh heaven. After all, in the previous life, she was taken out by Lu Yi in one go. Now she was smarter. Even though Lu Yi had become her master, who knew if there would be another lunatic who would learn from Lu Yi? In the end, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable turned into a stream of light and merged into the Darkness Origin. His form had become extremely blurry. His body had long been blown to pieces. The current Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was not even considered a true spirit. He was doomed to die. All the Celestial Venerables knew he was doomed to die, and it was obvious that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable also knew. He couldn't help but sigh softly, not knowing how long his cultivation had been, but it had come to an end at this moment. Before people die, they will review their lives. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was looking back at his life. In this life, what did he gain? And what did he lose? It was clear that his life could be described as brilliant, because even the weakest Celestial Venerable was still a Celestial Venerable. Those who could become Celestial Venerables were not weak. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's weakness was only because others were too strong. He had also dominated the Great Era. He was also feared by billions. However, that was in the early stages. The early stages were a very long and ancient time ago, so much so that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's memory was blurry. And in his recent memories, what else was there? As Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable pondered, unable to understand, a figure appeared before him. In Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's blurry memory, a figure also appeared. At this moment, the figure in his memory and the figure appearing before him overlapped. Celestial Venerable. White Fox Heart cried out in sorrow. Her eyes were completely red, and her eyes were filled with tears. Celestial Venerable, how did you become like this? Hurry and recover from your injuries, I will help you. White Fox Heart released a Taoist spell, wanting to help Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable recover from his injuries, but the Taoist spell she released directly passed through Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's body. How could this be? White Fox Heart exclaimed in surprise. You recover from your injuries yourself, Celestial Venerable, don't just stand there foolishly, recover from your injuries. Although White Fox Heart's Taoist spell was useless, she stubbornly released healing Taoist spells again and again, and urged Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable to recover. It's useless, I can't live anymore, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable said softly. No, I don't believe it. You are a Celestial Venerable, you are the most peak existence in the nine heavens. How can you die? If you die, what should I do? There will never be anyone in the world who loves me as much as you. Woo woo woo. At this moment, White Fox Heart truly broke down and cried loudly. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable couldn't help but be moved by this. So there really was one person in this world who would cry loudly for his passing. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to gently stroke White Fox Heart's long hair, but when his hand was still several inches away from White Fox Heart's long hair, it stopped. White Fox Heart wanted to grab Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's hand and place it on her head, but her hand passed through Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's arm. White Fox Heart's heart trembled violently. The crying stopped. White Fox Heart bit her lips tightly, stubbornly not letting herself cry. But it could be seen that she was enduring it with extreme difficulty. I know Celestial Venerable doesn't like me crying. I won't cry. Celestial Venerable likes to smile, White Fox Heart forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Her tears were completely uncontrollable and flowed straight down. Seeing this, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's heart was truly deeply touched. This face, smiling while crying, actually became his most profound memory at this moment. Was I really that good to you? Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable said helplessly. In this life, how many people did he truly treat with sincerity? White Fox Heart could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Celestial Venerable is the best person to me. I will never forget how Celestial Venerable saved and protected me back then. Celestial Venerable, don't go. White Fox Heart could barely speak anymore. Her words were also intermittent and filled with extreme sorrow. Between Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's eyebrows, there was already boundless tenderness. After I pass away, you must take good care of yourself. These are the treasures I have accumulated over the years, which I never used, so I will leave them to you. Live well. If you can avoid depending on others, then don't depend on others. Becoming strong yourself is true strength. If I'm not here, I really don't know what you will do in the future. As he spoke, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's figure quickly became ethereal. Celestial Venerable. White Fox Heart suddenly lunged towards Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable. But this lunge completely made Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable disappear. Only a gem floated in the void. Celestial Venerable. White Fox Heart let out a mournful wail. Celestial Venerable. She cried loudly, unable to control herself. I want Celestial Venerable, I don't want treasures, I want Celestial Venerable. White Fox Heart suddenly grabbed the gem and threw it away with force. I want Celestial Venerable. That voice was like weeping and complaining, filled with extreme despair. However, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable had truly gone. White Fox Heart cried for a long time before finally reacting. This is the last thing Celestial Venerable left for me. This is my last thought of Celestial Venerable. I can't throw it away, I shouldn't have thrown it away. Celestial Venerable, what Celestial Venerable left for me? The Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable, who should have disappeared, at this moment used his last trace of strength to gently form a Taoist seal. Within the gem, a Taoist spell capable of killing all quasi-emperors quietly dissipated. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable revealed a smile. How wonderful! Chapter 611 True Love is Not Love. White Fox Heart didn't know that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable still had a trick up his sleeve. But she didn't need to know. Because White Fox Heart believed that she was sincere towards Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable, this sincerity wasn't referring to love. Love is wanting to possess, wanting to be selfish, wanting sweetness, wanting empathy. But White Fox Heart wasn't very interested in any of that. She just used the expression of love to treat Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable as her backing. Now, her backing had collapsed. White Fox Heart was naturally sad. She just turned this sadness into the sadness of love. A person is already about to die. If they can't even make others feel complete in their last moments, then what do they become? Although Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was an extremely bad person, at least towards White Fox Heart, he wasn't bad, right? He would always be better than treating a stranger, right? Because of this, White Fox Heart would completely see the other person off. However, White Fox Heart's consciousness was very clear. She deeply understood that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable, having reached the end of the road, might take her with him. After all, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was truly a bad person. Hiding would only provoke his anger, even indifference would make him angry. So she might as well come forward proactively and express her love more intensely. Doing this was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But what could White Fox Heart do? She was a weakling who depended on men. Moreover, she dared to bet that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable needed care in the end. As long as he got what he wanted, he wouldn't kill her. She won the bet. White Fox Heart didn't know if Darkness Origin would be willing to protect her, she could only protect herself. White Fox Heart sobbed softly, sobbing for the collapse of her backing, sobbing for her wandering fate. But her consciousness was extremely clear. With the collapse of this backing, she had to find a new one for herself. Fortunately, she had already connected with Darkness Origin in advance. So next, she would wholeheartedly and devotedly serve Darkness Origin. She set a small goal for herself, to become Darkness Origin's personal maid. Moreover, White Fox Heart could feel that the current Darkness Origin was different from the previous Darkness Origin. No, there was a big difference. The current Darkness Origin always showed that kind of confidence inadvertently. Victory is within reach. And as time passed, this posture of having victory within reach became more and more obvious. White Fox Heart was very familiar with this posture. It meant that Darkness Origin had also found a backing. This backing was gradually becoming stronger, and it was a man. If that's the case, then the other person is Lu Yi. Now Darkness Origin had defected to Lu Yi. Darkness Origin returned. White Fox Heart rushed forward to greet her. Darkness Origin glanced at her. Why are you crying like this? Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable has fallen, White Fox Heart said sadly. Dying at the hands of Nine Heavens Great Sage is also a fitting end for him. Seeing Darkness Origin's indifferent attitude, White Fox Heart immediately understood that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable had completely vanished. Otherwise, the dying Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable couldn't have hidden it from Darkness Origin's eyes. The vigilance in her heart finally lifted. Sister, what's the situation outside now? Do you need me to help you analyze it? White Fox Heart said. Darkness Origin thought for a moment and then recounted everything that had happened outside. White Fox Heart immediately said, Sister, your current attitude is completely unacceptable. You must show anger, otherwise when Demon Ancestor or Darkness Celestial Venerable return, they will become suspicious when they see your attitude. Darkness Origin was almost dying of laughter, still angry. Now that this whole situation had played out, it directly brought Darkness Origin extreme ease. Can the pressure of protecting 4 Celestial Venerables be the same as protecting 2 Celestial Venerables? The most crucial thing is the current situation before her eyes. Before defecting to Lu Yi, the situation before her eyes was getting darker day by day. If something like this had happened, Darkness Origin's mentality would have definitely completely collapsed. But now, the future is getting brighter and brighter. Winning. Always winning. Okay, I understand. You should hide quickly. Also, sister, this is the legacy Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable gave me. You keep it. Darkness Origin paused. Originally, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was my backing. Now sister is my backing. Please, sister, do not refuse. Darkness Origin waved her hand. You keep the item yourself. Give it to me if there are 4 spirits treasures. Indeed, it was Lu Yi. You teach me well. When I join his big family, you will definitely have a place, Darkness Origin guaranteed. White Fox Heart forced a smile onto her face. It seemed there was no problem with this storage treasure either. Okay, sister. As soon as the two finished speaking, 2 auras had already rudely rushed into Darkness Origin. Quick, hide. Demon Ancestor roared. He and Darkness Celestial Venerable had not died. After all, they were top Heavenly Venerables. 9 Heavens Great Sage could indeed kill these 2 if he was determined, but doing so would likely make it impossible to inflict greater damage on Dark Origin God. Compared to 2 Celestial Venerables who violated the rules and entered the 7th heaven, it was obviously more important to eliminate the foreign saint. Why is this happening? Why did 9 Heavens Great Sage attack me? I am a part of this heaven and earth. By what right did he attack me? Darkness Origin shrieked, clearly very angry. Let's hide first. Okay, damn it, I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Darkness Origin put on a show, hiding herself. If Darkness Origin hides, she is indeed extremely difficult to find. Turning around, Darkness Origin contacted Lu Yi. 9 lives, are you there? Lu Yi was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. The fall of Dark Origin God made him no longer worry about the Dark Origin insect seal erupting. In fact, if the 4 Celestial Venerables still couldn't take down Dark Origin God, he would have instantly broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm and immediately entered the Time River. But now, it was obvious that a steady and sure breakthrough was much stronger than an instant breakthrough. Here, speak. Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor have returned to my body. Both of them are clearly severely injured. Should we strike now and kill them directly? Darkness Origin asked. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. No, don't act yet. You continue to hide yourself. If they continued to attack, they could indeed cause deeper damage to the 2, but it wouldn't necessarily kill them. One should know that when killing an existence outside of heaven and earth like Dark Origin God, the power of heaven and earth can be used, but when killing Demon Ancestor and Darkness Celestial Venerable, even if they are extremely wicked, the power of heaven and earth cannot be used. Because whether good or evil, they are all part of heaven and earth. If these 2 were to escape, Lu Yi would immediately enter their sight. Having 2 top Heavenly Venerables staring at him from the shadows with killing intent was too unstable. When he ascends to Emperor, he can launch the second wave of encirclement and suppression against these 2. Chapter 613, Disappearance of Enli. To kill the Dark Origin God, Lu Yi only needed to simply call upon people, and all the Celestial Venerables would take action. To kill these 2 guys, besides the Forget Love Immortal revered, others might not necessarily be willing to take action. Let the Forget Love Immortal Revered solo kill the Demon Ancestor and the Darkness Celestial Venerable. This isn't solo killing, this is going to deliver nourishment. The Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable isn't his thug either, and the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise would even less likely take action. Alright, 9 lives, I understand, you need to take good care of yourself. Okay. After Lu Yi finished replying, he closed his eyes. No longer hesitant. Quasi-Emperor, breakthrough. The Great Dao grew rapidly at this moment. The Great Dao, which was already very strong, now became even more powerful. System, begin comprehending the Dao. Ding, began comprehending the Dao. The Dao comprehended this time was the method displayed by the Nine Heavens Great Sage when he took action. In his previous life, Lu Yi could also be called a half-saint existence, but only after seeing the Nine Heavens Great Sage take action did Lu Yi realize his understanding of the Great Dao was not enough. The Nine Heavens Great Sage had already reached a state of returning to simplicity. With a move, the Dark Origin God fell into a unique world. The reason why the Dark Origin God wanted to escape the Nine Heavens Great Sage's palm but couldn't was because within the Nine Heavens Great Sage's palm, which looked small, it was actually boundless, and the Dark Origin God couldn't break free. The power of the world. Quasi-Emperor. The instant the Great Dao entered a period of rapid growth, Lu Yi had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. He opened his eyes. Come, let me see what the Dark Origin Insect Seal is. Lu Yi activated his Quasi-Emperor level power, attracting the Dark Origin Insect Seal to erupt. Where is the Dark Origin Insect Seal? A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. Because everything was very quiet, there was no trace of the Dark Origin Insect Seal appearing at all. What's going on? Enli. Lu Yi actively searched for Enli for the first time. As a result, there was no response. Lu Yi's brows furrowed. Something is wrong, 100 things are wrong. Ever since the Dark Origin God appeared, Enli seemed to have had no movement at all. Otherwise, if the Dark Origin God had successfully descended, with Enli's personality, she would have been overjoyed, and when the Dark Origin God fell, Enli would have cried out that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. But now, everything is so quiet. Enli hadn't spoken from beginning to end. Could it be that the Dark Origin Insect Seal would directly disappear with the fall of the Dark Origin God? Even if the Dark Origin Insect Seal disappeared, Enli should still appear. Enli disappeared. Lu Yi immediately contacted the Forget Love Immortal Revered. After parting ways, the Forget Love Immortal Revered left Lu Yi a way to contact him, saving the trouble of needing the Dao Trace's Great Emperor to relay messages. In fact, the barrier of the Nine Heavens has now disappeared, and Lu Yi can completely enter the Nine Heavens if he wants to. The current Nine Heavens no longer has any restrictions. People from the upper levels can freely enter and exit the lower levels, and if people from the lower levels have the strength, they can ascend directly without needing to undergo crossing tribulation. However, due to the supreme divine might displayed by the Nine Heavens Great Sage before, plus the number of devil cultivators has almost become a rarity, this heaven and earth is still in a state of peace. Immortal Revered, among the part of the Dark Origin God you collected, is there the Dark Origin God's Saint Dao? Lu Yi asked. No, didn't it self-destruct? The Saint Dao also self-destructed along with it, right? The Forget Love Immortal Revered asked. Lu Yi recalled the power of the Dark Origin God's self-destruction. I suspect that the Dark Origin God did not truly die, Lu Yi said. The Forget Love Immortal Revered was instantly startled. How do you say that? The Dark Origin Insect Seal is an important item for the Dark Origin God's descent. Initially, the Dark Origin Insect Seal was on my body, placed by my ex-wife in my previous life, and I should have been the vessel for the Dark Origin God's descent. But I destroyed the Dark Clan before the Dark Origin Insect Seal had erupted. Because the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had little lifespan left and would ultimately reach extreme sublimation to trigger the darkness upheaval, in order to prevent the occurrence of the darkness upheaval, I handed another Dark Origin Insect Seal to the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, which then caused a series of events to happen. As a result, the Dark Origin Insect Seal in my body has now disappeared, and the last living person of the Dark Clan has also disappeared. Therefore, it is really possible that the Dark Origin God did not die. Lu Yi stated his analysis. The Forget Love Immortal Revered's brows furrowed tightly. But then they relaxed again. Even if he didn't die, it's fine, his injuries are simply too severe, and it's extremely difficult just to survive, let alone recover to his peak. It's absolutely impossible for him to hide somewhere and quietly recover. At that time, we only need to keep an eye out for where resources are disappearing in large quantities, and we can go catch him. Because for a saint to recover from their injuries and reach their peak, it's impossible not to absorb a massive amount of resources. Merely absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy would take until the year of the monkey and horse, a very long time. At that time, there will definitely be quite a commotion. We can just surround and kill him again. Lu Yi thought about it and agreed, but he still couldn't help but feel regret. This time, he still didn't manage to kill An Li. He had originally thought that after the Dark Origin God fell, he would see what kind of despair An Li would fall into. What a pity, truly a pity. Still need to cultivate properly. He still felt that the future was full of crises. Lu Yi closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Sixth heaven. Oh yeah, I can go find Lu Yi Gerger. Shangguan Wanling ran out from the 10,000 soul banner, her large eyes incredibly bright, filled with the light of wisdom. Vermilion Bird and Yu Hongling also had bright eyes. So, you became a yin soul within the 10,000 soul banner, which means it was all for nothing, Yu Hongling said helplessly. Shangguan Wanling, however, didn't feel it was for nothing at all. It's fine, anyway Lu Yi Gerger isn't intimate with me right now, having a physical body or not is the same, and let me tell you, it's actually more comfortable to do that kind of thing with a soul. Vermilion Bird and Yu Hongling simultaneously slapped their foreheads. This Shangguan Wanling's thought process is simply invincible. Let's go quickly, let's go find Lu Yi Gerger. I haven't seen him for so long, I'm practically dying of longing. Actually, to be honest, if Shangguan Wanling wasn't full of thoughts about that kind of thing, Lu Yi, in order to make Shangguan Wanling stay away from him, might really have tried to get her into another relationship. That way, Shangguan Wanling would get tired of Lu Yi, and Lu Yi could completely get rid of her. The key is that Shangguan Wanling really is full of such thoughts. If Lu Yi were to interact with Shangguan Wanling again, the first thing they would do upon contact is run to bed and not come down for a year or two. To be honest, Lu Yi's sacrifice is really a bit large. Okay, then let's go up. Chapter 614 Four Girls Meet. Lu Yi naturally knew these women would catch up to him again. However, the disappearance of the barriers between the 9 heavens was unavoidable. But Lu Yi had already instructed the current Heavenly Gate sect leader that as long as these few people came looking, they should just be directly expelled. Anyway, Lu Yi wasn't going to see them. 3 women, along with Sun Ruowei, appeared outside the Heavenly Gate. Stop. The disciples responsible for guarding the gate, each of them, were much stronger than these few people. Greetings, fellow Taoist, I am Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird emitted the aura belonging to the 4 spirits of heaven and spoke. The disciples. The status of the 4 spirits of heaven in this heaven and earth was far stronger than any Vermilion Bird Yao Emperor. However, these disciples had already received the news in advance and showed apologetic expressions. This Taoist knows that you few are here to see the sect leader, but the sect leader is in secluded cultivation and has stated in advance that he will not see you few, please leave. Polite, gentle, but the principle could not be yielded. I heard that Lu Yi needs the 4 spirits' treasures, and I am one of the 4 spirits of heaven. Please report to Lu Yi and say that I am willing to step forward, find Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, and can perform another 4 spirits fusion for him, which will be of great help to him. Vermilion Bird said. Apologies, the sect leader has already explicitly stated that nothing is to disturb him. As long as Lu Yi didn't want to see them, they had completely lost the qualification to see Lu Yi again. This was exactly as Lu Yi had predicted. As their cultivation levels widened the gap, the distance between him and these women would rapidly increase. Originally, everyone had been reborn. Even if these few were the weakest great emperors, they were still great emperors and possessed top-tier cultivation methods. Coupled with Lu Yi's self-improvement, it resulted in the distance in cultivation never being too great, but the combat power had already been significantly widened. But now, reaching the 5th heaven and 6th heaven, the gap between the 2 sides had been completely widened. The strongest now, Vermilion Bird, had not yet reached the Void Realm. Her cultivation certainly couldn't be called slow, but Lu Yi was already at the quasi-emperor realm. If it weren't for the 9 heavens being connected now, Lu Yi should have already achieved Dao and become emperor by the time Vermilion Bird hadn't undergone her crossing tribulation. Unable to catch up, completely unable to catch up. What could they do even if they could catch up now? If Lu Yi said he wouldn't see them, he wouldn't see them. At this moment, Yin Qingcheng's figure appeared outside the heavenly gate. She held a storage ring in her hand and was stunned for a while upon seeing these few people. The three, including Vermilion Bird, also looked at Yin Qingcheng. At this moment, Vermilion Bird, Yu Hongling, and Shangguan Wanling's eyes all turned red. Yin Qingcheng, it's all your fault. Vermilion Bird suddenly pounced towards Yin Qingcheng. But what strength did Vermilion Bird have? Even though Yin Qingcheng had shattered her Dao and cultivated anew, forgetfulness and love were completely of the same lineage, and her recovery of strength was still very fast. The current Yin Qingcheng had already reached the Emperor realm. With a wave of her hand, Vermilion Bird's figure was already completely unable to move. Yin Qingcheng, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have poisoned husband? It's all because of you. Woo woo woo. Yin Qingcheng handed the storage ring in her hand to a disciple. Please, fellow Taoist, pass this to Lu Yi, thank you. The disciple smiled and nodded, taking the storage ring. As long as this item was given to Lu Yi would accept it. As long as Lu Yi didn't object, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Yin Qingcheng looked at these three people, completely ignoring Sun Ruowei. Yin Qingcheng didn't want to be watched, so with a wave of her hand, the figures of the few disappeared, leaving only Sun Ruowei on the scene. Sun Ruowei. No. I'm such a big living person, can't you see me? No. Take me with you. Sun Ruowei looked around blankly, completely unaware of where this group of people had gone. Tell me about this situation, how does it feel like I'm back in the first heaven? Sun Ruowei hurriedly started searching everywhere. Yin Qingcheng brought the three to a hidden place, her expression extremely cold. Who told you to come looking for husband again? Husband utterly detests you now, don't you have any idea? Woo woo woo. Yu Hongling had the biggest reaction, her eyes wide. With a wave of Yin Qingcheng's hand, Yu Hongling spoke. Why can't we look for senior brother? Senior brother is ours too. If you hadn't incited us in the previous life, could we have poisoned senior brother? If you hadn't revealed this matter, would we have betrayed senior brother? Yin Qingcheng laughed upon hearing this. I incited you, and you poisoned him. If I told you all to die, would you all go and die? That's different. We only resented senior brother a little, but we never thought of killing senior brother. It was all your repeated incitement. Yu Hongling, you're still the same as in the previous life, accustomed to putting the blame on others. If you weren't willing to poison him, could I have forced you to do it? Just like that yin-yang devouring Gu, it was administered when you were happiest, most blissful. Given that situation, if you had even a shred of love for husband, would you have done it at that moment? Yin Qingcheng said coldly. Yes, the time the yin-yang devouring Gu was administered was at that very moment. In that moment, under normal circumstances, one's mind would be blank, filled with dizziness. If not for hating to the extreme, how could it have been administered at that specific time? I did make a mistake, but your incitement was an even bigger mistake. Ha ha ha. Yin Qingcheng started to laugh. Let's just say your mistake was small, but just because your mistake was small, does that mean husband has forgiven you? I thought you were truly sincerely aware of your mistake, but I didn't expect that dogs never change their habit of eating shit. Someone like you, husband will never forgive you. Does that mean husband will forgive you? Yu Hongling's eyes were bloodshot. Yin Qingcheng laughed even more happily. At the very least, I am currently making up for my mistakes. Although the process is very slow, I can use 1,000 years, 10,000 years to make amends. Speaking of you lot, each and every one of you claims to know you were wrong, but you only ever stay at the level of lip service. Have you made up for your mistakes? All you can say is, I was wrong, please forgive me, there will definitely not be a next time. You don't love husband at all. The reason you still want to become husband's Dao companion is because you can't endure the current hardship. Do you know what husband lacks right now? You don't know at all, and you'll never think about it. You're always dreaming. Honestly, I truly despise you. Fortunately, it's over now. I'm going to kill you all, so no one will ever disturb husband again, and no one will be able to discuss husband again. Killing intent was thick in Yin Qingcheng's eyes. She raised her hand towards the three women. Chapter 615, Four Spirits Gathering. Yin Qingcheng truly harbored killing intent. The three women in front of her were completely defenseless. However, she couldn't bring herself to strike with that palm. Yin Qingcheng's face turned red, but she still couldn't strike. Of course, it wasn't because she couldn't bear to, but because a force completely restrained her, making her unable to move. The kind that rendered her speechless. The vermilion bird and the other two suddenly felt a wave of relief as the spell was lifted. A burly figure with long white hair appeared beside the four. Although he didn't intentionally release his aura, he still gave off a sense of towering height like a mountain, with a surging killing intent that also resembled a deep abyss. It was none other than the white tiger. As soon as Hongling was freed from the restraint, she immediately pounced on Yin Qingcheng, punching her repeatedly in the face. However, her attacks were too weak. Even without any defense from Yin Qingcheng, she could only make Yin Qingcheng's nose bleed. The white tiger watched this scene, his eyelids twitching slightly. To be honest, he had also witnessed the outrageousness of Lu Yi's ex-wives. He didn't want to get involved at all. But his boss, the Azure Dragon, had assigned him this task, which was why he came. The white tiger turned his head and looked at the vermilion bird. Azure Dragon boss sent me to pick you up. Let's go. The four spirits of heaven had gathered because they needed to deal with the Time River issue. Why were these four sacred beasts called the four spirits of heaven? Besides their attributes being related to earth, wind, water, and fire, it was also because they were the guardians of this heaven and earth. They were favored by heaven and earth, so naturally, they had to protect heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would heaven and earth favor them? The transformation of the Time River could easily lead to intense conflicts. In severe cases, it could even cause the collapse of the Time River. If the Time River collapsed, this heaven and earth would also lose the possibility of existence, and everything would disappear into the endless time storms. Many people were aware of this. But what about that? There were also many people who believed that the Time River was still very stable, and it wouldn't hurt if they gained some benefits from the chaotic timelines. So no one knew exactly what level the Time River's tolerance limit could reach. The vermilion bird looked at Hongling, who was still fiercely hitting Yin Qingcheng. I want to take her with me, the vermilion bird said. The white tiger frowned. No. The place where the four spirits of heaven guarded the Time River absolutely could not allow other outsiders to enter. Moreover, for such an ignorant woman, to be honest, if it weren't for the urgent need for the vermilion bird this time, the white tiger wouldn't even have suggested letting the vermilion bird join. Being able to mess with the 9 lives celestial venerable during his saint tribulation to that extent, these women were truly ruthless. You can rest assured, she won't cause any problems. That's still not allowed. The white tiger's voice was extremely firm. Then I won't go either. The vermilion bird's voice also turned cold. A chill suddenly appeared in the white tiger's pupils. The vermilion bird felt as if her vermilion bird true flame was about to freeze at that moment. Vermilion bird, you are one of the four spirits of heaven. Do you know why we are called the four spirits of heaven? Heaven and earth favor us, allowing us to be born with an affinity for heaven and earth, generation after generation, endlessly. We are protected by heaven and earth, and we receive the grace of heaven and earth. Naturally, we should protect the heaven and earth and all living beings. Saying such words, you are unworthy of the title of the four spirits of heaven. Although the white tiger was primarily focused on killing and warfare, he also knew deeply how heaven and earth had favored them after their birth. Not only did their cultivation speed advance by leaps and bounds, but they also possessed primordial divine abilities and heaven-defying bloodlines. The birth of every four spirits of heaven was not a white tiger giving birth to a white tiger, or a vermilion bird giving birth to a vermilion bird, but heaven and earth choosing you and bestowing this opportunity upon you. Otherwise, a white tiger would just be an ordinary tiger, and a vermilion bird would just be an ordinary bird. A trace of sadness flashed in the vermilion bird's eyes. How could she not know that the meaning of her birth was to protect heaven and earth? But now, she was deeply immersed in the mortal world. Could it be that she was to abandon Hongling and Shangguan here? I only ask you this once. The vermilion bird's voice was full of pleading. The white tiger took a deep breath. Are you asking me or forcing me? Asking you. The white tiger stared at Hongling and the bewildered Shangguan. With a wave of his hand, the three women disappeared simultaneously. Yin Qingcheng was also freed from the restraint, gritting her teeth, her eyes cold. But the white tiger was a great emperor. Even if she was unwilling, what could she do? She could only hold back. What a pity, she didn't kill them. The white tiger brought the vermilion bird and the two other women to the 9 heavens. Although the boundary of the 9 heavens had been broken, it was still the place with the most abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, precisely because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too abundant, after the three of them came up, they all felt a deep sense of suffocation. The white tiger placed Hongling and Wanling in a courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a layer of white barrier enveloped the courtyard. "I'll let you out after the important matter is done." After saying this, the white tiger disappeared again with the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, of course, knew what the white tiger was looking for her to do. In her previous life, she had done the same thing, which was to help the Time River complete its transformation as quickly as possible. However, the timing was very wrong. In the Time River battle of her previous life, she was already a peak quasi-emperor. And it was the black tortoise who had personally come to invite her. Of course, that was because she had a top-tier great emperor husband. With her current strength, she really couldn't play too big of a role. Well, she didn't play a big role in her previous life either. The main reason for her going was just to complete the four spirits of heaven. It was still the same location as in her previous life. The black tortoise and the azure dragon had both been waiting here in full readiness early on, looking at the Time River with solemn eyes. "I brought her," the white tiger said. Only then did the azure dragon and the black tortoise's gazes fall on the vermilion bird. "Greetings, two seniors." The azure dragon nodded. "You were reborn. Did the Time River also transform in your previous life?" the azure dragon asked. "Yes, but according to the timeline, it should have been 10,000 years later. If there were no strong battle fluctuations, the transformation point of the Time River should have been after 30,000 years. Now, after a series of major battles, especially the battle of laws between the Dark Origin God and the Nine Heavens Great Sage, the transformation time of the Time River has been significantly advanced. It should start transforming in at most 1,000 years, the black tortoise explained. Only then did the vermilion bird realize, so that was the case. "Could you tell us in detail about the situation in your previous life?" the azure dragon asked. The vermilion bird did not hide anything and started from the beginning. "In my previous life, the darkness upheaval led to large-scale, high-intensity battles, causing turmoil in the Time River. At that time, my husband had just killed the fallen Dao Celestial Venerable not long before, and Senior Black Tortoise came to my house to invite me to participate in the effort to help the Time River. In the Time River battle of my previous life, my husband played a crucial role. Because of the transformation of the Time River, over the long years, countless great emperors and celestial venerables joined the battlefield." Chapter 616 Hidden Dangers. The past of most saints does not exist within the Time River. For example, the Nine Heavens Great Sage, you won't find any trace of the Nine Heavens Great Sage in the Time River at all, and it's basically the same for other saints. However, there are only two who are different from other saints, the first one being the Relentless Sage. After the Relentless Sage became a saint, he completely didn't care whether his past disappeared or not, so his past remained in the Time River, to the extent that the top-tier Celestial Venerable, which is the Heartless Celestial, would appear in the Time River. At that time, the Relentless Sage at the peak of Celestial Venerable would go to the past again before becoming a saint, and for some unknown reason, he would return to the past again and again, and each time he would be wounded all over. Speaking of this, the azure dragon and black tortoise exchanged glances. "He wants to redeem himself," the azure dragon explained. The vermilion bird was startled. "What does that mean?" "There are few truly peaceful people in the world, those who are heartless and forget desire, but as long as there is even a sliver of possibility, he is unwilling to walk the path of relentless. This is the inherent nature of living beings. The first time one is heartless, they relax, the second time they are heartless, they become indifferent, the third time they are heartless, they let go. But, the further one goes, the more reluctant and regretful they become. That is the instinct of living beings pleading with him. Once completely heartless, that person will no longer be human, and even life will no longer be life. This instinct, the further it goes, the stronger it becomes, as if saving itself. But unfortunately, instinct failed to save the desperate heartless celestial, and thus a relentless sage appeared. The vermilion bird fell silent. She didn't know how deeply the relentless sage must have been hurt to constantly try to save himself, yet always fail to redeem himself. What about Lu Yi? Lu Yi was also hurt that deeply back then. If Lu Yi cultivated the path of relentless, would he also be in the Time River, changing himself again and again, thinking of saving himself again and again? The vermilion bird's face suddenly turned a little pale. Because she thought of something very terrifying, which was, if Lu Yi returned to the past, Would they still not trust Lu Yi, still resent Lu Yi, and finally still betray Lu Yi when they had no memories? If Lu Yi told her that white fire spirit was the myriad spirits demon emperor, would she believe him? If Lu Yi told her that the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture was not real, that the myriad spirits demon emperor was deceiving her, would she believe him? The vermilion bird recalled her state without memories, and was instantly filled with heartbreak. Because, most likely she wouldn't believe him. When Lu Yi's strength was weak, could Lu Yi turn her heart, which no longer trusted him? It wasn't just her like this. These 8 people, except for Shangguan Wanling, if Lu Yi loved her in a different way, hitting her when he wanted, beating her when he wanted, then perhaps Shangguan Wanling's path of sentience would not only not disappear but might even become stronger. The vermilion bird couldn't help but let out a long sigh. There is also another one, the Red Dust Saint. Once time begins to become chaotic, the Red Dust Saint will do something terrifying that makes time eternal. This is the biggest crisis of the Time River War. The vermilion bird mentioned another name. Red Dust Saint. Another saint. This saint has never left this world, but has always remained within the Time River. I don't know exactly where, but when she appears, things will reach the worst point. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise immediately gasped. A saint who has never left this heaven and earth. How was the matter of the Red Dust Saint resolved in the previous life? The Azure Dragon became anxious. If a saint were to act, it would truly be a devastating disaster for the Time River. The vermilion bird's expression was somewhat complex. People died, many people died, until the very end. The person she was looking for knelt on the ground and begged her. Only then did the slaughter stop, and then she forcibly changed time, bringing all the dead back to life, but she also remained eternally within the Time River. That time was an accident. If it happens again, no one knows what choice the Red Dust Saint will make. This is a ticking time bomb. It succeeded last time, but whether it succeeds or fails this time is actually just up to a single thought of the Red Dust Saint. Who can say it will definitely succeed? The Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger all fell silent. This Time River War seems even more dangerous than any of them imagined. But, there is no way. The transformation of the Time River is also like the Time River itself, it will never stop, but rolls forward. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Besides these two, there are other powerhouses, such as Mountain Sea Celestial Venerable, Gluttonous Demon Venerable, and Fiend Celestial Venerable. These Celestial Venerables are existences who are trying to defy fate during this Time River War. These are just the strongest among them. There are other Celestial Venerables as well. The vermilion bird began to describe in detail what happened during the Time River War. Because in her previous life, as one of the 4 spirits of heaven, she did not participate in the war, but she watched the entire process, and everything was very clear. The Azure Dragon began to notify all the Celestial Venerables that the Time River War should start in exactly 800 years, and all Celestial Venerables should prepare. Including the Great Emperors, who also received notification from the Azure Dragon. Even Lu Yi. 800 years. Time is really tight. In 800 years, can I cultivate to the peak of quasi-emperor and attain the Dao to become an emperor? Lu Yi estimated. It's a bit difficult. It seems I must speed things up. The way to accelerate cultivation is, of course, to continue searching for the 4 spirits' treasures. System, start deducing the locations of all the 4 spirits' treasures in the entire heaven and earth, Lu Yi said. Ding, deduction begins. With the system present, the entire heaven and earth is under her control. Although she cannot gather all these 4 spirits' treasures and actively hand them over to Lu Yi, it's the same if she provides the coordinates. Ding, deduction complete. Coordinates appeared one by one in Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi immediately came out of seclusion and summoned all the quasi-emperors. Fellow Taoists, I, Lu, have something to ask of you this time, Lu Yi said straightforwardly. Lu Daoyu, feel free to speak, as long as it is something we can do, we will not fear even death. The devouring Dao beast couldn't help but glance at the speaker. It was a powerful quasi-emperor from the 2nd batch. His current cultivation had already reached the level when the boundless Taoist had not yet received Lu Yi's guidance and help. Given him some more time, he should also be able to undergo crossing tribulation. It seems his desire for progress is very strong. Chapter 617 in Li's success. Everyone knows that my cultivation requires 4 spirits' treasures. Now there are no more barriers between the 9 heavens, not distinguishing between the 9 heavens and the outer domain. Therefore, I have now found the locations of many Four Spirits treasures. I hope all fellow Taoists can help me go and retrieve them. For this matter, I will owe everyone a favor. Lu Daoyu, you are too polite. All of us have made extremely fast progress thanks to Lu Daoyu's guidance. Now you are just asking us to find something. This is within our duty, so please don't mention owing favors. If we're talking about owing favors, then all of us owe Lu Daoyu an enormous favor. Everyone, isn't that right? Exactly. It's just finding something. Lu Daoyu, you don't need to be so polite with us. Indeed. Lu Yi also had a smile on his face. Then thank you everyone. Now I will tell you where the locations are. Having a group of quasi-emperor experts go help him search for the Four Spirits treasures naturally saved Lu Yi a lot of trouble. After getting the locations, the group of quasi-emperors immediately set off without stopping. Lu Yi thought for a moment and simply mobilized the Emperor Realm cultivators to also go search for the Four Spirits treasures that Lu Yi needed. Lu Yi completed a series of tasks and then began to condense his 8th life. The resources he was lacking had long since been collected, not by Lu Yi, but were proactively sent over by his enemies. Lu Yi couldn't even refuse to accept them. Look at how things turned out, how embarrassing. Time slowly flowed by. On the other side, within the dimensional space, a white, soft bug, plump and quite cute, was currently dozing. This was the dimensional sky worm. Speaking of which, Enli was also amazing, she could find anything. And within this dimensional sky worm, one could also see a massive black insect seal, emitting a terrifying aura. Although the aura was terrifying, it was weak. This feeling of being both terrifying and weak was like a powerful being reaching the end of its lifespan. Besides this insect seal, there were also countless pitch-black spiders, currently clinging onto the Dark Origin insect seal, gnawing at it bit by bit. However, because the Dark Origin insect seal itself was in a spider-like form, it wasn't very clear to see. The black spiders continuously split, each split multiplying their numbers. Of course, there were also many spider corpses continuously falling, like fine sand. You are from the Dark Clan. Dark Origin God's voice, faint yet filled with anger, rang out. Enli's voice came from within the black spiders. Yes, respected God. Since you are from the Dark Clan and recognize me as God, what you are doing now is betrayal. Dark Origin God's voice was extremely terrifying. Betrayal. Enli's tone was particularly strange when she said these two words. Because, ever since her rebirth, it seemed the word she had heard the most was betrayal. I only belong to myself, not to anyone else. Everything I am doing now is for the sake of becoming stronger myself. Why do you say it's betrayal? Enli asked strangely. I am the god of your Dark Clan. Back when your Dark Clan was at a dead end, it was I who saved your Dark Clan, it was I who left you a corner of land. Yes, thank you, God. And then, Dark Origin God was practically about to spit blood. This is how you repay your God, repay your savior. Yes, otherwise. Enli said as if it were a matter of course. You saved our ancestors, and you are indeed our God, but you haven't given me any benefit, have you? You probably don't know that I am actually the new generation Saintess of the Dark Clan. To become Saintess and be able to communicate with you, I have already paid an incredibly tragic price. Now, shouldn't it be time for you to compensate me? Dark Origin God understood. Talking to a woman like this was completely useless. But, he hated it. Originally, when he self-destructed, he sensed the movement of another Dark Origin insect seal. He was overjoyed, believing this was a new chance at life. So he preserved his great Tao, preserved his final origin, and merely blew up his physical body. He successfully brought a part of himself to merge into the Dark Origin insect seal. As long as he entered the Dark Origin insect seal and was given sufficient energy, he would quickly return to the saint level. As a result, as soon as he merged into the Dark Origin insect seal, he discovered that this Dark Origin insect seal was completely a trap. This Dark Origin insect seal had long since been completely permeated by a special energy. After he entered it, everything stuck to the Dark Origin insect seal, just like a very large, very dense net, completely enveloping him within it. He didn't know how long this large net had been woven. He had no way to struggle at all. Now he could only watch helplessly as the black spiders gnawed away at everything he had, bit by bit. Dark Origin God understood that he was completely finished. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have completely self-destructed and ended it all. Enough. Enough. Dark Origin God was disheartened. The people of this heaven and earth were simply. Damn it, as expected of the ancestral land of the 9 heavens, the scheming here makes one's scalp tingle. Now he just wanted to be a ghost who understood. Was my arrival all within your calculations? Dark Origin God asked. Not really. Originally, I was calculating you, but things changed midway. I originally thought you wouldn't have a chance to descend, or that after descending you would be beaten to death by my husband. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. And Li had lost. She had even resigned herself to fate. But she never expected things to take such a turn at the end. Can you let me be a ghost who understands? Dark Origin God asked. He was truly numb from being schemed against. Holy crap, you people are cultivating, not competing on who is stronger, but engaging in some weird stuff. In the world of cultivation, shouldn't the strong be respected? How did it turn into such a state now? And Li was currently in the midst of sharing the joy of her victory. Sorry, but after you die, you won't become a ghost. Dark Origin God, IFC King know that, you don't need to remind me. And Li also wasn't angry. She was genuinely happy now. If she weren't in a happy mood, and Dark Origin God dared to speak to her like this, and Li would definitely make Dark Origin God apologize to her. But since she was happy now, she wouldn't make him apologize. Alright, then I'll let you be a ghost who understands. Although An Li was talking, there was not the slightest bit of slackening in her efforts to devour the entire Dark Origin God. She deeply knew the principle that villains die from talking too much, but she really couldn't help it. Speaking of this matter, it still has to start from the previous life. Chapter 618 Causes. In my previous life, I was the saintess of the Dark Clan. I suffered torment like being in an abyss. It was Lu Yi who mistakenly entered the Dark Clan and secretly took me out. After that, I became his wife. Counting me, he had 8 wives. He was wholeheartedly good to every single one, and I felt a warmth I had never experienced in my entire life. At that time, for me, having just escaped the Dark Clan, everything by Lu Yi's side was so beautiful. I knew I had gained a new life. Later, Lu Yi's strength continuously grew. My strength also grew with his. Everyone I met was extremely friendly towards us, the weak were respectful, and the strong were kind. But I occasionally discovered that I wasn't truly happy. Everything was good, yet I just wasn't happy. Because I realized that my days were predictable, my life was always so smooth because of Lu Yi's presence above me. The scenery I saw was the scenery Lu Yi had seen and meticulously arranged. I became increasingly unhappy. For me at that time, although the physical pain from being a saintess had disappeared, my spirit became increasingly tormented. Until one time, that time the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, the one you replaced, his lifespan ended, and he underwent his final ultimate sublimation, consuming a portion of the 9 heavens laws from the upper heavens. A darkness upheaval occurred. When Lu Yi was still a quasi-emperor, he was surrounded and attacked by a group of great emperors and was in imminent danger. At that moment, my face showed worry, but my heart beat incredibly fast. Because I thought, what if Lu Yi fell this time? There would no longer be someone above me holding up a sky for me. Although it would be very dangerous, I could finally see the most real scenery. My heart couldn't help but feel excited. That time, I was caught between the extremely complex emotions of worry and anticipation. But I didn't expect that Lu Yi would actually achieve Emperor realm on the spot, breaking out of that deadly situation. My heart felt relieved, but the anger at that moment was something I had to pay attention to. I actually felt angry because Lu Yi, my husband, survived the crisis. Next, another long period passed. Lu Yi began to let us successively achieve Emperor realm. I also achieved Emperor realm, but I still had no joy, because even after achieving Emperor realm, my primary identity was still Lu Yi's Dao companion, not a great emperor. Later still, during the Time River battle, at that moment, I clearly knew that I was hoping Lu Yi would be crippled this time, or even fall. I really couldn't stand such an unchanging life. But in the Time River battle, everyone fell, including Lu Yi. At that time, I was both sad and extremely excited. Do you know that feeling? It was as if the shackles on my body were completely removed, and I was about to usher in a brand new hope. But unfortunately, he resurrected again. At that moment, I already understood in my heart that Lu Yi was my shackles. Only by getting rid of Lu Yi could I live the life I wanted. So, from then on, I contacted the Dark Clan, contacted the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, contacted the darkness origin, and even contacted you in the end. To be honest, you were the one who gave me this dimensional sky worm, but unfortunately, you have already forgotten. After all, this time river reversal came too fiercely. I can't even imagine why such a thing would happen. Even saints can't do this kind of thing, so how did my infinitely good husband, Lu Yi, do it? Listening to Enli's narration, Dark Origin God felt a deep chill. Damn, what kind of lunatic is this? Dimensional sky worm. He did know the whereabouts of this kind of worm, but he never expected that in his previous life, he would actually seek out the dimensional sky worm and send it to this heaven and earth. He didn't have a single bit of memory. What a magnificent power this is. Even if Heavenly Dao used such power, it would cause heaven and earth to completely collapse. Then where did you get this black spider? Dark Origin God asked curiously. You are not qualified to ask questions. Just wait for me to speak. Dark Origin God. After being reborn, I absolutely couldn't go find my husband. I knew deeply that if my husband grew up, whatever I did would be suppressed. He carries monstrous luck and is omniscient and omnipotent, there is nothing he is not proficient in. So I contacted the Darkness Origin and became allies with the Darkness Origin. I was overjoyed to learn that the poison I had given him in the previous life still existed. We were originally targeting Lu Yi together, but unexpectedly, this beast actually defected to my husband and even became a little slut. How could she be so shameless? When saying this, Enli was practically gritting her teeth with anger. Her own failure was heartbreaking, but a friend's success made her wish she could kill everything. My original plan was to first resolve a portion of my husband's lives. The 9 deaths undying heavenly sutra he cultivates can condense 9 lives. When he reached the quasi-emperor realm, he would reach the critical point of the Dark Origin insect seal. At that time, I would naturally activate the Dark Origin insect seal, waiting for your arrival. But the entire Dark Origin insect seal has already been woven into a large net by my heaven-refining demon spider. Whether it's you or Lu Yi, the moment the Dark Origin insect seal erupts, no matter how strong you are, you will be firmly trapped by this spider web and slowly devoured by me, replaced. But I never expected that the Darkness Origin, that bastard, would defect to Lu Yi, causing Lu Yi to know all my plans. He deliberately did not ascend to the quasi-emperor realm and kept improving his combat strength in the emperor realm. He actually managed to do something that is said to be impossible, an emperor defeating a great emperor. To survive, I could only reluctantly enter the dimensional space through the connection with the heaven-refining demon spider, entering the body of the heaven-refining demon spider, and completely transforming myself into a spider. Originally, I had already despaired. I thought you would never be able to come to this heaven and earth again, and all my plans had failed. At that time, I only needed to wait for death. As a result, I never expected that Lu Yi would still choose to guide you down. He is indeed ruthless. You descended upon the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. With the inside help of the Darkness Origin, he first let the 4 Celestial Venerables within the Darkness Origin absorb your origin. Then he had the 9 Heavens Great Sage take away the Darkness Origin, using the 9 Heavens Great Sage to kill the Celestial Venerables within the Darkness Origin and you. If they couldn't kill you, he would have Heavenly Dao act to eliminate you, this heretic. Finally, there were the Celestial Venerables above the 9 Heavens, a total of 4 layers of killing intent. I even suspect there was a 5th layer. So you were originally bound to die, but now I have saved you. You should naturally be grateful to your Savior and obediently let me devour you. At this point, Dark Origin God finally understood the whole story. Chapter 619 Coexistence. I understand. Then, you can devour. The Dark Origin God's voice seemed to be filled with despair. Enli liked hearing that voice, but even while speaking, she didn't delay her devouring progress at all. Villains die from talking too much. Enli considered herself a villain, so her devouring truly never stopped for a moment. A part of the Dark Origin God was constantly being gnawed away. The Dark Origin God completely gave up resisting. Devour, devour with all your might. Without any resistance, Enli completely devoured everything belonging to the Dark Origin God. She couldn't help but start laughing maniacally, ha ha ha, turns and twists, a new dawn after darkness, I finally succeeded. Saint, I will also become a saint. Husband, next, your most powerful enemy has arrived. Enli felt the almost complete Saint Dao and the origin of a saint within her body, an unprecedented and terrifying sense of power filled her heart. Congratulations. A voice came out of the spider's mouth. Enli's wild laughter stopped abruptly. It was clearly a mouth, she was clearly laughing, she clearly wasn't speaking, so this voice was. Laugh, why aren't you laughing anymore? Having achieved such a great accomplishment, shouldn't you be laughing? The Dark Origin God's clear voice echoed from the mouth of the refining heaven demon spider. Enli's face changed dramatically. What's going on? Didn't I already completely refine you? Why is this happening? Where are you? At this moment, Enli could use the Dark Origin God's remaining origin without any hindrance and could freely utilize the Great Dao. She quickly searched herself, trying to find the Dark Origin God. But, she couldn't find him. You know, you almost scared me to death. I almost forgot that your strength is very, very weak and you can't refine me. The Dark Origin God's voice was full of emotion. Damn it, ever since coming to this heaven and earth, I've been beaten too badly. It's made me a bit like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. This demon spider is indeed powerful and can make me unable to move, but so what? I am a saint. With my high status, how could such a spider devour me? Enli simply transformed back into her own form and meticulously searched for traces of the Dark Origin God. Couldn't find him, still couldn't find him. Where exactly are you? Enli shouted angrily. I am everywhere. Actually, you can't blame Enli, because in her previous life, she only reached the Great Emperor realm at most. In fact, at the Great Emperor realm, the initial signs of something new had already begun to appear. That is the Dao fruit. The Dao fruit is a profound and mysterious thing. It is a being recognized by heaven and earth, formed by the condensation of the Great Dao, Dao heart, and nascent soul. The difficulty in killing a Great Emperor lies in the wonder of the Dao fruit, but Enli had never reached the realm above Great Emperor. Above Great Emperor is Celestial Venerable. A Celestial Venerable also has a Dao fruit, but the Dao fruit of a Celestial Venerable is already different from that of a Great Emperor. The Dao fruit of a Celestial Venerable can actually be called a status. It belongs to the strongest existence below heaven and earth, only weaker than the Heavenly Dao. For example, the four spirits of heaven, in fact, are born with powerful status. And a saint. The existence of a saint has already reached a level equal to the Heavenly Dao, with perfect status. As long as the status is not destroyed, a saint will never perish, and the things within the status are difficult to be destroyed over time. Therefore, normally speaking, a saint is immortal and indestructible. However, because a Celestial Venerable has already initially condensed status, there is a possibility of breaking a saint's status, especially since the Dark Origin God's injuries were already extremely severe. The key is, Enli is not a Celestial Venerable. She simply doesn't know what form of existence status is, and she had never even come into contact with status in her previous life. Enli was dumbfounded. No, what kind of situation is this now? Did I become a saint? Or did I become a stepping stone for someone else? Come out immediately. Enli was very panicked and roared. But the Dark Origin God was very relaxed, that feeling of relief was simply too wonderful. Now, he was finally safe. After all, the Dark Clan is good to him. Saving the Dark Clan back then was truly not in vain. Come out. Enli had already started screaming. I won't come out, the Dark Origin God said leisurely. But he clearly underestimated Enli. You should know that Enli was in a fit of rage right now. If you don't come out, I will actively go out and find those Celestial Venerables right now. I will die together with you. Get out, the Dark Origin God said indifferently. Go find them if you want. If I die, I don't care. Okay. Enli also didn't say any nonsense. Her eyes were full of blood red, and after leaving the Dimensional Sky Worm, the Dimensional Sky Worm instantly turned into dust. This thing is particularly delicate, and it dies if you're not careful. It's extremely, extremely rare in quantity. Now, as Enli, with such a large size, drilled out of its body, it instantly died. Enli returned to the heaven and earth, and immediately charged towards the 9 heavens. Die, just die. Die together, I'll take a saint with me to die, it's not a loss. Dark Origin God. This woman. Crazy, she's completely and utterly crazy. So the Dark Origin God exerted force and began to contend with Enli for control of the body. Enli's body began to enter a very awkward posture in the void. It was clearly one body, but it was controlled by 2 people, one wanting to retreat, the other wanting to move forward. Enli had, after all, devoured a lot of things, and the Dark Origin God was indeed having some difficulty competing with her for a while. seeing them getting closer and closer to the 9 heavens. The Dark Origin God finally compromised. Alright, I'll tell you how I exist right now. Enli's chest was still full of unextinguished anger. Why? Why was it still not completely successful? She had already gotten this far, yet she still hadn't completely and utterly succeeded. Could she not just succeed completely once? Enli was simply disgusted, deeply disgusted. Apologize to me. Enli roared. She was almost going to die of anger. Dark Origin God. No, sister, what did I do that I need to apologize to you? Just because you didn't kill me, and I survived relying on my own ability, then I'm wrong. Dark Origin God. Forget it, I've also crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's just an apology, I can bear it. I'm sorry. Enli heard these 3 words, and it was as if she had taken a tranquilizer. After a long silence, she slowly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 620 I have a good idea. Actually, from the moment I came to contend for control of your body, you should have been able to feel where I am. Just as I said, I am everywhere. Whether it's the origin you refined or the great Tao, I exist within them. However, I am currently only attached to them. It's very difficult for me to compete with you for control of your body. Right now, we share one body and 2 consciousnesses. You and I are already one, inseparable. Unless, in the future, you return to the Saint Realm and attempt to condense your own position, then you might be able to find me and expel me. I currently have no ability to leave on my own. I think what we should do now is cooperate, not engage in internal conflict. My existence will not bring you any influence. Of course, your existence also cannot bring me any influence. After Dark Origin God's explanation, Enli probably understood the situation Dark Origin God was currently in. However, she absolutely could not believe everything Dark Origin God said. Enli took a deep breath. Although very unwilling, she could only accept this reality. If Lu Yi saw this scene, he would definitely exclaim, "Holy crap, isn't this just a golden finger old grandpa?" Actually, that was indeed the case. I hope you can be more honest. Enli said through gritted teeth. Dark Origin God did not speak. Only then did Enli's figure disappear. However, a new problem had already appeared before Enli. That was, how to recover. Although she had refined the great Tao and origin of a saint, the previous Dark Origin God had been too severely injured. If she wanted to recover the strength of a saint now, she would need a lot of resources, the kind that is terrifyingly much. One must know that this heaven and earth could only give birth to one saint over a long period of time precisely because becoming a saint required a vast amount of resources. Just relying on heaven and earth's spiritual energy to become a saint would take until the year of the monkey. Moreover, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy on a large scale and intensity would instantly attract the attention of powerful beings. How could Enli be the kind of existence that cultivates and improves step by step? How incredibly boring would that be? Resources. Originally, it was always Lu Yi who lacked resources, but now it was finally Enli's turn to lack resources. But where could she find resources that could allow a saint to return to their peak? Enli began to ponder. What are you thinking about? Dark Origin God asked. I'm thinking about how to quickly reach the saint realm. Enli said. That is a good question. Enli's eyes lit up. Do you have a good method? No. Enli, if you don't, why did you say it was a good question? Isn't a question that I cannot answer a good question? Lu Yi continued cultivating continuously. The 4 spirits' treasures were being sent over endlessly, and a large amount of new life force entered Lu Yi's body every moment, enhancing his improvement. 800 years. It sounded like a long time, but for the current realm, it really wasn't very long. Even with this new life force, Lu Yi couldn't guarantee that he could cultivate to the point of proving his Tao and becoming an emperor within this time frame. But he could only try his best. Currently, Lu Yi had already condensed his 8th life, very smoothly, and the 9th life was actually not particularly far off. Lu Yi had also heard the report of Hongling and the others arriving and didn't particularly care. After all, the current Lu Yi had truly left them far behind. As long as he didn't want to see them, those women, every single one of them, couldn't see him. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to see all the women, there was one woman he wanted to see. That was Enli. The key was, Enli didn't give him the chance. Lu Yi had the system continuously monitor the situation in all parts of heaven and earth to ensure that Dark Origin God had no chance to recover. As soon as there was a sign, he would call for backup. If there was no sign, that would be even better, because Lu Yi's strength was constantly increasing. By the time he proved his Dao and became an emperor, he wouldn't even need to call for backup, he could handle it himself. Time passed like this, slowly. Lu Yi's great Dao was always growing, one could say it was growing like crazy. 3 cores driving him, it was simply too comfortable. Ding, an abnormality has been detected. 200 years later, the system suddenly gave a prompt and also provided coordinates. Lu Yi didn't waste a single word and immediately contacted Forget Love Immortal Revered. Forget Love Immortal Revered reacted very quickly and went there immediately. A great battle ensued immediately, although it wasn't exactly a great battle. The opponent was extremely cautious and had already set up observation methods early on. Forget Love Immortal Revered hadn't even arrived when the opponent began to flee frantically, only exchanging one move. Just one Forget Love Immortal Revered actually managed to make the opponent vomit blood non-stop. However, the opponent ran very fast, making it impossible to catch them. But with that one move, at least half of the resources the opponent had gathered were wasted. Lu Yi, Dark Origin God has turned into a woman. Forget Love Immortal Revered gave Lu Yi feedback, his voice slightly strange. Lu Yi's eyes showed understanding. Indeed, Enli and Dark Origin God had gotten together. He had said that Enli was definitely not someone loyal to any god, there was no component of loyalty in every cell of her body. The reason she placed the Dark Origin insect seal on Lu Yi must have been for her own purpose. It was very likely that Enli had tampered with the Dark Origin insect seal. Has Enli succeeded now? Has she replaced Dark Origin God? No, that shouldn't be the case. At the saint level, it shouldn't be something Enli could completely scheme against. Her success should only be partial, there must be things he didn't know about. That should be Enli, one of my former wives. Lu Yi said helplessly. No wonder. Forget Love Immortal Revered suddenly understood. Because when he rushed over, this woman could already be described as furious. She cursed loudly, "You are a celestial venerable, not Lu Yi's dog. Why do you do whatever Lu Yi tells you to? Are you that obedient to Lu Yi?" In response, Forget Love Immortal Revered replied with 3 words. Actually, those 3 words didn't even need to be said, everyone knew them. It looked like Forget Love Immortal Revered had always been listening to Lu Yi, but Forget Love Immortal Revered was very clear that every time he listened to Lu Yi, it was equivalent to Lu Yi owing him a favor. When enough favors were accumulated, Forget Love Immortal Revered would definitely ask Lu Yi for something. Lu Yi, I'm also free recently. If there's such a situation, just tell me the location directly, and I'll rush over immediately. Forget Love Immortal Revered said with a smile. Thank you, Immortal Revered. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. On the other side, Enli's face was simply extremely ugly. She had just recovered a little, and now she was injured again. I suddenly thought of a way to quickly recover from your injuries. At this moment, Dark Origin God spoke. Enli, if you devour your 4 spirits of heaven, perhaps you can instantly recover to the saint level. Chapter 621 I was wrong, but I won't change. The 4 spirits of heaven. Enli frowned. Is just one vermilion bird enough? What a joke. With the strength she could currently exert, even fighting the white tiger wasn't guaranteed to be a victory. Not to mention the azure dragon and black tortoise, who were both celestial venerable level. Forget about whether she could defeat them. If she encountered them, she might not even be able to escape. Of course not. We can only fully recover by completely devouring the 4 spirits of heaven. Then how do we fight? We're no match for the black tortoise and azure dragon at all. However, it was clear that when it came to recovering full strength, the Dark Origin God was obviously not as anxious as Enli. Because for the Dark Origin God, now that he had entered this heaven and earth, he could completely cultivate little by little. Even if a saint truly appeared, he just needed to hide himself well and wait until the saint left, then he could come out and properly recover his strength. No rush, absolutely no need to rush. So for this kind of problem, he was only responsible for proposing it, not solving it. Enli furrowed her brow and began to think carefully. Time passed second by second. Enli's intelligence was basically still not a huge problem, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now. As she thought, she recalled something. That was the Battle of the Time River. The transformation of the Time River would cause time points to become chaotic. In the previous life, the four spirits of heaven were responsible for guarding this heaven and earth. What they did was help the time river complete its transformation as quickly as possible. The vermilion bird was also invited away by Black Tortoise Celestial Venerable. At that time, Black Tortoise Celestial Venerable personally visited, making numerous promises in front of Lu Yi that he would absolutely not let the vermilion bird get hurt. Actually, Lu Yi didn't say no, he was just worried. Lu Yi was indeed worried at that time, not about the vermilion bird's safety, but about the system's safety. The four spirits of heaven were only helping the time river, there was no danger involved. The vermilion bird only returned after the time river battle ended. As soon as she returned, she said she was exhausted to death and went into seclusion to recover for a long time, and even with Lu Yi's help, it took her that long to recover. One must know that at that time, the vermilion bird was just an emperor, while the white tiger had already become a celestial venerable. The main effort definitely wasn't from the vermilion bird. If the vermilion bird, who wasn't the main force, became so weak after the time river completed its transformation, one can imagine how weak the azure dragon and the three spirits would become. It was completely imaginable. Then this time, the battle of the time river would still erupt, the four spirits of heaven would still help the time river accelerate its transformation just like in the previous life, and they would still fall into a state of weakness. If I knew the exact location of the four spirits of heaven, wouldn't I be able to devour the four spirits of heaven while they are weak? It's possible. The possibility is not small. And Li's eyes began to brighten. Perhaps, there's a chance. Dark Origin God. What chance? Do you have any divine abilities that can secretly contact others, or divine abilities to find the location of others? And Li asked. Dark Origin God, who are you looking down on here? I'll teach you. The Dark Origin God didn't waste words and began to teach Enli some methods. Although Enli possessed the great Dao and origin of a saint, she had absolutely none of the Dark Origin God's memories, so what she could use were actually the spell divine abilities she already knew. Just learning a few spells took 7 years. How are you so stupid? You still have the nerve to say you were an emperor in your previous life. The Dark Origin God was like a parent helping a child with homework, unable to help but roar loudly. Enli's brows were tightly furrowed. Her anger was already rising rapidly and was about to become uncontrollable. However, Enli endured. She did know about this situation, because when Lu Yi taught Shangguan Wanling in the previous life, he almost died of anger. Those were the rare times he roared at Shangguan Wanling, and he even directly picked her up several times and spanked her hard a few times. Lu Yi's temper at that time was so explosive that he truly couldn't be persuaded. The group of women saw Lu Yi lose his temper like that for the first time and were all terrified. Only Shangguan Wanling's eyes were sparkling, letting Lu Yi do as he pleased. She was simply obedient to the extreme. And Li had previously thought Shangguan Wanling acted that way because of guilt. But thinking about it now, nonsense. The irritable Lu Yi just happened to suit her taste. But for the normally good-tempered Lu Yi to get so angry, it truly showed how infuriating it could be when teaching someone who simply couldn't learn no matter what. But in the end, she did learn. So Enli immediately searched for the vermilion bird's whereabouts. But soon, her brow furrowed. Didn't you say this spell could completely find the other party's whereabouts? Where is the person now? Didn't find them. The Dark Origin God was also a bit surprised. That shouldn't be the case. This spell for finding people was very powerful. Are you capable or not? You were so confident when teaching the spell, and you even dared to scold me, but the result of teaching such a complicated spell is that it's completely useless, you trash. If this divine ability were useful, Enli wouldn't say anything, but what is this situation now? It's completely useless, so what was the point of me being scolded so much? The Dark Origin God was silent. How could she not find them? Speak up. Weren't you very confident? You wasted so much time. No wonder you were beaten into this state by a group of people. Which saint in the world would be beaten into this state by a group of non-saint existences? I think you're just too weak. Among saints, I fear you're at the bottom, that's why you were beaten like this. Truly trash. Dark Origin God. To be honest, the Dark Origin God hadn't experienced such humiliation for a very, very long time. You're quite something. After plotting for so long, you're still in a difficult situation. When Enli heard this sentence, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly turned red. Say that to me again. I'll say it. After plotting for so long, you're still like a mouse, hiding and sneaking around. I'll kill you. Enli shrieked. A farce, in the end, ended with the Dark Origin God's apology. But the Dark Origin God discovered something interesting. That was, Enli didn't actually want to perish together with him, she just wanted him to submit. It was like taming a beast, constantly tormenting the other party until they submitted, and then they would obediently listen to her. It was that kind of method. After figuring this out, the Dark Origin God suddenly saw the light. He didn't need to worry about angering Enli at all, because after angering her, as long as he didn't get angry himself, wasn't it just an apology? He just needed to apologize properly. In summary, it was, I was wrong, but I will absolutely not change. Infuriate you, you lunatic. Anyway, he had nothing left to lose now. It was just a verbal apology. He would apologize, damn it, he would apologize, but thinking of making him submit, that was something she shouldn't even think about. Come on, let's hurt each other. Chapter 622 You won't betray me, right? Vermilion Bird had been with the other three spirits during this period. She had experienced this in her previous life, but because her current strength was too weak, the other three spirits first helped her improve her strength. Then they practiced the four spirits in one. In her previous life, Vermilion Bird was a great emperor, while the other Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were celestial venerables. The gap wasn't particularly huge. But this time, there was a difference of 6 or 7 realms. After finally regaining proficiency in the four spirits in one technique, Vermilion Bird couldn't help but want to leave temporarily. She wanted to see how the current Hongling and Hongling were doing. It's best not to go out, Black Tortoise advised. Staying here, nothing unexpected would happen. After going out, although it's unlikely for something unexpected to occur, how should I put it? The transformation of the Time River is getting closer and closer. It's best not to make any mistakes at this time. But Vermilion Bird insisted on going out. 3. You are celestial venerables and great emperors. You think 800 years is just a flick of a finger, but we are different. Our strength is weak, and for us, 800 years is a very long time. Plus, the Time River battle doesn't know how long it will last, so I must resolve some other matters, Vermilion Bird said earnestly. The three spirits heard this and thought it made sense. However, weren't you a great emperor in your previous life? That might be true for those who haven't cultivated to a high realm, but for you, it seems a bit off, right? But seeing Vermilion Bird's determined look. White Tiger, you go with her. White Tiger nodded. Okay. Vermilion Bird and White Tiger left the place. Almost as soon as they left, Enli's voice echoed in Vermilion Bird's mind. Found her, finally found her. Enli's voice was incredibly excited. Vermilion Bird. It was Enli's voice, Vermilion Bird was very clear. White Tiger was by her side. Seeing Vermilion Bird frown, he immediately searched everything around but found nothing. What's wrong? Nothing. Vermilion Bird remained calm. Enli was actually looking for her, and judging by her excited voice, it seemed she had been searching for quite some time. But for no reason, why was she looking for her? Vermilion Bird, where are you now? Why couldn't I find you before? Enli said with affection in her voice. She had the best impression of Vermilion Bird. It was even because when she was in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and everyone was against her, Vermilion Bird stood firmly by her side time and time again. She could almost be called Enli's white moonlight. Vermilion Bird's thoughts stirred. This matter was indeed related to this heaven and earth, so Vermilion Bird kept her guard up. What's wrong? What do you need me for? Vermilion Bird asked. Upon hearing this, Enli couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was Vermilion Bird guarding against her? Although she was going to swallow the 4 spirits of heaven, she would absolutely not take Vermilion Bird's life. If she became a saint, the benefits she would bring to Vermilion Bird would definitely be greater than the benefits of Vermilion Bird being one of the 4 spirits of heaven. Vermilion Bird, our relationship is the best among the 8 of us. You don't need to guard against me. I consider you the closest person to me, Enli's tone carried a hint of grievance. It was truly rare for such emotions to appear on Enli. After all, who was Enli? It could be seen that the endless isolation in the 6 paths of reincarnation back then really had a significant impact on Enli. Vermilion Bird's heart moved. Okay, I know our relationship is the closest. I'm in the 9 heavens now, with White Tiger. Vermilion Bird's voice also became gentle. Enli was startled, then overjoyed. The current Vermilion Bird was actually with White Tiger. Enli was very clear about Vermilion Bird's strength. With Vermilion Bird's strength, unless there were other matters, it would be absolutely impossible for her to be with White Tiger. So, the Time River battle was about to begin. And Li instantly became excited. Good, good, good. It truly was like someone delivering a pillow when you're sleepy. Vermilion Bird, is husband willing to forgive you? And Li asked. Vermilion Bird couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's not a matter of being willing to forgive or not. It's completely to the point where he doesn't even want to meet, let alone forgive, Vermilion Bird said helplessly. Then what if I have a way to give Lu Yi to you? And Li asked. Give him to me. And Li said these 3 words blankly. Yes, give him to you. Vermilion Bird was silent for a moment. As far as I know, you no longer have the ability to fight with Lu Yi, right? Saying you'll give him to me now, this kind of joke is really not funny. Who says I don't have the ability to fight with Lu Yi? Now, I only need a catalyst, and I can easily manipulate Lu Yi. Without any unexpected circumstances, and Li said with full confidence. So, what is this catalyst? And Li also hesitated. The location of the 4 spirits of heaven during the Time River battle was extremely hidden. Even Li in her previous life didn't know. After all, who could have thought of something as absurd as time flowing backward? If Li could even calculate such things, then Lu Yi would have been manipulated by Li long ago. Vermilion Bird, you won't betray me, right? And Li asked. Vermilion Bird answered seriously. No, betraying husband in my previous life was my biggest mistake. Now husband no longer pays attention to me. He doesn't even have any hatred for me anymore and has completely let go of me. Now I will absolutely not betray any of my close people again, Vermilion Bird said seriously. Do you consider Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise as your close people? And Li asked. Vermilion Bird hesitated for a moment. Whether it's this life or the previous life, I haven't had much contact with them. We can only be considered ordinary fellow Taoists. Good. Vermilion Bird, I will tell you everything. You must not disappoint me. So, and Li began to explain in detail. I have now swallowed the previous Dark Origin God and possess the Dark Origin God's Saint Dao and a part of its origin. As long as I have a large amount of energy, I can easily reach the realm of a saint, but now forget love immortal revered is like a persistent dog, chasing and biting me relentlessly. No matter where I run, as long as I absorb a large amount of energy, he will appear and attack me. My recovery is too slow now, and my combat power is not even at the level of a celestial venerable. However, I have found the fastest way to recover my strength, and that is to swallow the 4 spirits of heaven. As long as I swallow the 4 spirits of heaven, I can instantly reach the realm of a saint. At that time, I will be an invincible existence in this heaven and earth. You can rest assured, although I will swallow your position as one of the 4 spirits of heaven, after I become a saint, I will give you the strongest position, making it no problem for you to become a child of heaven and earth. And at that time, I will personally hand Lu Yi over to you. You will become an existence in heaven and earth, second only to one person and above billions of people. Vermilion Bird, trust me. Chapter 623 Looking for Lu Yi. That's how it is. After Vermilion Bird finished visiting Hongling and Shangguan, she returned to this hidden place. She told the other 3 everything about her conversation with Li. Li's grand scheme was fully laid out, and Vermilion Bird was indeed tempted for a moment, but the key was that Vermilion Bird didn't even know what kind of place this was. Even if she knew, Vermilion Bird would only need to consider it briefly before revealing the matter. Why? Are you kidding? Did you really think Vermilion Bird was genuinely heart-to-heart with Li back in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Wasn't it because she wanted to gain Li's trust and make a contribution before Lu Yi in the future? Now, she finally found the opportunity. As for the promise Li gave, anyone with even a slightly normal intellect wouldn't take Li's promise as true, because Li's true nature had long been revealed with extreme clarity. Even if Li was truly willing to keep her promise. Forget it, Vermilion Bird still didn't dare to believe Li was someone who kept promises. Therefore, this betrayal was only natural. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise heard all of Vermilion Bird's words and became silent one by one. Good, good, good. This is truly good. Dark Origin God wasn't dead yet, and now he was actually setting his sights on them. This Dao companion of Lu Yi truly had some tricks up her sleeve, she could even scheme against a saint. No wonder Lu Yi was already undergoing his saint tribulation in the previous life, yet was still forcefully schemed against and self-destructed. Regardless, this Li was a talent. The things she did truly weren't things ordinary people could accomplish. What do you think? Azure Dragon asked. Vermilion Bird couldn't help but give a wry smile. I've already revealed this matter, what else is there to think? Azure Dragon fell into thought. Vermilion Bird spoke. Perhaps, we can invite Lu Yi over and let Lu Yi think of some countermeasures. In this world, no one understands envied better than the current Lu Yi. Moreover, the series of plans targeting Dark Origin God were all designed by him. Now, dealing with envied and Dark Origin God, Lu Yi should be more experienced. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise exchanged glances. To be honest, the two of them truly had a love-hate relationship with Lu Yi. They loved that Lu Yi truly dared to act and was capable of acting, and Lu Yi's character was absolutely beyond reproach. They hated that Lu Yi was too audacious in his actions. That scheme from before, good heavens, a fellow who hadn't even reached the quasi-emperor realm designed a scheme. As a result, saints from beyond heaven and earth, celestial venerables from the darkness origin, the laws of the nine heavens great sage, the Heavenly Dao, and celestial venerables from above the nine heavens all became his chess pieces. It was truly terrifying. As long as one step went wrong, it could lead to total defeat. Even now, it still involuntarily gave people a feeling of lingering fear. If something truly went wrong somewhere, what would happen if a saint from beyond heaven and earth lingered between heaven and earth? Wasn't this terrifying enough? The key was, Lu Yi actually succeeded. Therefore, Vermilion Bird's request for Lu Yi to come was approved by Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, and they immediately began contacting Lu Yi. Lu Yi was originally cultivating. Suddenly receiving a message from Forget Love Immortal Revered, Lu Yi was startled. What was Azure Dragon looking for him for? He also said it was a very important matter. Could it be that the time river had changed? However, even if the time river had changed, finding him wouldn't be of much use. It was also possible they were asking what would happen in the battle of the time river in the previous life. Let's go take a look. I'll come pick you up. After Forget Love Immortal Revered finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Yi's agreement, he headed straight for the seventh heaven. Lu Yi didn't refuse either. Soon, the two met and went to the ninth heaven together. Of course, Lu Yi was not unfamiliar with the ninth heaven. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise waited in the courtyard with smiles on their faces for a long time. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Greetings, Senior Azure Dragon. Greetings, Senior Black Tortoise. Lu Yi cupped his hands in greeting. Just address us as fellow Taoists. We asked fellow Taoist 9 lives to come this time because of a matter. Please enter the room, fellow Taoist, someone will tell you what it is. Azure Dragon said with a smile. Lu Yi glanced at the room. He already guessed that the person in the room was Vermilion Bird. However, the current Lu Yi felt neither love nor hate towards Vermilion Bird. Since Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise had shown up, it must not be a small matter, so meeting Vermilion Bird was also fine. Lu Yi nodded and strode towards the room. Opening the door, he saw a fiery red Ka standing on a glowing spirit stone. The layout inside the room was exactly the same as Lu Yi's room in the Great Dao sect back then. Even the spot where Vermilion Bird was standing was the place she liked to stand the most in the previous life. Lu Yi's eyes showed a moment of daze. At this moment, it truly felt like he had returned to his previous life, to Bailan Peak of the Great Dao sect, which was the happiest period of time since Lu Yi transmigrated. At that time, he had his sect, his master, and his junior sisters. The atmosphere within the Great Dao sect was better than anything Lu Yi had ever experienced. Even if there were some internal struggles, they were very few. Even if Lu Yi was terrible in his previous life, the Great Dao sect had never let him down. In the Battle of the Darkness Upheaval, the Great Dao sect didn't know how many people died, but no one had any complaints about Lu Yi. For example, Linggu Wushuang followed Lu Yi all the way up in the previous life, eventually even reaching the quasi-emperor realm. But to help Lu Yi delay the enemy, he fought against a great emperor, burning his own life. Even when he died, he was full of apologies to Lu Yi, apologizing that he really couldn't stop the great emperor. Linggu Wushuang's aptitude was absolutely top-notch. Coupled with Lu Yi's support, and because Lu Yi always ascended very slowly while waiting for his 8 women, Linggu Wushuang's realm was actually able to be identical to Lu Yi's. That was truly a very happy period of time for him. What a pity. Lu Yi lightly sighed. It was all destroyed. The biggest reason was because of himself. Seeing this scene again, after feeling nostalgic, Lu Yi only felt indifference. Let the past be the past. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, Lu Yi waved his sleeve. Poof! All the decorations inside the room turned into dust, including the crystal stone under Vermilion Bird's feet. What is it? Speak. There was no longer anything under Vermilion Bird's feet. Her body trembled slightly, and intense heartache spread in her heart. Lu Yi, I'm Ka. Chapter 623, Enlightenment. In the beginning, Vermilion Bird always called Lu Yi by his name directly, and she didn't allow Lu Yi to call her Ka. This was because she was wary. But as time passed, her wariness quickly disappeared, and Vermilion Bird tacitly accepted the address Ka. Lu Yi looked at the tearful Vermilion Bird, his heart as still as an ancient well. The previous emotion only lasted for a moment. Honestly, using past memories to affect his present self truly didn't have much meaning. Tell me, what did you need to see me for? Lu Yi asked. Vermilion Bird softly sobbed. Enli contacted me, hoping I could help her. She said that after devouring the 4 spirits of heaven, she could recover to the saint realm. Lu Yi's thoughts stirred. So, she's planning to make a move on the 4 spirits of heaven. However, how could Enli's intelligence be online at times and offline at others? You want to devour the 4 spirits of heaven, yet you tell this to Vermilion Bird and ask Vermilion Bird, who is one of the 4 spirits of heaven, to help you devour the 4 spirits of heaven. Are you being idiotic? But after just a moment of thought, Lu Yi understood. Enli is currently in a state of desperation. Although she successfully occupied a saint, she occupied a severely injured saint. Such a saint is completely no match for a celestial venerable. Cultivating step by step would take too long. Seeking resources would lead to being quickly defeated. She wanted to devour the 4 spirits of heaven but couldn't defeat them. She knew that after the Time River battle, the 4 spirits of heaven would fall into a weakened state, but she didn't know where the weakened 4 spirits of heaven were. What could she do? She could only find Vermilion Bird. Enli only needed a few brief exchanges with Vermilion Bird to clearly understand that if she didn't speak the truth and offer conditions that would move Vermilion Bird would absolutely not help her. The current Vermilion Bird, in Enli's view, was also in a desperate situation. First, she was killed by Lu Yi himself once, directly reduced to an obsession. After finally being resurrected, Lu Yi had completely regarded her as a stranger, and she would never have the chance to become Lu Yi's woman again. And now, if she put forward the condition of giving Lu Yi to her, would Vermilion Bird be moved? Maybe she would be moved, or maybe she wouldn't. Lu Yi listened to Vermilion Bird's narration and slowly spoke. You're thinking a bit simply. Even if Enli is foolish, she wouldn't be this foolish. Devouring the 4 spirits of heaven is more of a smokescreen she set up to make us focus all our attention on the 4 spirits of heaven. And she can then enter the Time River and boldly devour resources. If we chase after her in the Time River, it would indirectly indicate that the defenses on the 4 spirits of heaven's side are weak. If we don't chase her, it means that many traps have already been set up at the 4 spirits of heaven, and she won't come over. Vermilion Bird listened to Lu Yi's words and was somewhat dumbfounded. Ah, no. Is it that complicated? It's just a feint to the east while attacking in the west. However, there is still a very simple solution to this matter. What solution? During the Time River battle, release the news of Enli's whereabouts. There will surely be at least 800, if not 1,000, people chasing Enli. Experts from every time period will pay attention to whether Enli appears. You must know that Enli's current state is an extremely huge temptation for all celestial venerables and even great emperors. Very few people can resist such a temptation. This way, Enli will have no way of confirming whether there are ambushes here at the 4 spirits of heaven. Of course, Enli's strength will definitely increase significantly due to the Time River battle. This is unavoidable. To encircle and kill Enli again, relying solely on the power of the current era, whether they can kill Enli is still an unknown. But Lu Yi can indeed call for help. For example, the last battle. If Red Dust Saint lets go, then the vast number of experts who died at the hands of Red Dust Saint can all become Lu Yi's helpers. If Red Dust Saint cannot let go, then everything will be destroyed, any plans, any future will completely vanish. However, Enli being able to trust Vermilion Bird so much still surprised Lu Yi. For someone like Enli to say something like devouring the 4 spirits of heaven so simply and straightforwardly is truly somewhat unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, Enli would definitely probe in every way possible. Only when she truly couldn't find the location of the four spirits of heaven would she speak about this matter. And Li would actually trust you so much? Lu Yi asked. A sad smile appeared on Vermilion Bird's face. That's because I was in the 6 paths of reincarnation. During Li's constant reincarnations, she suffered the hostility and isolation of countless people. Only I always stood by her side, never leaving, all for the sake of one day being able to help husband, Vermilion Bird said, her eyes teary. Only then did Lu Yi realize. So that's how it is. Husband, I truly love you very, very much. I am using every method to help you, wanting to make up for my past mistakes, my past distrust of you. Can you give me a chance? I only need a little bit of hope. Vermilion Bird's voice was almost breaking. She was truly, deeply regretful, truly profoundly aware of her mistakes. She already understood that her biggest mistake was that she shouldn't have distrusted Lu Yi. She clearly knew what kind of person Lu Yi was, so why did she become so confused at that time? Now, having a second life, she truly profoundly knows that she was wrong. She doesn't need any benefits from Lu Yi, because she herself is Vermilion Bird. Even without Lu Yi's help, as long as she seriously and painstakingly improves step by step, she can also reach the level of White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Her approaching Lu Yi again is not because she yearns for the benefits of staying by Lu Yi's side. She just wants to regain that sincere love. Lu Yi looked at Vermilion Bird. He just looked at her directly like that. Vermilion Bird didn't flinch or avoid his gaze, her eyes were full of sorrow and pain. The pain wasn't because of the suffering she endured, but because of her past actions. At this moment, Lu Yi didn't know what kind of feeling was in his heart. He also didn't quite know how to respond to Vermilion Bird's attitude at this time. Honestly, if Yin Qingcheng or even Yu Hongling had reached this point, Lu Yi's heart would definitely have been shaken, but why was it Vermilion Bird? Because Lu Yi had completely let go of Vermilion Bird. No love, no hate. Under these circumstances, what was there to talk about forgiveness? It was just that he didn't love her anymore. But Lu Yi also knew that saying things like, I don't love you, would not be listened to by Vermilion Bird. Seeing that what Vermilion Bird had done this time was indeed faultless, Lu Yi didn't want to discourage her anymore. Fellow Taoist, in this life, my heart is set on the Tao. Matters of love between men and women can wait until I achieve the Tao. Chapter 624, Gift from Azure Dragon. Hearing Vermilion Bird's words, her eyes visibly brightened at that moment. They were truly exceptionally bright. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi felt quite helpless. Vermilion Bird must have misunderstood, but forget it. In Lu Yi's perception, the two were strangers. He still needed Vermilion Bird's help to scheme against Li and cause her demise, so if she misunderstood something, let her misunderstand. Speaking of which, he was truly a scumbag, even resorting to using a honey trap. Lu Yi didn't say anything heartless. In fact, he was a bit worried that Vermilion Bird would betray him again. Because the transformation of the Time River definitely required the 4 spirits of heaven to accelerate its completion. Under this premise, Vermilion Bird could not be killed. If Vermilion Bird couldn't be killed, and if Vermilion Bird wasn't allowed to contact Li would definitely know what was happening. During the Time River battle, she would go all out and absorb all available energy. If Vermilion Bird was allowed to contact Li would believe she had a retreat route, thus losing the courage to go all out, and the energy she gained during the Time River battle would definitely be extremely limited. What if Vermilion Bird rebelled and truly revealed the location of the 4 spirits of heaven's weakened state, along with all the ambushes, and Li truly obtained the 4 spirits of heaven? That would be the real disaster. Therefore, stabilizing Vermilion Bird was necessary. After finishing his talk with Vermilion Bird, Lu Yi turned and left. Vermilion Bird stood rooted to the spot, the flames in her feathers burning uncontrollably. Her intense emotional fluctuations even made it difficult for her to control her origin. What did husband mean by that? Did he mean that after he achieved the Tao, if he found that she had truly realized her mistake, he would genuinely forgive her then? Her heart pounded uncontrollably. No, that won't do. She couldn't be so certain. Certainty would lead to complacency. She must always remain in a state of earnestly seeking husband's forgiveness and wholeheartedly wanting to help him. This way, even if she couldn't become husband's Tao companion, she could still become husband's fellow Taoist. As long as she used a long time to prove her regret and sincere love, husband would forgive her sooner or later. Lu Yi went before the other 3 spirits. Everyone, I fully understand the situation now. The three of you just need to steadily accelerate the Time River's transformation and keep in contact with me. Leave the issue of Dark Origin God to me, Lu Yi said. How will you do that? Black Tortoise asked. Lu Yi did not hide it either. Actually, when Dark Origin God first descended, I was planning to call for reinforcements in the Time River, but before I could, Dark Origin God was already defeated. So this time, I can call for reinforcements in the Time River, Lu Yi said. Can you call them? Azure Dragon asked. Lu Yi nodded. Yes. Good, that's good. We trust you. Black Tortoise, as one of the four spirits of heaven, and also a top-tier expert at the Celestial Venerable level. In fact, they could all roughly sense the Heavenly Dao's intentions. Everyone could see the Heavenly Dao's favor towards Lu Yi. If one were to ask who was the least willing for this heaven and earth to be destroyed, the four spirits of heaven even felt that they cared less about this heaven and earth than Lu Yi did. Therefore, Lu Yi could be completely trusted. Oh right, do you need four spirits' treasures? Azure Dragon suddenly asked from the side. Lu Yi was startled. Yes, I happen to have some here that I can give you, Azure Dragon said. Lu Yi. To be honest, Lu Yi wasn't particularly happy, because Azure Dragon had already reached a terrifying realm. It could be said that below Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, Azure Dragon was the strongest. For him to proactively give him four spirits' treasures, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. But what did he need in return? Senior Azure Dragon, what can I offer in exchange? Lu Yi asked. I don't know for now, but you will owe me a favor, Azure Dragon said straightforwardly. This favor might even be one related to becoming a saint. Of course, as long as Azure Dragon had the ability, even helping Azure Dragon become a saint was not a problem for Lu Yi. However, based on the situation in the previous life, Azure Dragon should not have the ability to become a saint. Although the four spirits of heaven were favored by heaven and earth, precisely because of this, none of the four spirits of heaven throughout history had ever become saints. Okay, no problem. Lu Yi still needed to seize the time to improve his strength now. Not just because of the Time River battle, but also for the system. A smile appeared on Azure Dragon's face. He took out a storage ring. These are many relics from previous four spirits of heaven. They are useless to us, so I'll give them to you. As expected, it was as Lu Yi had guessed. He owed another favor. Lu Yi was completely unconcerned about owing too many debts, like not itching when there were too many lice. Why could Lu Yi owe one favor after another? It was because of Lu Yi's character. If it were someone else, Forget Love Immortal Revered would likely directly attack and interrogate that person. Even if they wanted to owe a favor, the other party wouldn't be willing. This was the charm of his character setting. Lu Yi took Azure Dragon's gift and returned to the Heavenly Gate to continue cultivating. Seeing the resources given by Azure Dragon, Lu Yi's eyes lit up, but at the same time, his mood became heavy. Good heavens, putting in such a large investment. If the previous Lu Yi was still unsure whether he could reach the level of proving the Dao and becoming an emperor by the time the Time River battle arrived. Then now, having received Azure Dragon's gift, Lu Yi could be certain that he definitely could. Cultivate. All freaking cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. On the other side, Dark Origin God was a bit curious. This vermilion bird, who is she to you? You trust her like this? What if she betrays you? Won't you be walking into a trap? Dark Origin God asked. Because no matter how you looked at it, Vermilion Bird, also one of the four spirits of heaven, wouldn't be willing to be devoured by someone else, right? And Li, however, smiled confidently. I'm not sure if Vermilion Bird will betray me, but even if she does, what of it? If she doesn't betray me, then I can devour the four spirits of heaven. If she betrays me, everyone's attention will be focused on the four spirits of heaven, and I can madly absorb resources in the Time River. Once the Time River is in chaos, everyone will be very busy. If all the Celestial Venerables are chasing me like madmen, it means Vermilion Bird hasn't betrayed me, because they don't know at all about me being able to recover by devouring the four spirits of heaven. If the other party isn't madly chasing me, it means Vermilion Bird has betrayed me, and they are all waiting to surround and kill me when I go to devour the four spirits of heaven. But as long as they don't chase me, I can obtain enough resources from the Time River. Even without devouring the four spirits of heaven, my strength can still be greatly improved. Dark Origin God. Quite clever. Then why can't they chase you in the Time River and also surround and kill you at the four spirits of heaven? Dark Origin God asked. Li took a deep breath. Do you think they have nothing else to do besides chasing me? Chapter 625. Then tell me. Chaos. Complete chaos. The more chaotic it was, the happier Li became, because her current state was most suitable for fishing in troubled waters. Boom. With a loud bang, Forget Love Immortal Revered attacked again. Li suddenly let out a sharp shriek. Forget Love, you wait, after time is in chaos, I will kill your Dao companion 1,000, 10,000 times. Forget Love Immortal Revered was expressionless. What did you call me? Li was instantly choked. Damn it, she forgot that this guy cultivated Forget Love, so what was the use of killing his Dao companion? You've cultivated Forget Love, why do you still listen to Lu Yi? I've cultivated Forget Love, why can't I listen to Lu Yi? Forget Love Immortal Revered said expressionlessly. Ah, Li couldn't help but let out a burst of sound. She really couldn't stand this damn Forget Love Immortal Revered anymore, because this was an existence with no logic, no weakness whatsoever. He did whatever he wanted, he had no flaws, not even any logic. Ah, Li was truly suffering from mental torment. Looking at Li's appearance, Forget Love Immortal Revered was also rarely happy. This fun was quite good. Didn't they say time flies like a galloping horse, and days and months flow like falling flowers? In the blink of an eye, another 500 years passed. By this time, the agitation of the time river was already very obvious. Strong cultivators would occasionally feel a sense of time fragmentation, and mortals would frequently experience a sense of déjà vu, feeling that time was passing at different speeds. And Lu Yi was frantically opening up his own world. Unconsciously, in this vast world, the degree of flame extinction had reached a terrifying 1/10. In other words, 1/10 of this world had been reborn. Lu Yi's strength had truly reached the peak of quasi-emperor. He could immediately become an emperor if he wanted to. However, Lu Yi didn't immediately become an emperor because he still had a use for the heavenly tribulation. There was still 100 years left. Lu Yi also stopped cultivating and first came out of seclusion to allow the quasi-emperors who met the standard to become emperors. This time the number was sufficient, reaching 15. This was a very frightening number. Within 30 years, these 15 quasi-emperors successively began to cross tribulation to become emperors. In the end, 8 successfully became emperors, 2 other quasi-emperors perished, and 5 quasi-emperors surprisingly survived after failing their crossing tribulation. It was just like the Zhang family quasi-emperor back then. However, although they survived, their hope of becoming an emperor again was almost completely cut off. There was nothing that could be done. Being able to survive was already a stroke of luck. System. On the eve of the Time River's transformation, Lu Yi called out to the system. Ding, Lu Yi, I'm here. Come out and chat. The system was stunned for a moment. 5-colored light appeared, and Shen Zitong, dressed in 5-colored radiant clothes, appeared before Lu Yi, her lively eyes full of curiosity. What was this? Was Lu Yi lonely? Lu Yi waved his hand, and a table full of good wine and food appeared. Drip drip drip. Lu Yi shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness on his face. Little Heavenly Dao, come out too. Drip. Received, Lu Yi. Little Heavenly Dao also appeared in a 7-colored little dress, which was 2 colors more than Shen Zitong's. Little Heavenly Dao looked at the steaming food on the table, sniffed her little nose, and her eyes brightened by 3 points. The Taiyan star hung high in the sky, casting down its bright divine radiance. It's nothing, it's just that the moon is round enough today, which reminds me of the Mid-Autumn Festival back home. I thought about asking someone out for a drink, which can be considered a reunion. Ding, then I won't be polite. Speaking of which, I've never had alcohol before. Shen Zitong was immediately eager to try. The 3 of them sat down. In this Time River battle, no one knows what the final outcome will be. It might even be the last time we eat together, so we can talk openly. Then I'll try the pork hock first. Shen Zitong's gaze fell on the pork hock. Lu Yi didn't waste any words and poured the wine. Drip, wow, delicious. The 3 of them ate and drank. Little Heavenly Dao drank the wine and immediately stuck out her tongue from the spiciness, her little face flushed red. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong chatted about their previous life. Do you still remember the time with the Huo family? That was the first time I used up all your energy. To help you find energy, I secretly infiltrated the Huo family and was chased by the Huo family for half a year, from the Nine-Li dynasty all the way into the Supreme Emperor's nest. In the end, I even jumped into the 100-horse beach to escape. 100-Horse Beach, that place was incredibly smelly. Who knows how many hippos lived there? These creatures ate and excreted, and then ate again. You can imagine how bad that place was. A smile appeared between Shen Zitong's eyebrows. Of course I remember. I reminded you at the time that my energy was about to run out, but you still insisted on using it. Don't lie to me, was your energy really used up? Ding, it was really used up. Really? Shen Zitong. Alright, I'll have a drink. Lu Yi, I knew you hadn't used it up. Although you couldn't speak freely back then and could only answer questions programmatically, the clever me could already sense your mischievousness. You're talking about me. When you helped Shangguan Shazi deduce her cultivation method before, what did you deduce me into? I was deduced to the point of crashing. It was simply inhumane of you to ask me to help Shazi deduce her cultivation method. Lu Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, he had really made it difficult for the system back then. Then I'll drink this cup. The two of them talked about past events, one sentence after another. In their previous life, one person and one system had truly experienced many, many things. Little Heavenly Dao listened for a while. Oh, she didn't understand. Then she would just eat and drink. Little Heavenly Dao grabbed a roasted duck and started gnawing on it without even slicing it. Sigh. The wine was spicy, making Little Heavenly Dao sigh. Under the Taiyan, everything was so gentle. In the evening breeze, everything was intoxicating. Laughter occasionally rang out, and all worries had disappeared. Both of them had drunk quite a bit. Shen Zitong's sleeve had slipped up, her slender, fair arm resting on Lu Yi's shoulder, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes hazy. You, tell me, how good would it have been if you were the same in the previous life as you are in this one? Why would we need to start over? Women and such are just fleeting clouds. A good Lu Yi should cultivate diligently. You're right, why didn't you remind me in the previous life? Could I speak? By the time I could speak, what would I have become? Lu Yi's smile was relaxed, and he casually asked. Then tell me, what price did you pay for rewinding time? Chapter 626. Not bad. Time reversal. What kind of power is this? Throughout history, who could achieve time reversal? Everything was flowing backward, except for a limited number of people who retained their memories, and except for the dimensional sky worm which still existed. Everyone else lost their memories. Even the Dark Origin God. Lu Yi could already tell that when the Dark Origin God came to this heaven and earth, he didn't possess the memories of his previous life. But Lu Yi absolutely didn't believe that Enli of the previous life hadn't made arrangements with the Dark Origin God in advance. So, for a saint like the Dark Origin God to have lost the memories of his previous life, one could imagine how wide the scope of time reversal's influence was. The wider the influence, the more uneasy Lu Yi felt in his heart. Therefore, facing the favor Azure Dragon mentioned, Lu Yi couldn't care about anything else at all. Even if the reincarnation Heavenly Lord were to tell him now to give up his chance of becoming a saint to him, as long as he could offer a sufficient price, Lu Yi would accept. Because Lu Yi already felt that this time reversal brought about by the system had exceeded Lu Yi's imagination. Originally, when Lu Yi had just been reborn, he was still thinking that after the system became the Heavenly Dao and used the power of time reversal, it would definitely pay a price. Later, upon seeing the little Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi felt a little more at ease. The little Heavenly Dao was one of the side effects. The originally vanished Heavenly Dao reappeared. But the appearance of the Dark Origin God made Lu Yi startled and alarmed. No, something is very wrong. This storm of time reversal was truly too terrifying, even saints were affected. So, tell me, what price must be paid? Lu Yi looked seriously into Shen Zitong's eyes. Those eyes were simply breathtakingly beautiful, but in Lu Yi's eyes, there wasn't a hint of lust, only seriousness and worry. Shen Zitong was also looking at Lu Yi. She couldn't help but smile slyly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Guess. Lu Yi. He couldn't help it, he simply couldn't hold back. Lu Yi used force with both arms, directly flipped Shen Zitong over and pressed her onto his lap, raised his hand, and started spanking. Seeing this, little Heavenly Dao's eyes instantly lit up. Dizzily, she ran over and extended both hands to grab Shen Zitong's ankles. No matter who hit sister, she, the little Heavenly Dao, would definitely help out. System, deduce how to save my system. Lu Yi said. Shen Zitong, who had been struggling lightly, immediately stopped struggling, and a murmuring sound came from Shen Zitong's mouth. Ding, deducing. Seeing that sister had stopped struggling, little Heavenly Dao released her ankles and wobbled over to Lu Yi's side. Drip, Lu Yi, hug. It was clear she had drunk too much. Without waiting for Lu Yi's response, she sat on the ground, nestled against Lu Yi's side, and closed her eyes. Lu Yi helped Shen Zitong, who was in the process of deduction, into a comfortable position in his arms. The evening breeze blew. Lu Yi looked at the night sky, seemingly afraid that Shen Zitong would get cold, holding her very tightly, very tightly. The sun dyed the edge of the night sky with a thin layer of faint light. Finally, a system notification sound rang out. Ding, deduction successful. The system's notification sound rang out. The next second, a massive amount of information merged into Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi closed his eyes and examined it carefully. Shen Zitong automatically woke up, found her body warm, and opened her eyes to see Lu Yi's chin. She found herself lying in Lu Yi's arms. At the corner of her mouth, a faint smile involuntarily appeared. Even after waking up, she didn't get up, but instead nudged slightly with a little force, getting even closer to Lu Yi. She could clearly hear Lu Yi's heartbeat. Putting everything else aside, Shen Zitong knew that at least at this moment, this heart was beating for her. So good. After a long time, Lu Yi finally opened his eyes. He gently let out a breath. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Because, there is a solution. Although it's very difficult, as long as there is one, Lu Yi can do it. No wonder they say the Heavenly Dao cannot be selfish. A selfish Heavenly Dao is indeed a bit scary, huh? If it wasn't because the system of the previous life did the time reversal for himself, but anyone else did, then Lu Yi would have to curse. Because time reversal actually sublimated everything between heaven and earth. The current prosperity of this heaven and earth is merely a final burst of radiance for this heaven and earth. It won't take too long, perhaps after the Time River War, this heaven and earth will reveal its signs. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will pour out completely. The 3000 Great Tao will be extremely active. All living beings in the world will become extremely excited. Not just living beings, even inanimate objects will undergo unusual changes. Because that is the frenzy before extinction. But now, a method of rescue has been found. It's just sacrificing himself a bit, and he won't die. What's the big deal? Grateful to the relentless sage. The method the system deduced was to release the world within Lu Yi's body to bring new life to this world. Actually, it's not particularly troublesome. It's just that Lu Yi's strength will definitely plummet. Having a world generated within his body meant he was on the express train to becoming a saint, but now, if it's to save the system, then the world he painstakingly condensed will be making a wedding dress for others. The key is, this wedding dress is being made for the system. In that case, Lu Yi wouldn't just not feel disadvantaged, but instead felt like he had truly hit the jackpot. Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief once again. His arms were already empty, only the little Heavenly Dao beside him was sleeping soundly, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. System. Lu Yi panicked slightly. Ding, I'm here. Where are you? Ding, return to the Heavenly Palace. What did you go back for? Ding, because you wanted to hit me. I wouldn't foolishly wait for you to wake up and hit me. This system isn't Shangguan Shazi, it's smart. Lu Yi. To be honest, the system was really right, because Lu Yi was indeed planning to give her another beating. She had kept such an important matter hidden from him all this time. However, Lu Yi could guess why the system would hide it. Most likely, the system felt there wasn't much hope. Because the time this heaven and earth had existed was truly too short, it was as if everything was too late. Little did they know, everything was just right. But the system thought running to the Heavenly Palace would save it from this beating. Thinking too much, Lu Yi rubbed little Heavenly Dao's face. Little Heavenly Dao was rubbed awake with a bewildered look, and subconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Drip, Lu Yi, what's wrong? Help me do something, go hit your sister, Lu Yi said. Little Heavenly Dao immediately shook her head. Drip, I won't hit, I'm a good child. I will make your sister stay still. Drip then okay. Little Heavenly Dao instantly disappeared. System, deduce the second line of, front Zhongshan, back Zhongshan, front and back Zhongshan bury Zhongshan. Drip, 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 sister, I'm making my move. Chapter 627 Invincible Swordmaster. Boom. Following a massive roar. At this moment, multicolored light appeared in the sky. The massive time river appeared between heaven and earth, and countless people couldn't stop screaming, covering their heads in extreme pain. The feeling of time being torn apart appeared in everyone's hearts. The transformation of the time river had arrived. Lu Yi didn't say a word and rushed towards the time river. Instantly, all the powerhouses rushed over. At the same time, in every time period, all the powerhouses were frozen at a specific point in time when they were at their strongest. The Taiyan star and the Sun star were completely still. The powerhouses from past time periods felt a moment of confusion at this instant, as the powerhouses of the past didn't know that such an anomaly in the time river would occur in the future. They felt that time had suddenly undergone an unusual change. The entire time river was originally without a head or tail, as if its source was unknown and its end nowhere to be found. But in this era, a source and an end appeared, and the source and end folded towards the middle, eventually forming a giant ring. Invincible sword celestial. Lu Yi let out a loud roar. A strong invincible sword intent bloomed from his body. When his invincible sword intent appeared, within the time river, an even more magnificent and terrifying sword intent instantly emerged. It was also invincible sword intent. A strong middle-aged man carrying a long sword on his back walked out from the long river of time. He wore a gray robe, had an ordinary face, and a beard. The long sword on his back hadn't been unsheathed, but the heaven-shaking sword intent within it could be felt. With his appearance, it seemed that all the swords within the entire time river hummed. A feeling of submission was released from the sword bodies. The stone sword hummed, extremely solemn. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable's 4 chaos swords also trembled incessantly, as if somewhat afraid, yet also 3 parts eager to move. This was the strongest existence Lu Yi could summon from the time river. Invincible Sword Celestial. Invincible Sword Celestial was also the only one who had already transcended heaven and earth before becoming a saint. Because in his era, he had only just become a celestial venerable, yet he was already invincible in the world. No matter how ancient the old Yao were from years ago, they were no match for Invincible Sword Celestial. Everyone in that era believed that Invincible Sword Celestial would definitely become a saint in his time, leaving his name for eternity. But he simply didn't care about becoming a saint or not. After becoming invincible, he disappeared directly. And the figure appearing now was from the moment after he became invincible. With the appearance of Invincible Sword Celestial, shadowy figures began to flicker, immediately starting to traverse time points to seek their opportunities in the past. Lu Yi greets Invincible Sword Celestial. Lu Yi said, cupping his hands. Invincible Sword Celestial scanned everyone present, his gaze lingering on Reincarnation Heavenly Lord for a moment. But in the end, he looked away. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yi, feeling a slight sense of emotion. It's a bit early, unfortunately. Lu Yi smiled. Fortunately it's early, otherwise if I fought with Invincible Sword Celestial, it would really delay important matters. Fighting is the important matter, Invincible Sword Celestial said impolitely. At this moment, there are plenty of opportunities for Celestial Venerables to fight. The entire time river is in chaos. Senior, you can completely fight all the top Heavenly Venerables in the entire time river. Lu Yi said with a smile. What you said seems to make some sense. The list is ready, Senior, please take a look. Lu Yi took out the list he had prepared long ago. Invincible Sword Celestial took it, glanced at it, and his expression showed slight satisfaction. Oh right, there is a saint from outside heaven and earth, named Dark Origin God, who came to this world. However, she has been beaten off her saint position. She will definitely collect resources within the time river to restore her strength. A broken saint, aren't you tempted? Upon hearing this, Invincible Sword Celestial's eyes lit up slightly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. You brat understand me well enough. Of course, I learned Invincible Sword intent from you. If we didn't have a good relationship, would you have taught me? Ha ha ha, that makes sense. A sword-shaped jade pendant floated in front of Lu Yi. Alright, I'll go beat them up one by one. Call me if anything happens. Okay, but don't beat them to death. Invincible Sword Celestial waved his hand and thus re-entered the time river. It could be said that the current Invincible Sword Celestial was like a frolicking husky, completely insane. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord watched this scene and didn't dare to make a sound. Is he strong? Of course, he's strong. But what he's facing is Invincible Sword Celestial. Invincible Sword Celestial walks the Invincible Sword Dao. Walking the Invincible Sword Dao is actually nothing special. After all, there are many who walk the Invincible Great Path. Not to mention others, among the group of quasi-emperors Lu Yi trained, there are still 3 who walk the invincible great path. The key and most terrifying thing is that invincible sword celestial succeeded in walking it. He succeeded. Walking on the invincible great path, and walking it to the end, are completely 2 different things. Moreover, he looked at himself and actually didn't attack. What does this mean? It means invincible sword celestial didn't think highly of him. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Forget it, forget it. If he didn't think highly of me, so be it. It's not like I walk the invincible great path. When invincible sword celestial was here, no celestial venerable dared to show their face. As soon as invincible sword celestial left, figures quickly appeared one after another. Many people went to the past, and even more powerhouses went to the future. Everyone wanted to know what would happen in the future, especially those from the previous era. What kind of era was the previous era? The Dark Era. The kind where people were almost completely wiped out. They wanted to know what their fate was, but because a section of the time river in the middle was blank, they all came to the present. Why was the time river in the middle blank? It was because 9 heavens great sage cleared away his remaining past. Rolling demonic chi surged, like monstrous waves, and the world turned dark. He. Various terrifying laughs sounded. The 10,000 soul banner that covered the sky and blocked out the sun arrived first, followed by bone towers, human skins, blood swords, eyeballs. Lu Yi took a light breath upon seeing this scene. Good timing. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. You all go, Lu Yi said. Can you do it yourself? Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable confirmed again. Yes. All right. At this moment, all the celestial venerables in this heaven and earth instantly entered the time river, including the celestial venerables who were previously outside the 9 heavens. The past has already passed, they want to change the past. But for the people of the present, they are already at their best now, and no one wants previous changes to affect their current selves. So, charge. Even the great emperors rushed towards the time river. Only Lu Yi was left alone, facing the sky full of black clouds. Today is not an auspicious day. But if I attain the great Dao and become an emperor, then it will be a good time and an auspicious day. Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique. Open. Chapter 628 The Great Emperor's Tribulation. Boom. Lu Yi proved his Dao and became a great emperor. His terrifying aura bloomed to its fullest. He had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm long ago. The reason he hadn't become a great emperor was for this very moment. The heavenly tribulation of proving Dao stirred up a sky full of tribulation energy, covering heaven and earth. Around each celestial venerable, there was an endless amount of demonic energy, malevolent energy, and evil energy. Oh, proving Dao and becoming a great emperor. This is great. We can devour a great emperor's Dao fruit as soon as we arrive, ha ha ha. A wild laugh rang out, filled with bloodlust and excitement. I also need the great emperor's soul. Fellow Taoists, let's join forces. We must not give this kid even the slightest chance to resist. Well said. I can't wait to taste it. I truly never expected that so many gods would appear in the future heaven and earth. Good, truly good. 8 celestial venerables appeared in one go. All of them came from the darkness era. The entirety of the trillions of living beings, everything nourished these 8 demon lords. It can be said that in that dark era, there were no good people left. In fact, counting the demon ancestor, there were 9 celestial venerables in that era. With 9 darkness celestial venerables oppressing the entire era, you can imagine how difficult life was for ordinary beings in that era. Lu Yi's eyes were also full of killing intent. He pointed his hand towards these celestial venerables from a distance. The heaven and earth tribulation technique instantly exploded. For a time, the power of the heavenly Dao surged from the time river. It wasn't just these powerhouses who could freely travel through time, even Shen Zitong could borrow the power of the heavenly Dao from past eras. With a huge rumble, 7 celestial venerables were directly locked onto by the tribulation energy. Only 1 celestial venerable escaped, and that was the demon lord of heaven stealing. Crossing tribulation. HMPH, for us, what is the meaning of heavenly tribulation? The bone celestial venerable coldly snorted and said. They were celestial venerables, not some ants. This method of dragging enemies into a crossing tribulation was useful for others, but what use was it for them? Unless a saint tribulation appeared. But how could a saint tribulation appear? A huge rumble. Rolling tribulation clouds surged mightily. A terrifying aura bloomed, and a figure quickly appeared above the tribulation clouds. The might of this heavenly tribulation shook the eternal. Even the time river was trembling. Lu Yi looked at the figure above the tribulation clouds. Good, 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 it's the ancient and modern celestial venerable again. Ancient and modern celestial venerable appeared, with a bewildered look on his face. Huh, why did this scene feel so familiar? It felt like he had appeared more than once, right? In the ancient era, ancient and modern celestial venerable, holding the ancient mirror of time, also felt a wave of confusion. He was copied by the eternal Great Tribulation. Who was so strong that they could cross the eternal Great Tribulation when crossing tribulation? It was at this moment that not only ancient and modern celestial venerable, but also other celestial venerables felt a reaction. They all felt quite novel, because such a thing actually existed. The eternal Great Tribulation, that was a saint tribulation. Someone actually wanted to take advantage of this time chaos to decisively become a saint. Should they go and watch the show? Some went directly, while others were doing their own things. At this moment, above the heavenly tribulation, figures of celestial venerables condensed from tribulation energy appeared one after another. The appearance of each celestial venerable figure added the great emperor state of a celestial venerable. Lu Yi was, after all, crossing the heavenly tribulation of proving Dao and becoming a great emperor. Even if he dragged celestial venerables into the crossing tribulation, it wouldn't directly reach the intensity of a saint tribulation. So, the celestial venerables transformed by tribulation energy were facing these celestial venerables. And the phantom figures of the celestial venerables in their great emperor period were facing Lu Yi's great tribulation of becoming a great emperor. When the 7 demon lords saw the figure of ancient and modern celestial venerable appear, they felt that something big was wrong. Holy cow, the eternal great tribulation. Not good, quick, leave. A demon lord let out a roar and hurriedly tried to retreat. But the tribulation energy had already locked onto their bodies, how could they retreat? The figures of the demon lords disappeared, but also, figures of celestial venerables condensed by heavenly tribulation rapidly disappeared. Each demon lord corresponded to more than one celestial venerable figure. There were at least 7 or 8, and even more than a dozen for some. The demon lord of heaven stealing, who had fled far away, watched this scene, and cold sweat truly broke out. No, you. This kid who was crossing tribulation to prove his Dao and become a great emperor, was he specifically here to perish together with the demon lords? One had to admit, his plan was indeed successful. Those 7 demon lords being targeted by such a great tribulation were definitely doomed to die. But this kid who was crossing tribulation was also doomed to die. At this moment, the great emperor realm powerhouses present had reached a terrifying 81, and each of them was a great emperor realm powerhouse who had become a celestial venerable. How could this kid who was crossing tribulation withstand this? He was doomed to die, absolutely doomed to die. In fact, the demon lord of heaven stealing sometimes truly admired such people. Someone could really face death calmly for the sake of protecting the world's living beings, and they were just one step away from becoming a great emperor. He could only say that he himself couldn't reach such a level. What Lu Yi was facing now was 81 great emperor realm powerhouses. Many ancient great emperors. Every great emperor had left their name in history. If you were to talk about their legends, you truly couldn't finish in 3 days and 3 nights. Now they were all standing on his opposite side. His great emperor tribulation was truly exciting. But, what was there to fear? Kill. Lu Yi let out a roar. The first great emperor arrived in an instant. The Hongling power within Lu Yi surged, and he punched out. Not the celestial venerable fist. Boom. The ancient and modern great emperor who rushed over was instantly sent flying backward, his body exploding. Yes, with one punch, the ancient and modern great emperor was instantly blown apart. Holy cow. The demon lord of heaven stealing let out a cry of surprise. What the heck? You shattered an ancient and modern great emperor with one punch, and you're still crossing the great tribulation of proving Dao and becoming a great emperor. What nonsense are you spouting? The eyes of the other great emperors above the tribulation clouds also paused. They were all dumbfounded. Ancient and modern great emperor so weak. The main body of ancient and modern celestial venerable couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't care about what he was doing and quickly rushed towards the end of time. He wanted to see how weak the eternal great tribulation had made him. His great emperor realm couldn't even withstand one attack from the opponent. This was truly too much bullying. Lu Yi didn't even feel satisfied with this punch. Ancient and modern Great Emperor was clearly stronger than Enri, but the difference wasn't particularly large. You could say Enri had low intelligence, but you really couldn't say he was weak. Next, Lu Yi said loudly. In fact, he didn't need to say it. The second one had already rushed over with a fierce aura, unleashing a Great Emperor divine ability as soon as he made his move. Sun and moon unite, heaven and earth are without light. The two poles rotate, destroying heaven and earth. Terrifying light destroyed everything and rushed towards Lu Yi. In response, Lu Yi unleashed a sword strike, separating the sun and moon, and even the Yin-Yang Great Emperor who made the move was cut down. Yin-Yang Celestial Venerable. No, who is it? Who instantly killed me in the Great Emperor realm? No, I must go and see. Next, Lu Yi's accumulation even shook the invincible Sword Celestial, who regretfully said that he had met Lu Yi too early. From this, one could see how strong Lu Yi's foundation was. How about we go together, the Great Emperor couldn't help but say. Lu Yi immediately shook his head. If you all go together, how can I lure out your main bodies? The Great Emperors. Chapter 629, Kill All. Is the Great Emperor strong? Naturally, they are very strong. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor's divine ability nearly pulled the Taiyan star and the sun over to smash Lu Yi's face. But I'm sorry, Lu Yi is stronger. The fearless Great Emperor stepped forward. The fearless seal in one hand, he was practically a battle maniac demon, with comprehensive combat methods, healing, recovery, attack, defense, speed, and even deterrence, all maxed out. The sun, moon, and star rivers circled around the fearless Great Emperor. Even Lu Yi was amazed by this. Compared to the fearless Great Emperor's fearless seal, Hongling's fearless seal was simply as childish as playing house. Lu Yi couldn't find any weakness, only able to rely on brute force. Truly brute force. One punch caused the fearless Great Emperor's arms to explode. The fearless Great Emperor looked at his arms, his face flushed red. Isn't this? Between the two of us, are you the Great Emperor or am I the Great Emperor? The fearless Great Emperor roared and charged over again, his body transforming into a great seal, named the Heaven and Earth Seal. In Lu Yi's eyes, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were collapsing towards him. That intense suffocating feeling was simply impossible to describe in words. In response, Lu Yi could only throw another punch. It was as if a world was self-contained within his body. At this moment, the entire world was exerting force, slamming fiercely onto the Heaven and Earth Seal, completely shattering the fearless Great Emperor. The starry sky was already a blur. All figures were floating in the chaos. This kind of battle had actually exceeded the scope that normal heaven and earth could accommodate. If they were fighting in the true void, large swaths of star rivers would be pulverized. The fearless celestial venerable in the time river was extremely frustrated. He had always relied on his immense power to crush enemies. Now, his great emperor avatar was actually shattered by a kid who crossed tribulation and proved the Dao to become emperor, but hadn't yet become a great emperor, shattered by an unreasonable punch. It was. The fearless celestial venerable wanted to see which kid was so formidable. Lu Yi went around experiencing the divine might of all the great emperors, deliberately controlling his speed, waiting for the true bodies of these great emperors to arrive. The great battle in the time river in the previous life had already descended into chaos. The entire time river had fallen to the point of near collapse. Only then did the celestial venerables join hands to jointly clear out those existences that were madly poisoning this heaven and earth for their own selfish reasons. In fact, it was already a bit late. Because it was truly difficult for everyone to gather together. But now, Lu Yi is crossing tribulation, using this method to attract these powerful celestial venerables to gather. If there were those who caused trouble in the time river in the previous life, Lu Yi would use the heaven and earth tribulation technique to pull them into the heavenly tribulation. If they didn't cause trouble, after Lu Yi completed his crossing tribulation, at most, he would just wait to be beaten. As enjoyable as it is to instantly kill the opponent's great emperor form now, the beating he will receive after successfully crossing tribulation and becoming a great emperor will be just as severe. However, Lu Yi has a thick skin and is completely fearless. Great emperors were instantly killed one by one. The strong ones could fight Lu Yi for 3 rounds, while the weak ones only lasted 1 punch. In fact, some great emperors were truly strong. If Lu Yi didn't use the celestial venerable fist, fighting 100 or so moves would seem like child's play. But Lu Yi couldn't do that. He had to shock these celestial venerables, making them uncontrollably curious, what's going on? What exactly is going on? Let me see. Who the hell instantly killed me at the Great Emperor realm? The ancient and modern celestial venerable had already appeared in the present world. Seeing the scene of Lu Yi crossing tribulation and seeing Lu Yi's face, he gasped, feeling a sense of familiarity. Then he saw Lu Yi also instantly kill the myriad ancient Great Emperor. Yes, the founding ancestor of the myriad ancient sect. The ancient and modern celestial venerable immediately felt somewhat relieved. It wasn't that he was too weak, it turned out that this kid was simply too fierce. In that case, he could accept it. Wait, after the other party completes their crossing tribulation, the ancient and modern celestial venerable wants to see if this fellow can fight a celestial venerable in the Great Emperor realm. He must try his strength. Celestial venerables appeared one by one. The ancient and modern celestial venerable looked at these celestial venerables renowned throughout history and couldn't resist stepping forward to start conversing. Fellow Taoist, are you the Green Flower Heavenly Lord? The ancient and modern celestial venerable asked with a smile. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am indeed Green Flower. It really is fellow Taoist Green Flower. I have long admired fellow Taoist Green Flower from afar. Now I actually see the real person. Your Green Flower 3000 fingers, I am willing to call it the #1 finger technique in heaven and earth. Green Flower Heavenly Lord. The other party is also a celestial venerable. And a celestial venerable skilled in the Tao of time. Such a celestial venerable can be said to be the only one throughout history, but now the other party is actually so highly praising him. Who could withstand this? With the ancient and modern celestial venerable starting it, many celestial venerables immediately began to converse. This was like meeting an idol. Many people grew up listening to the stories of one celestial venerable after another. Now that they saw the real people, they were truly exceptionally excited. Lu Yi was still continuously attacking. There were also celestial venerables who had just appeared and sent a finger towards Lu Yi. The eternal Great Tribulation immediately locked onto them. The phantom of a celestial venerable appeared, launching a pursuit against them. Although they couldn't be killed, it was at least a headache, allowing these celestial venerables to have less energy to do things that harm the Time River. Lu Yi originally thought that after defeating these great emperors, he would successfully prove the Tao and become emperor. However, all the great emperors had been defeated. A black lotus blossomed in the chaos. This lotus, with 12 petals, emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. Lu Yi's gaze merely fell upon the black lotus, and he felt that his soul and great Tao would sink. This is the Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus. The treasure of the demon race. No, it should be said to be the mother body of the demons. All demons are born from the Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus. This heart lotus can absorb all the inner demons produced by all living beings in the entire heaven and earth. There's still a test of the heart. Lu Yi believed that his cultivation of the Tao was exceptionally firm. Even if the true form of the Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus appeared, it would not shake his Taoist heart in the slightest. What is there to fear? Lu Yi raised his head. In this great tribulation, he didn't even suffer any injuries. Throughout history, no emperor has been able to kill a great emperor, or even defeat them. Even those weak great emperors, well, including Lu Yi's 8 former wives, were never defeated by an emperor, let alone killed. Of course, no emperor was that ignorant of death. When he was an emperor, Lu Yi frantically accumulated and transformed, his Hongling power ascended to the great emperor level, and his cultivation of the Tao ascended to the great emperor level. In between, an additional quasi-emperor realm appeared. Lu Yi almost absorbed all the 4 spirits' treasures in heaven and earth, finally reaching this point. The great emperor is invincible. If he were a great emperor, Lu Yi would dare to charge at all the celestial venerables. This is the confidence Lu Yi gained from every step he took on this path, leaving incredibly clear footprints. Chapter 630 Become the Great Emperor. So, seeking the Tao. Come. The Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus appeared above Lu Yi's head. Lu Yi's great Tao hummed, and terrifying Tao rhyme flowed between heaven and earth. Even the Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus trembled at this moment. Seeing this scene, the celestial venerables couldn't help but feel emotional. In this world, is there truly someone who, at such a young age, has already elevated everything about themselves to this level? If such a person cannot become a great emperor, then who else can? The Chaos Heavenly Demon Heart Lotus released black light, enveloping Lu Yi. Lu Yi closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a fetal state, without any distracting thoughts, completely letting go of all his mind. In this dreamlike, half true, half false state. A figure appeared deep within Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi's consciousness became so pure, looking at this figure. This figure was initially extremely blurry, but Lu Yi just by seeing it felt that this figure was immensely important. Five-colored auspicious light permeated. The graceful figure seemed to have gathered all the beauty in the world. Gathering the divine beauty of heaven and earth's creation. Gathering the ultimate beauty of ancient and modern charm. Who is this? The blurry figure stood to one side, and another figure appeared. This figure had a terrifying physique, overwhelming vitality, and all great Tao converged on their body. Their aura was like the source and end of the world. Eternal and immortal, supreme and unparalleled. Two figures appeared before and behind Lu Yi respectively. And Lu Yi could only choose one. This was the questioning of Lu Yi's heart. What is the Tao you seek? Is it the ultimate beauty in the world, or the ultimate strength in the world? Is it to seek one's own Tao, or to seek the heavenly Tao? Lu Yi stood in place, he looked forward, and the graceful figure in front waited quietly. He looked back, and the figure behind was beckoning to him. Have you forgotten betrayal? In this world, no one is reliable, and no one can be relied on forever. Only you yourself. If you are strong, then you are your strongest reliance. Whether it is an oath of eternal love, or complete devotion at this moment, they will all emit a smell of decay with the passage of time. Only your own strength is eternal and immortal, unshaken by anything. Confused thoughts kept appearing in Lu Yi's mind. Whether he admitted it or not, the betrayal of the 8 ex-wives truly caused a very serious trauma to Lu Yi's heart, so much so that after cultivating for such a long time, even though he abandoned the guardian great Tao, this influence still appeared when Lu Yi attained the Tao and became a great emperor. Choose one of two. Must choose one of two. This consciousness kept appearing in Lu Yi's mind. But a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yi's mouth, a smile that was somewhat mocking. It seemed to be expressing, is that all? You want me to choose one of two, so I'll choose one of two. The great Tao I've cultivated for so long, the many hardships I've experienced in this life and the previous one, the Tao heart that has been condensed, is it just for you to make me choose one of two now? If I listen to you, what great Tao will I cultivate? What Tao heart will I temper? You want me to choose one of two, I'll split myself in half and take both. Whether time will smooth away emotions, Lu Yi didn't know, but Lu Yi knew that what he possessed would not be given up because of others. A sword light appeared above Lu Yi's head. In fact, Lu Yi had already felt that even if his speed was faster, he wouldn't be able to grab both at the same time. As long as he went towards one, the other would disappear. But Lu Yi chose to split himself in half, one half for each. What? This will kill me. Then I'll die. The sword light hovered above his head, and Lu Yi didn't hesitate at all, slashing down at himself with a sword. However, the expected pain did not appear. Lu Yi looked ahead, the five-colored auspicious light permeated, and the graceful figure, he didn't know when, had actually actively walked in front of Lu Yi. Ding, silly Lu Yi, I have legs too. And they are very long. Lu Yi smiled. He smiled genuinely happily. Yes, he had forgotten, the person you love doesn't just wait in place. She can also move her feet and rush towards you. How could she bear to let you fall into a dilemma? Lu Yi opened his arms, and the five-colored auspicious light became completely clear. If it wasn't Shen Zitong, who else could it be? Shen Zitong threw herself into Lu Yi's arms, her little nose couldn't help but wrinkle. Oh no, it seems my heart rate has been accelerating particularly rapidly recently. This dog Lu Yi is too skilled, otherwise how could he have attracted 8 Tao companions? I don't want to progress this fast. Otherwise, wouldn't I be impacted by Wushuang in no time? How can this be? Shen Zitong felt a little scared just thinking about being impacted by Wushuang. The great Tao of the entire heaven and earth would probably change. Wouldn't all living beings in the world guess something? Lu Yi held Shen Zitong and then looked at his future self. A stern shout. Aren't you coming over yet? That figure, powerful to the point of being terrifying, couldn't help but shake his head slightly, seemingly smiling. He walked towards Lu Yi step by step and merged into Lu Yi's body. And it was at this moment that the aura belonging to a great emperor completely bloomed. Infinite light converged towards Lu Yi's dantian, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth congratulated him. The chubby nascent soul curled up at this moment, transforming into an existence similar to a fruit. Lu Yi's great Tao, Lu Yi's essence, energy, and spirit, everything about Lu Yi was heading towards this Tao fruit. But Lu Yi also decisively made a choice. That was to directly integrate his Dao fruit into the world within his body. Lu Yi's 256 great Dao resonated together, and the most powerful cultivation of the Dao was like a python, coiling around the entire world. All the great Dao in heaven and earth resonated, and countless vast spiritual energy surged towards Lu Yi frantically. Lu Yi also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly extinguish the flames in this world. 256 great Dao were completely integrated into the world, with one cultivation of the Dao serving as the medium for the 3000 great Dao of heaven and earth, triggering the great evolution of this newborn world. What does doing this mean? It's simple: when this world helps the system in the future, Lu Yi will permanently lose these 256 great Dao, and even lose a massive amount of cultivation. But Lu Yi was completely fearless. This is the effect he wanted. At this time, Lu Yi was equivalent to refining the entire world into his own Dao fruit. It is imaginable how much Lu Yi's strength would skyrocket now. Reborn for less than 5,000 years. Today, I will again attain the Dao fruit of a great emperor. Lu Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, all the celestial venerables present, even though Lu Yi killing those in the great emperor realm before was as simple as killing chickens, still cupped their hands towards Lu Yi at the same time, sincerely congratulating him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining the Dao and becoming a great emperor. At this moment, inside and outside the 9 heavens, countless gods felt the aura of Lu Yi attaining the Dao and becoming a great emperor. Trillions of living beings bowed together. Congratulations, great emperor. Chapter 631 Arrangement. At this moment, Lu Yi seemed to hear everyone's voices. His expression was even somewhat dazed. In his previous life, he had also proven the Dao and become a great emperor. What did he hear in that previous life? It was wailing. Yes, countless wails. That was precisely the time of the darkness upheaval, when countless powerhouses surged out from the darkness origin, wantonly harvesting living beings. Wails echoed throughout the 6, 7, 8, and 9 heavens. Too many living beings perished during the darkness upheaval. And now he had prematurely ended the darkness upheaval. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had fallen. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable had fallen, and the Demon Ancestor and Darkness Celestial Venerable were both severely injured. He had indeed changed many things. In this life, aside from those he killed, all other innocent people were still alive, and those who were friendly with him in the previous life were also still alive. A smile couldn't help but appear on Lu Yi's face. He waved his hand. The 3000 great Dao instantly became active. They faintly appeared between heaven and earth. This was a benefit Lu Yi gave to everyone. In this state, it was clearly easier to comprehend the Dao. Junior Lu Yi pays respects to all celestial venerables. Lu Yi returned the greeting to the celestial venerables. Dauntless celestial venerable's eyes were already wide, and he was rubbing his fists. Since you've already proven the Dao and become a great emperor, then the rest is simple. When you were a quasi-emperor, you instantly killed me in my great emperor state. Now that you've become a great emperor, can you also instantly kill me in my celestial venerable state? Come, let's spar. Lu Yi. Too hasty, truly too hasty. Dauntless celestial venerable, I know you are very anxious, but please don't rush yet. We will fight eventually. The most urgent matter right now should be to protect the Time River. If the Time River collapses, we will all permanently disappear. This is the most important thing. I know you all want to fight me. I promise you, when the Time River is about to complete its transformation, I will have a good fight with all of you. Lu Yi said sincerely. To be honest, I actually experienced the upheaval of the Time River in my previous life. In the previous life, the Time River suffered severe damage, causing immense harm to heaven and earth. I hope we can unite and stop this turmoil as early as possible. Saints are outside, protecting this heaven and earth, leaving us a pure land for us to grow. We, too, should do what we can to protect this heaven and earth. Lu Yi implores all celestial venerables. Lu Yi bowed deeply to these celestial venerables. Upon hearing this, the celestial venerables looked at Lu Yi in a daze. Where are the celestial venerables of this era? A celestial venerable asked. The celestial venerables of this era, including all the great emperors, have all entered the Time River to fight for the Time River. A celestial venerable couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems you, young man, have been scheming against us from the start. He probably lured them here just for this moment. Lu Yi was also extremely helpless. If it weren't for the pressing situation, I wouldn't have schemed against the celestial venerables. If the celestial venerables are unwilling. Lu Yi couldn't say the rest. If the celestial venerables were unwilling, then let them leave. But what about this heaven and earth? Who would save it? Even if Lu Yi was as busy as a dog, he couldn't stop the chaos in so many places alone. HMPH, being schemed against by you makes me unhappy, but you say we are unwilling. What do you take us for? Saints are outside of heaven and earth, enduring such great pressure. Could it be that we, who have reached the highest point of heaven and earth, would not care about this heaven and earth? The celestial venerable snorted coldly. Thank you, celestial venerables. I naturally know that all celestial venerables are protectors of heaven and earth. If not for that, I wouldn't have expelled some celestial venerables. Everyone present is someone Lu Yi sincerely admires. Lu Yi thanks you. Lu Yi bowed again, then took out something he had already prepared. This was a schedule. It listed the events at various time points that had the greatest impact on the time river, some of which could even cause significant shifts in history. Each celestial venerable took the jade slip Lu Yi had prepared and probed it with their divine sense. Seeing the pieces of information within, their expressions also became solemn. There is one more thing. That is, in this era, a saint from outside heaven and earth has descended upon this heaven and earth, becoming its enemy. She is currently severely injured and will definitely need a large amount of resources to recover. At that time, if there is any abnormality, heaven and earth will issue a warning as quickly as possible. Then, I will trouble you all to go. If you can kill her, that would be best. Also, please trouble you all to spread this news to the ears of all celestial venerables. I believe all celestial venerables, regardless of good or evil, will be moved upon hearing this news. Lu Yi spoke again. A saint from outside heaven and earth. Severely injured. Not to mention the other celestial venerables, even the celestial venerables present, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but have divine light burst forth from their eyes. That's right, it's a saint from outside heaven and earth, and she was left severely injured by the laws left behind by the 9 heavens great sage and the siege by the celestial venerables. Now her level has dropped to barely the celestial venerable tier, Lu Yi said with certainty. However, the opponent's strength will definitely continue to grow as time passes. Everyone should also pay attention. The celestial venerables nodded. Is there anything else to say? Please, when you can sense that the time river is about to stabilize, come to the near ancient era. At that time, we will face the most difficult tribulation of the time river. If we overcome this tribulation, heaven and earth will be safe. If we cannot overcome this tribulation, then we can perish with heaven and earth. The celestial venerables nodded. All right. One by one, the celestial venerables no longer hesitated and flew towards the time river. This group of celestial venerables, specifically selected by Lu Yi, were all celestial venerables with great righteousness, and they were also the ones who died together in the previous life. By now, Lu Yi had done most of what he could. All the arrangements that could be made were made. This time river battle, in this life, could only be arranged to this point. And what Lu Yi was going to do next was to see if Invincible Sword Celestial could defeat Relentless Sage in his celestial venerable state. Lu Yi no longer hesitated and directly rushed into the time river. Under Lu Yi's guidance, the news of Dark Origin God's existence also began to spread rapidly to the ears of countless powerhouses. Time river, a certain point in time. And Li was still searching for enough resources. For her, if the resources weren't enough, it wasn't even worth her making a move. However, time points with great resources were gathered with a large number of powerhouses. Finding suitable ones was not that simple. As Li searched and searched, she suddenly felt a chill down her back. What's going on? Could it be that her dear husband had caused some trouble again? She must be careful. But the problem wasn't big. After all, the entire time river was in a mess. Chapter 632 Why is this emperor so powerful? Have you heard? A heavily injured saint came from the future, and is now entering the time river to search for resources to recover. You heard about this too? Yeah, I heard another fellow Taoist say it. How? You know about it too? Who says no? A heavily injured saint. I heard their strength can only barely reach the celestial venerable level. Yeah, I've already seen my end. In the end, I still didn't become a saint. But speaking of it, if I capture a saint, if I become a saint, wouldn't I be able to escape from the time river? At that time, wouldn't I be a true saint? If you really become a saint, then you can definitely transcend the time river. Such similar conversations are everywhere, in various time periods, at various points in time where resources are being fought over. The so-called fighting over resources refers to when a certain huge force is in decline. Since it's already destined to fail, everyone will swarm in. For example, the ancient heavenly court. At this time, the ancient heavenly court truly gathered a massive number of powerhouses. Everyone knows that the ancient heavenly court has the most treasures. After all, this force basically completed the great unification of this world back then. But the key is, if powerhouses from other eras can come over, then powerhouses from the ancient heavenly court's most prosperous period can also come over. So, fighting, everywhere is fighting. At various crucial points in time, a massive number of heaven's chosen truly gathered. If it were before Lu Yi's transmigration, then the current situation would be like Genghis Khan fighting Emperor Taizong of Tang, Liu Biyu forcefully resisting Xiang Yu's 3 spears, and Yuan Chengdu lining up to chop down Fan Kuei. Chaos, it's chaotic like twisted dough. A treasure land. Enli's figure appeared. There were finally no celestial venerables here, Enli couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. In her previous life, Enli naturally hadn't participated in the Time River War, so Enli didn't have much of a concept of how many powerhouses there were throughout history. But now, after seeing it for herself, Enli realized that her horizons were indeed a bit low. Because, celestial venerables and great emperors are truly numerous. There are many celestial venerables who, although leaving their names in history, do not have great fame. Just like the current Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable and Forget Love Immortal revered, after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, everyone will definitely remember Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable more, and Forget Love Immortal revered. Why? Firstly, because Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable is fierce in fights, and secondly, Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable likes to give lectures. As for Forget Love Immortal revered, he's a homebody who doesn't talk much. In this situation, historical records will definitely record Forget Love Immortal revered, but only with a few brief strokes. Many celestial venerables are actually in this situation. Enli looked at this divine medicine. The light emitted by the divine medicine enveloped the entire star in a mysterious domain. This divine medicine is named Heaven Mending Medicine. It has a very strong effect whether for healing or improving cultivation. The most crucial point is that because of the existence of this divine medicine, the entire star has turned into a divine land. There were 6 great emperors confronting each other nearby. There are no celestial venerables here, only great emperors. Enli instantly attacked, a terrifying pressure descended, and 6 claws quickly appeared in the void. She not only wanted to get the divine medicine, but also wanted to take this opportunity to devour 6 great emperors in one go. It was at the moment she attacked. Celestial venerables in nearby time periods, or in the same time period, instantly sensed it. It was a very clear location appearing, just like an ink dot appearing on a huge piece of white paper. Without hesitation, all the celestial venerables rushed towards Enli's location. After all, for a celestial venerable, no matter how great an opportunity is, can it compare to the opportunity of becoming a saint. Charge. On Enli's side, she had originally thought that with her strength, she could easily crush these 6 great emperors. But just as she attacked, her expression slightly changed. All the great emperors felt the crisis, and without any hesitation, instantly underwent extreme sublimation. Anyway, this is just something happening within the time river. According to future developments, they are all dead people, so what is there to fear? Just charge. The claws shattered. The 6 great emperors didn't even glance at each other and all charged towards Enli. First, let's join forces to deal with the strongest enemy. How to divide the remaining heaven-mending divine medicine, we'll talk about that later. Enli gritted her teeth in anger. This was Enli's first time directly facing great emperors. The combat power displayed by these great emperors now is several times, or even dozens of times, stronger than hers back then. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that back then, she thought she was just a little bit away from proving the Dao and becoming an emperor by relying on her own strength, but in reality, she was miles away. Boom boom boom. The great Emperor Dao soldiers carried the power of the great Dao and bombarded her. Enli also let out a loud shout, activating the Dark Origin God's origin, and simultaneously shattering all the attacks. The Dark Origin God watched this scene, feeling absolutely heartbroken. Because, if he were to use the amount of origin Enli used, he could kill all 6 great emperors. The result now is that Enli only repelled the opponents. She didn't even manage to heavily injure them. Weak. Truly too weak. The Dark Origin God couldn't stop sighing. Shut up. Enli was furious and reprimanded the Dark Origin God. Even if I shut up, you're still weak. If I let you fight a bit longer, the origin absorbed from this divine medicine won't even be as much as what you consume. Didn't you say you were a great emperor? The result, just this. All of you, die for me. Enli brazenly activated a great divine ability called Dark Night Heaven Desolation Finger. Lu Yi taught her this in his previous life. You really can't say otherwise. When this move came out, it directly sent all 6 great emperors flying. What a waste. A waste. The Dark Origin God couldn't help but sigh again. Enli no longer thought about killing these 6 great emperors. She reached out towards the large star. It was at this moment that the aura of a celestial venerable suddenly appeared. Indeed, it's the aura of a saint. The moment this celestial venerable appeared, their eyes lit up. He also didn't hold back in the slightest, instantly burning his own origin, and a huge golden ring was cast towards Enli. The world was imprisoned under the ring. Enli's expression changed drastically. Why would a celestial venerable come over? Not good. But before Enli could curse in her heart, the second celestial venerable had already appeared. A saint. A heavily injured saint. Ha ha ha, die for me. Enli, she couldn't even defeat one celestial venerable, and now 2 more appeared. But she was greedy enough to still grab the large star, and the large star, along with the heaven-mending medicine, disappeared. She was imprisoned for a moment but forcefully broke free. But just this delay, 5 celestial venerables appeared. Kill. Chapter 633 Hunting. Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape. To be honest, Enli hadn't expected that even after reaching this level, she would still need to use this type of divine ability. Because of the chaos in the Time River, Enli ultimately managed to escape. However, the price paid for the escape was far more than what a heaven-mending medicine could compensate for. Waste, utterly a waste. Dark Origin God sighed repeatedly. If he had a head right now, he would be shaking it like a rattle drum. Shut up. Enli absorbed the heaven-mending medicine, causing even a large star to turn into dust. She roared angrily. Even if I shut up, you're still a waste. Do you know that you're using the power of a saint, the origin of a saint? A single wisp of origin can suppress a great emperor. But what about you? You used so much origin power, and you couldn't even suppress a great emperor. What is that if not a waste? Dark Origin God continued to output. If you were so powerful, why have you ended up like this, unable to even have control? You want to make a move, but do you have the ability to make a move? Even if I don't have the ability to make a move, I can still feel that you are very weak. Shut up. If you're weak, you should practice more. If you ask me, you shouldn't compete with great emperors. Just compete with quasi-emperors, and don't compete, just steal and leave immediately. I told you to shut the hell up. I'm giving you good advice. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're telling me to shut up. This is called being ungrateful. Enli, she stopped running. She just stood there, waiting for the celestial venerables to chase her down. Die, be destroyed. She was truly tired. Run. What are you doing standing here? Are you weak and also stupid? Enli gritted her teeth. I want to die with you. Dark Origin God. This move again, but it's not a big problem. I'm sorry, alright. Hurry and run. Enli's body stiffened. I'm sorry, alright. Her mind couldn't even process it for a moment. What does that mean? What does, alright, mean? Did I ask you to apologize to me? Enli asked. You didn't, but I know I was wrong, so I apologized. Enli, what does, alright, mean? Do you mean to say that I'm being unreasonable? That you shouldn't apologize to me? Dark Origin God. He was silent, deeply silent. Whether he should apologize or not, wasn't that obvious. This silence stimulated Enli more than any words, causing her to completely lose her reason. She turned around and rushed back towards the direction she had just escaped from. I'm not living anymore, I'm not living anymore. No one the hell is going to live. Let's all die together. Dark Origin God. Alright, I was wrong, I'm truly sorry. Still, alright. Isn't that still saying she's being unreasonable? This time, where was she being unreasonable? Clearly, this damned Dark Origin God had been constantly mocking her. From childhood. Since she met Lu Yi, where had she suffered such grievances? Die. Die together. All schemes and tricks, reaching the saint level, were all thrown to the back of Enli's mind. Dark Origin God watched Enli's speed continuously increase, truly startled. Holy crap, are you serious? I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. I won't say anything about you next time. Whatever you want, I'm willing to give it as an apology. Dark Origin God said hurriedly. At this moment, a glimmer of moisture even appeared in Enli's eyes. Yes, at this moment, Enli truly wanted to cry. Even when facing the Dark Clan's punishment, Enli didn't cry. When facing the 6 paths of reincarnation and endless isolation, she still didn't cry. But now, Enli fiercely wiped her eyes. The tears ultimately did not fall. She wouldn't cry, she would never cry in this life. I want you to die, are you willing? Enli asked through gritted teeth. Dark Origin God, however, was completely calm about this. Actually, I am already dead now, it's just that my status hasn't been destroyed. All of my origin has been devoured by you. In this situation, even if I wanted to die, I couldn't. After hearing this, Enli stopped, turned around, and left. From now on, don't speak. Can you do that? Yes. Dark Origin God agreed exceptionally readily. Enli was angry now, so he would agree to anything she said. Once this anger subsided, Dark Origin God could return to his original state. As for whether Enli would die of anger, as long as her origin and Saint Dao weren't refined by others, it wouldn't matter even if she died of anger. Only then did Enli take a deep breath, turn around, and leave. The group of celestial venerables were now truly certain that a heavily injured saint had indeed appeared in the world. In just one encounter, the Saint Dao was there, and the saint's origin was also there. It was just that the possessor couldn't unleash its true power, to the extent that they weren't even a match for a celestial venerable. How could this possessor be so weak? Never mind, this person must be captured. Now, all the Heavenly Dao in the entire Time River were monitoring Enli. Heavenly Dao had no way to stop the chaotic Time River battle, but they still had strong authority against outsiders from beyond heaven and earth. As long as Enli made a move, Heavenly Dao could lock onto her. Because the power she used was completely not the power of this world. Enli was still unaware of this situation. She didn't believe that celestial venerables were everywhere. Thus, Enli found another huge resource, also being fought over by great emperors. This time, Enli was smarter. She didn't fight with these great emperors, instantly stealing the treasure and leaving. The great emperors quickly tried to stop her. At the same time, celestial venerables from nearby time periods rushed over from all directions. This time, the celestial venerables were also smarter. They directly surrounded her from all sides, giving Enli no chance to escape. However, their speed of arrival was still a bit slow. Enli encountered a celestial venerable, and after just one exchange, Enli managed to escape. The news of Enli's existence spread very quickly with the deliberate push of some celestial venerables. Almost all celestial venerables knew that a heavily injured saint on the run had appeared in the world. This was a fatal attraction for the celestial venerables. A huge hunt began. Lu Yi was not paying attention to this hunt. He had already traveled to the era where Relentless Sage resided, an era named the Relentless Era. It was named after Relentless Sage. Because of Relentless Sage, the Relentless Dao became a prominent Dao, and countless cultivators practiced the Relentless Dao, severing emotions and forgetting righteousness. This was also not a particularly good era. Because there were many selfish people, leading to no powerful beings willing to protect the weak, resulting in everyone being selfish and self-serving. This was also one of the reasons for the rise of the Darkness Era. Devil cultivators and demon clan had already begun to flourish. By the time Lu Yi found Heartless Celestial, Invincible Sword Celestial and Heartless Celestial were already fighting like madmen. The Time River in this area began to twist. The Great Dao shattered, and even chaos was beaten into a vacuum. Chapter 634 Two Peerless Warriors. Damn, that's fierce. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The divine abilities the two used simply exceeded the upper limit of this heaven and earth. To be honest, these two, even compared to his previous life self, Nine-Life Celestial Venerable, were only slightly stronger than him. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. The celestial venerable phantoms that appeared during the eternal Great Tribulation actually did not include those who became saints. Lu Yi really hadn't fought these two before. The light before his eyes was limitless and endless light. Both seemed to have transformed into a great world, and each clash was the collision of two great worlds. Such a scene was truly astonishing. The intensity of the battle was such that few battles throughout history could compare to this one. Ha ha ha, satisfying, so satisfying. Invincible Sword Celestial couldn't help but burst into laughter. That laughter caused the sun, moon, stars, and rivers to tremble. His sword had reached the extreme that Lu Yi could comprehend, even if Lu Yi was arrogant. Seeing the sword intent displayed by Invincible Sword Celestial, he deeply understood that his own sword intent was inferior. Wasn't Heartless Celestial strong? Of course he was strong. Even someone as strong as Heartless Celestial would suffer injuries from every single sword strike of Invincible Sword Celestial, because he simply couldn't block them. No matter your thousands of techniques, your myriad divine abilities, I shall break them with a single sword. The current Invincible Sword Celestial had truly reached this level. But what about Heartless Celestial? Heartless Celestial was absolutely calm. Even when facing such sword light, his expression remained completely unchanged. The injuries that appeared on his body were entirely in the most minor locations. He recovered at the fastest speed, counterattacked at the fastest speed, as indifferent as the most precise instrument. His attacks were aimed at either Invincible Sword Celestial dying or both of them perishing together. Injuries constantly appeared on Invincible Sword Celestial's body, but he didn't recover at all. The injuries on his body seemed to make him even more excited. His sword light, the power of every strike, was increasing, even giving the feeling that the increase had no end. Invincible Sword Celestial's sword light power could increase infinitely. In the previous life, these two didn't fight. In this life, they did fight, and as a result, Relentless Sage had absolutely no time to attempt to save himself. Anyway, his attempts to save himself had failed time and time again. Lu Yi watched for a while, and soon couldn't help but frown slightly. No way. If they kept fighting like this, they could truly perish together. System, deduce the outcome of the two's battle. Lu Yi said. Ding, deducing. Lu Yi watched from the side. After waiting for a while, he still didn't wait for the system to successfully deduce. It wasn't the first time Lu Yi had used the system. In the previous life, the two had already integrated extremely well, and Lu Yi immediately understood that the reason for the system's slow deduction was insufficient data. That is, if he personally went in, the system could quickly deduce it. So Lu Yi went in. His figure instantly appeared before the sword light. At this moment, the sword light hadn't yet fallen on his body, but his body felt a tearing pain. Only when facing this sword could one know how strong it truly was. Lu Yi went up and immediately unleashed a celestial venerable fist. Boom! The sword light shattered, but a deep wound was left on Lu Yi's fist. It almost split Lu Yi's fist open. Invincible Sword Celestial frowned, his expression clearly displeased, as if a man had arrived at the door of the person he longed for, just one step away, only to be forcibly pulled away by someone else. He had always been looking for a strong person who could fight him. Now that he had finally found one, what was this kid trying to do? So Invincible Sword Celestial directly bypassed Lu Yi and started fighting again. Invincible Sword Celestial Senior, wait a moment, let me fight Heartless Celestial. You haven't broken through to Celestial Venerable yet, you can't do it now, Invincible Sword Celestial said. Even though Lu Yi was now a great emperor, for a top Heavenly Venerable who had become a saint, it was still not enough. Wanting to fight such an existence across realms was simply as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Lu Yi was thick-skinned and tough, taking a few hits was no problem, so he rushed into the battlefield and acted as a nuisance. Heartless Celestial also frowned at this moment. Obviously, Heartless Celestial was also rarely excited about this battle, but Lu Yi absolutely couldn't be in here. At this moment, Lu Yi felt a strong killing intent. Countless runes suddenly appeared within his body, each rune emitting incomparably terrifying power. Crack crack crack, Lu Yi's bones shattered wildly. This was Heartless Celestial attacking Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi's 9 tribulation undying body fully erupted, Hongling power crushed the runes, and the shattered bones recovered. A small arrow appeared silently at the center of Lu Yi's brow. A vertical eye opened at Lu Yi's brow, divine light burst forth, engaging in an extremely fierce clash with the arrow. At the same time, Heartless Celestial's figure appeared behind Lu Yi, striking a palm towards Lu Yi's head, while Lu Yi's Dao fruit suffered a violent impact. Invincible Sword Celestial's sword light also arrived behind Heartless Celestial. Heartless Celestial completely disregarded it, clearly intending to endure Invincible Sword Celestial's sword energy to first kill Lu Yi. However, Invincible Sword Celestial was not someone who would take advantage of others' difficulties, so his sword energy dissipated. Lu Yi's figure became illusory, Heartless Celestial's palm struck the phantom, and Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist had already solidified and erupted. Boom! Heartless Celestial retreated over 10 meters, but Lu Yi's phantom state was surprisingly unable to recover at this time. Wait a moment, I'm withdrawing. Lu Yi hurriedly roared. Heartless Celestial's palm had already changed direction and fiercely struck towards Invincible Sword Celestial. Neither of them paid attention to Lu Yi anymore and continued fighting. Lu Yi gently exhaled. My goodness. When facing Heartless Celestial, the attacks were completely endless. The moment he launched an attack on you, all your reactions seemed to be within his expectations. Countless techniques piled up on your body, dragging you into a state of despair at an extremely fast speed. No wonder others could become saints. No wonder he couldn't become a saint. Every saint had their own unique characteristics, truly impeccable. Of course, if Lu Yi were to become a saint, putting aside other things, just the celestial venerable fist would be a unique skill among saints. At the same realm, after Lu Yi's punch landed, whether Relentless Sage could withstand it was still another matter. Ding! Deduction complete. As expected, after Lu Yi personally experienced the intensity, the system immediately completed the deduction. The final result deduced by the system was mutual destruction. Lu Yi. It really was mutual destruction. With such a result, it wasn't that Invincible Sword Celestial wasn't fierce, but rather that Invincible Sword Celestial was simply too fierce. What level was the current Invincible Sword Celestial at? Having just been promoted to Celestial Venerable, he hadn't been invincible throughout the world for long. Heartless Celestial was on the verge of becoming a saint. No matter what, he couldn't let these two, especially Invincible Sword Celestial, die here. He had to go and see what exactly this Relentless Sage had experienced. If there was a way to break the situation, then he would make these two stop fighting. Chapter 635, The Heartless Past. Why not let the two fight? It's very simple, because if these two were to be mutually injured, when they face the Red Dust Saint, they wouldn't cause the Red Dust Saint any trouble. Many existences are like ants before a saint. Humans would care how many of their own kind they killed, even if these kin were weaker than themselves, but they would absolutely not care how many ants they killed. When the Relentless Sage and Invincible Sword Celestial appear before the Red Dust Saint, it will allow the Red Dust Saint to understand that those standing before her are of the same kind. Everyone is human, not some ants. Even if they can only block a few of her attacks, they are still human. The more such powerhouses, the better. Thus, Lu Yi's figure disappeared. These two should fight for a while. Their strength is truly evenly matched, and a winner won't be decided so quickly. Lu Yi carefully observed the area where the Relentless Sage was located. This point in time was actually not that clear, as if shrouded in a mist, making direct observation impossible. Lu Yi could only go in person to experience it. Fortunately, he had a general understanding of the Relentless Sage's situation. Lu Yi landed at a point in time. His appearance transformed into the Relentless Sage in his youth. The two faced each other. The young Relentless Sage looked at Lu Yi with some fear. The Heartless Celestial, who was fighting the Invincible Sword Celestial, frowned. However, he had the ability to set things right, so he didn't pay attention to Lu Yi's actions. Lu Yi looked at Zhu Qingshan. Don't be afraid, I am the future you. I will live a period of life for you first. How about you follow me for now? Zhu Qingshan at this time was skinny, his face pale, and even his hair showed a withered yellow color from malnutrition. His clothes were patched up. They looked more like a patchwork coat. The other party didn't speak, clearly frightened. Lu Yi waved his hand, and the young Zhu Qingshan instantly disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, the door was kicked open. The already dilapidated door was nearly shattered. A whiff of alcohol assailed him. The person who came was an old man in his 50s or 60s, fierce and malicious. For some unknown reason, one of his eyes was blind. Lu Yi stared blankly at him. This is Zhu Qingshan's stepfather. What kind of look is that? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ershan saw Zhu Qingshan, and a fierce light appeared in his only eye. He almost didn't hesitate at all, kicking Lu Yi fiercely. You son of a bitch, if it weren't for you, would my eye be blind? Would your damned mother have died? I'll beat you to death today. Lu Yi could have easily killed this guy, but he intentionally made himself into Zhu Qingshan. The malnourished Zhu Qingshan really couldn't beat such a drunk strong man. He could only protect his vital points and passively take the beating. Through Lu Ershan's insults, Lu Yi generally understood. Zhu Qingshan originally had a mother, but because she truly couldn't survive while raising Zhu Qingshan, she could only marry a scoundrel. As a result, the scoundrel really disliked the non-biological Zhu Qingshan, because Zhu Qingshan's existence would bring ridicule to Lu Ershan. At first, he would still pretend, but when he found that the mother and son would only be at his mercy, coupled with getting drunk and acting crazy, domestic violence began. He frequently and continuously abused the mother and son. Finally, not long ago, Lu Ershan developed killing intent towards Zhu Qingshan and truly wanted to beat him to death. Zhu Qingshan's mother erupted, wanting to kill Lu Ershan. Lu Ershan killed her in return, but one of his eyes also went blind. Zhu Qingshan at this time had already reached the end of his life, just a little bit away from death. Today was originally supposed to be the time of Zhu Qingshan's death. Suddenly, the punching and kicking stopped. A faint wisp of fragrance appeared at Lu Yi's nose tip. The young girl stood before Lu Yi against the light. Lu Ershan had already been thrown to the side and had passed out. Lu Yi couldn't empathize with Zhu Qingshan's emotions. After all, in his eyes, Lu Ershan was just an ant. But if it were Zhu Qingshan at his weakest, the young girl standing against the light could truly become Zhu Qingshan's eternal deity. Gentle light fell upon Lu Yi's body, and Lu Yi's feigned dying state also began to recover. Lu Yi was certain that at this moment, Zhu Qingshan felt infinite hope. Little did he know that what awaited him was truly an abyss. How should we deal with him? The young girl's voice was as pleasant as a lark. Lu Yi looked around and finally found a broken piece of wood. Please turn around, Lu Yi said. The young girl silently turned around. She seemed to guess what Lu Yi was going to do, and a hint of surprise involuntarily appeared in her eyes. Lu Yi walked up to the unconscious Lu Ershan and suddenly exerted force on his neck. PFF'd. Lu Ershan was awakened by pain. But what greeted him was death. My name is Qingtian as in clear sky. What's your name? Qingtian asked with a smile. My name is Lu Qingshan. Wrong. From now on, you will be called Zhu Qingshan, because you are the Zhu family's child lost outside. Thus, Zhu Qingshan officially stepped onto the stage of cultivation. Lu Yi followed Qingtian to the Zhu family. Speaking of which, it was indeed a rather melodramatic plot, because the Zhu family encountered a powerful enemy 12 years ago, causing the Zhu family to be nearly annihilated, and in their haste, the Zhu family lost Zhu Qingshan. Zhu Qingshan was found by a woman who was wandering outside. Because the woman had previously been humiliated by bandits and was originally preparing to commit suicide, she found Zhu Qingshan and believed it was a gift from heaven. So she began to raise him well, but unfortunately, as a weak woman, she simply didn't have the ability to support Zhu Qingshan. She could only marry a scoundrel, and the price was letting the scoundrel help raise Zhu Qingshan. Lu Yi followed Qingtian back to the Zhu family. The Zhu family obtained an opportunity over 10 years ago. They killed the powerful enemy in return, and the family head, who was Zhu Qingshan's father, made rapid progress in strength, unexpectedly becoming a hegemon in this mundane world. Lu Yi returned to the Zhu family in Zhu Qingshan's identity. He received a formal reception. Everyone was very excited, especially his birth mother, who was in tears, blaming herself for why she was so careless as to lose Zhu Qingshan. In the following time, Lu Yi rested well. Whether it was Zhu Qingshan's family or Qingtian, they all liked him extremely. Lu Yi felt some doubt in his heart. This is normal though. Lu Yi could imagine that Zhu Qingshan had experienced such things in the first 12 years, but now Zhu Qingshan was experiencing unimaginable warmth. Under the strong contrast between the two sides, let alone the naive Zhu Qingshan, even Lu Yi was a bit confused, knowing that Lu Yi had never experienced parental love either. Everything was truly too beautiful. He had a kind mother, a powerful father, a mischievous younger sister, and that young girl who was like a deity. Until one person returned. Chapter 636 Partiality. Father, is there any good news recently? Lu Yi asked. Because now, everyone in the Zhu family had joyful expressions as they cleaned and decorated the house. Ha ha ha, our family's Qilin child, which is your brother Zhu Tianzhao, is back. Zhu Shang's face was filled with unconcealed joy and pride. Lu Yi's heart sank instantly. It has begun. The relentless sage's greatest turning point in life is here. Zhu Tianzhao. It was because of this person that the relentless sage completely cut off all emotions and feelings. His mother's face was also full of excitement. Your brother has been cultivating outside for 5 years and is now temporarily returning home. He is kind by nature, so when he's here, as his brother, you should give him more leeway, his mother instructed. Lu Yi nodded. He wanted to see what kind of person Zhu Tianzhao was. Lu Yi found Qingtian and asked her curiously. Speaking of which, he is the lucky star of your family. When your parents were fleeing, they accidentally lost you, but later picked up Zhu Tianzhao on their escape route. Because Zhu Tianzhao had excellent talent, his crying attracted the attention of a powerful being. After the powerful being's guidance, your father was able to break through his realm and kill his enemies. And he was also taken as a disciple by the powerful being and went to White Egret Academy to cultivate. I'm actually not very familiar with him either, I haven't met him many times. I heard that my father wants to arrange a marriage alliance between me and your family, and the person for the alliance is this Zhu Tianzhao. But Shaoshan, I don't want to marry him at all, I'd rather marry you. What do you think we should do? Qingtian's face held a bright smile, boldened with a hint of teasing. Lu Yi. The girl's bright confession undoubtedly struck the young man's heart fiercely. I'll go tell my father right now. Lu Yi took off running towards home like crazy. If he could take Qingtian first, would there be a turning point in the matter of becoming relentless? There are still several days, there's time. But when Lu Yi arrived home, he saw a young man with a clear and bright demeanor, currently surrounded by the whole family who were talking to him. Both his father and mother had the kind of smiles on their faces that had never appeared on Lu Yi. So affectionate, so intimate. The paternal love seemed to overflow. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zhu Tianzhao, and no one even noticed Lu Yi. Lu Yi knew he had to take a gamble. So he squeezed into the crowd, bowed, and stated his request. Zhu Shang, who had been smiling, froze, and then his face began to show dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Just yesterday, Qingtian's father said he would betroth Qingtian to Tianzhao. What kind of nonsense are you talking about now? Zhu Tianzhao looked at Lu Yi with a smile. But deep in his eyes, it was extremely cold. He stepped forward and said, this must be brother. Father, although Qingtian and I are childhood sweethearts, brother is after all the Zhu family's biological son. I know that with brother's return, father, mother, and the family are complete. This time I came back to bid farewell to father and mother. Please rest assured, brother, I have received immense kindness from being raised by the Zhu family, and I will never fight with you for your parents. One sentence. The Zhu family parents instantly exploded. Slap. Mother Zhu slapped Lu Yi's face hard. Lu Yi dodged it. You dare to dodge. Father Zhu kicked him in anger. Lu Yi. Damn it, what did I do? Forget it, I'll endure it for a bit. Lu Yi was grounded. In the evening, Zhu Tianzhao secretly came to see Lu Yi, with mockery in his expression. I thought you were dead, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I wasn't planning to come home, but when I heard about you, I immediately came back, Zhu Tianzhao said with a smile. You came back because you want to take back everything that originally belonged to you, right? But I'm sorry, everything of yours already belongs to me. As long as I'm here, this family has nothing to do with you. Qingtian, right, you like her. Then watch carefully how I get Qingtian, and see how I play with Qingtian until she's ruined. In this situation, Zhu Qingshan wouldn't fight. Any man with a bit of spirit would fight. Lu Yi also fought. Thus, Zhu Tianzhao, whose realm was 2 major realms higher than Lu Yi's, was ridden on and beaten up by Lu Yi. His eyes were full of mockery. The door of the ancestral hall was suddenly opened. Lu Yi's body was instantly thrown out, hitting the pillar heavily. Brother, I was wrong, it was all my wishful thinking. I just wanted you to share a little family affection with me, I ask for very, very little. As long as you don't drive me away, I'll give Qingtian to you, okay? I really know I was wrong. Lu Yi, isn't this just talking nonsense? Damn it, this person really lies without blinking. Zhu Qingshan, you are simply too much. Zhu Shang was so angry his lungs were about to explode. But Lu Yi quickly found a point to refute. Father, his strength is much greater than mine, yet he let me tackle him to the ground, there's clearly something wrong. Nonsense, it's clearly your brother who was considerate of family affection and didn't want to fight back. I really didn't expect you to be so malicious, I really misjudged you. Lu Yi, isn't this just talking nonsense with eyes wide open? What do you mean he didn't want to fight back? If he didn't want to fight back, couldn't he at least restrain me? Zhu Qingshan, you are truly too disappointing. Lu Yi took a deep breath. Although he wanted to help the relentless sage, he wouldn't tolerate this kind of anger. Let whoever wants to endure it, endure it. Lu Yi punched and shattered all these people. Restart. All the evil is because his strength is insufficient. Let's do it again. He'll cultivate properly and directly surpass Zhu Tianzhao, okay. So, Lu Yi started over. This time, Lu Yi cultivated frantically. He pushed the speed of cultivation to the extreme. But the time he started cultivating was too short. Even with such diligent cultivation, his strength was still comparable to Zhu Tianzhao's. Lu Yi arranged for the Zhu family to propose marriage in advance. He even went so far as to set up an illusion array when their feelings were deep, making Qingtian feel as if she had already been intimate with Zhu Qingshan. Wouldn't this make things more stable? As a result, stable my foot. Zhu Tianzhao didn't like Qingtian at all, nor did he like this family. He just wouldn't allow anything that belonged to him to be taken away by Zhu Qingshan. Even if that thing had been used, he had to snatch it back. The most crucial thing was that everyone truly liked Zhu Tianzhao. Even though he used illusion to make Qingtian believe she had lost her virginity, she was still willing to follow Zhu Tianzhao and not Zhu Qingshan. Lu Yi even thought of killing Zhu Tianzhao, but he didn't expect Zhu Tianzhao to have a Taoist protector. Lu Yi was truly almost angered to the point of having a heart attack. Yes, Lu Yi really didn't have parents in his previous life. But after he became Zhu Qingshan, he realized that sometimes, even if you have parents, if they are incredibly biased, it's really better to not have them. Because if you don't have them, there will be no hope, and thus no disappointment. Now that he had them, he was truly about to be angered to death by the favoritism. Chapter 637. No wonder he is so heartless. Could Lu Yi endure? He couldn't endure it for even a minute. Within a short time, he had killed these people 800 times in his mind. But what could he do? He still decided to endure for a while. After all, what did the heartless celestial's injury have to do with him? He didn't like that Qingtian anyway. He wanted to cultivate diligently. After all, heaven never seals off all exits. But he thought too much. Even though he cultivated, all his cultivation resources belonged to Zhu Tianzhao. Even though he was accepted as a student by Beilu Academy, within Beilu Academy, all his relationships with everyone were shattered by Zhu Tianzhao's instigation. Classmates hated him, teachers hated him. He changed places to cultivate. But the major powers didn't want him at all, and the minor powers would be annihilated by Zhu Tianzhao. Zhu Tianzhao clearly had the chance to kill him, but it was as if he had found an interesting pet, tormenting him little by little. His entire first half of life was shrouded under Zhu Tianzhao's cover. The wounds in his heart could not be calmed at all. But even if he became powerful later, it was useless, completely useless. He killed Zhu Tianzhao. Everyone regarded him as an enemy. He wanted these people to recognize Zhu Tianzhao's true face, but everyone thought Lu Yi was slandering him. Lu Yi almost believed that Zhu Tianzhao was truly a perfect gentleman, otherwise why did everyone like Zhu Tianzhao, even when the truth was laid out before them? Lu Yi had also thought about leaving, thinking that maybe after leaving, everyone would remember his good points. But that was bullshit. If you leave, who would care about you? Because even if you leave, those people won't encounter any difficulties. On the contrary, when you leave, everyone will feel relieved. What is this? Lu Yi really wanted to find a way to help the heartless celestial, but he was truly powerless. Family affection, love, friendship, teacher-student affection, all of the heartless celestial's emotions were destroyed by Zhu Tianzhao. Zhu Tianzhao was like he had magic power. Everyone believed Zhu Tianzhao, no one believed Zhu Qingshan. Lu Yi hadn't completely put himself in his shoes, but he was already disgusted. He couldn't imagine, if he really became Zhu Qingshan, he might destroy the world. Lu Yi let out a long breath. Forget it, forget it. Even if Lu Yi had monstrous abilities, he couldn't solve something like the heartless celestial's situation. He felt utterly exhausted. Lu Yi's figure reappeared in the battlefield between the invincible sword celestial and the heartless celestial. The two of them had reached a fever pitch in their fight. The matter of the heartless celestial, even Lu Yi added a burden to the time river, causing time to change. Let the heartless celestial deal with it himself then. He couldn't handle it. You two, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, you'll only perish together. Why don't we go our separate ways? There's still the Red Dust Saint to fight later. In fact, the Red Dust Saint had already appeared at a time node. It's just that Lu Yi didn't dare to go there. If he dared to go to that time point to find the Red Dust Saint, he would definitely be instantly killed. The kind of instant kill where there was no resurrection. But neither of them paid attention to Lu Yi. Cough, invincible sword celestial, there are other strong individuals waiting for you to fight. If you perish together with the heartless celestial now, wouldn't you lose the chance to fight others? What do you know? Just this battle alone is worth the trip, the invincible sword celestial said with great exhilaration. Honestly, if it weren't for protecting heaven and earth alright, if it weren't for protecting the system and the little Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi wouldn't be here giving earnest advice, he would even go find resources himself. Forget it, I'll go look elsewhere. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Actually, the fluctuation of the time river this time was far less terrifying than the fluctuation in the previous life. When the battle of the time river erupted in the previous life, the entire time river was stirred into monstrous waves, feeling like it could collapse at any moment. And this time, the time river was only constantly rippling with small waves. Because a massive number of strong individuals were chasing Enli. Compared to the opportunity to become a saint, all other matters had to take a backseat. Enli was constantly fleeing. All the celestial venerables were converging towards Enli, already forming a preliminary encirclement. Enli felt that while she was fleeing, a celestial venerable's aura would appear from time to time, searching everywhere. Some had powerful search abilities and directly found her, then began a frantic pursuit. Enli's escape was truly miserable. What to do? What to do? Enli also felt that the probability of encountering a celestial venerable was constantly increasing. She anxiously asked the Dark Origin God. But the Dark Origin God didn't answer her. I'm talking to you, give me an idea. The Dark Origin God still didn't answer. Are you dead? After Enli's frantic outburst, the Dark Origin God still didn't respond. At this moment, Enli seemed to have thought of something. You can speak now. Only then did the Dark Origin God finally speak. See, didn't I sincerely realize my mistake? You said not to speak, and I didn't say a single word, the Dark Origin God said leisurely. Stop talking nonsense, what should I do? Enli was practically dying of anger. Simple, you can split off a decoy to attract their attention. After being severely wounded by the Nine Heavens Great Sage, the Dark Origin God was entangled before he could escape. Now, although he was surrounded, he wasn't entangled, so there were plenty of methods. However, you're so weak, if I teach you the method to split off a decoy, can you learn it? Enli, I told you to talk less nonsense. Alright, I'll teach you. Things were indeed a bit urgent, the Dark Origin God stopped annoying Enli. He began to teach Enli the method. However, it was obvious that this method also required consuming a lot of origin. The Dark Origin God's scarce origin had already begun to become insufficient. Perhaps after escaping this time, Enli would truly be unable to defeat a great emperor. The Dark Origin God felt truly humiliated to be outsmarted by such a woman. Fortunately, under this extreme pressure, Enli quickly learned the method of origin separation, leaving behind a decoy to attract the Celestial Venerable's attention. Her main body quickly left. The Dark Origin God's origin had been squandered by her to the point of being almost gone in such a short time. Next, Enli could only choose to contend for the resources of the quasi-emperors. This current situation made Enli feel somewhat bewildered. With so many celestial venerables chasing her, were there traps at the four spirits of heaven? She hadn't seen Lu Yi either. But the current situation was that her desire to rely on the battle of the time river to recover a large amount of origin had become a pipe dream. She could only make a move once, and then flee frantically. Although she could recover a portion of origin, it was definitely a very, very small portion. Lu Yi's strength was increasing day by day, did she have any other choice? Given Lu Yi more time, she even doubted whether she could still defeat Lu Yi even if she completely recovered the Dark Origin God's origin. Difficult, it was truly too difficult. Enli felt an incomparable bitterness in her heart. Chapter 638 No Enemies. Unknowingly, I have indeed changed many things. Although some things are truly unchangeable, Lu Yi knows that he has done his best. The fluctuations in the time river are not as violent as in the previous life, they haven't even reached 1/10 of the previous life. In the previous life, heartless celestials seemed to have gone mad, frantically reversing time, trying again and again, countless times, causing a huge stir. Now, Heartless Celestial is being stopped by Invincible Sword Celestial, although it delays other matters. The key is that the Celestial Venerables from the previous life are all chasing Enli in this life. System, what's the situation with Enli now? Lu Yi asked. Ding, Enli has escaped the encirclement. She is now competing for resources with quasi-emperors. Her location changes irregularly, and she runs after getting resources, the system replied. It seems she has also become smarter. However, if she is only snatching resources needed by quasi-emperors, then there is no need to worry too much, because the resources quasi-emperors compete for are essentially just a minimum allowance in Enli's hands. It won't allow her to reach the heavens in one step. In that case, will this group of celestial venerables cause trouble again? Lu Yi glanced at the 256 great Daos in his Dao fruit world, hesitated for a moment, then made a decisive decision, and his figure disappeared. He wants to meet with the world's powerhouses to see what great Daos they are cultivating. And to search for the four spirits' treasures. He will perfect the world within his body as quickly as possible to prepare for the future. This chaotic time war has been ongoing. Some people who are alive suddenly die, and some stars disappear without reason. However, this is only for ordinary people. If they are powerhouses, they will have a premonition when they are weak and in danger, and they will go to stop it in advance. Lu Yi's figure appeared before a celestial venerable. This celestial venerable is called Earth Celestial Venerable. This is the first time Lu Yi has faced a celestial venerable after becoming emperor. Earth Celestial Venerable looked at Lu Yi, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, heaven and earth flipped, and the void solidified. At this moment, Lu Yi felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him. Please grant me guidance, Celestial Venerable. Good. The two of them didn't waste words and instantly started fighting. Earth Celestial Venerable clearly felt Lu Yi's power and dared not be negligent, going all out. He didn't want to become a Celestial Venerable suppressed by a great emperor. In that case, wouldn't his lifetime of prestige be damaged? But when he truly fought with Lu Yi, Earth Celestial Venerable couldn't help but gasp. Putting aside everything else, just the intensity of the opponent's energy was already completely not weaker than his own, and the opponent's arms seemed to have been tempered countless times. Earth Celestial Venerable released the Earth Emperor banner and used it to suppress. Lu Yi used various powerful divine abilities, constantly shattering the overwhelming great stars condensed from the divine soil. Their battle caused subtle disturbances in the Time River, but it was acceptable and wouldn't cause too much impact on the Time River. Lu Yi was still very aware of the power of celestial venerables, but he didn't burn his origin, it was just a sparring session. The two stood in the chaos. With a wave of their hands, the chaos dispersed, and heaven and earth resonated. They were evenly matched. Earth Celestial Venerable's eyes held incomprehension. He was somewhat unable to accept that a great emperor could fight him to such a degree, and he was the first to get serious. Boundless earth. Lu Yi watched as the endless mud in the chaos surged, drowning everything in the world. He held the stone sword in his hand. 8 divisions of the universe. The stone sword split into 8, enveloping Lu Yi's body. Full power erupted. 8 sword chi went in all directions, colliding fiercely with the mud. Endless resistance suppressed the sword light, trying to bury it, but the sword light was clearly not that fragile, constantly splitting the earth with its extreme sharpness. 8 divisions combined into one. Lu Yi held the stone sword, following a sword light, and the 8 sword lights combined into one. Lu Yi rushed out of the endless earth. After the current fight, Lu Yi also understood that the gap between himself and a celestial venerable was basically gone, because the gap between a great emperor and a celestial venerable is not particularly huge. Lu Yi's Hongling power is constantly strengthening and transforming every moment. In terms of quality alone, it is already equivalent to a celestial venerable, just not as high in total energy as a celestial venerable. But did Lu Yi want to do anything to Earth Celestial Venerable? That was impossible. Even using the Celestial Venerable fist, the hope was not great. After all, Earth Celestial Venerable's strongest point was defense. The two fought to the end, and they were evenly matched. Lu Yi chose to stop. Earth Celestial Venerable also knew now that he had no way to defeat Lu Yi. Although he still had a trump card he hadn't used, Lu Yi clearly also had a trump card. His Celestial Venerable method had been used and could suppress Lu Yi, but it was too difficult to achieve an overwhelming victory. Thank you for the guidance, Celestial Venerable, Lu Yi said with a smile and cupped his hands. Earth Celestial Venerable looked at Lu Yi, who had a good attitude, and a smile appeared on his face. Very strong. Fighting a celestial venerable as a great emperor is rare throughout history. If you become a celestial venerable, you will be another existence comparable to invincible sword celestial. For Earth celestial venerable, this was already the highest level of praise. After all, someone like invincible sword celestial hasn't existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Just entered the heavenly venerable realm, and already invincible in the heavenly venerable realm. This is the heavenly venerable realm, not some common cabbage. I am still far from invincible sword celestial venerable is flattering me. This junior still needs to learn from other celestial venerables, I'll take my leave. Earth celestial venerable nodded. Lu Yi began his journey of conquest. However, Lu Yi currently has no major enemies. The only enemy with a name is Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. But Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, due to his characteristics, especially at this chaotic time node, knows that the 6 paths of reincarnation is an existence coveted by many celestial venerables. As long as they replace Reincarnation Heavenly Lord and become the Lord of Reincarnation, that is also a form of eternal life. In this situation, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord naturally dares not come out. Because Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is backed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, he exists in 2 states. Leaving the 6 paths of reincarnation, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is a powerful celestial venerable, belonging to the upper tier, but not as good as those top heavenly venerables who contend with saints for the Tao. And within the 6 paths of reincarnation, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is the top heavenly venerable, and even invincible sword celestial has no way to deal with Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. As mentioned before, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord within the 6 paths of reincarnation could potentially rank in the top 3 among all celestial venerables throughout history. Of course, because there are also top heavenly venerables Lu Yi hasn't met, this is hard to say. Leaving the 6 paths of reincarnation, it is still debatable whether Reincarnation Heavenly Lord can rank in the top 20. It's a pity that I can't strike at a peerless enemy in the time river anymore. Thinking about it is quite regrettable. Other enemies? None. And Li is not even qualified to be Lu Yi's enemy now. Chapter 639, Time Freezes. So, sometimes it's not good when enemies die too quickly or surrender too quickly. At this moment, Lu Yi even missed Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor a little. If Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor had lived until now, it's truly unknown if he might have directly entered the time river to madly parasitize, making both the past and the future his hosts. Tisk tisk tisk, thinking of that scene, Lu Yi felt it was quite terrifying. However, with the time river in chaos now, even if Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor were still alive, his strength would be too weak to change any outcome. Time passed by second. Lu Yi wandered around, either challenging celestial venerables, joining in the fun, or searching for treasures. Because of the chaos in the time river, Lu Yi didn't even know how much time had passed. Now, the evolution speed of the entire great world had become faster and faster. Lu Yi's achievement of Great Emperor, turning the entire great world into his Dao fruit, directly caused 3/10 of the great world's flames to extinguish, adding to those extinguished before and the flames extinguished during this period. Now, only 4/10 of the flames in the entire great world remained unextinguished. Where the flames extinguished, terrifying new life force was constantly evolving. Within this evolution, there were profound and wondrous changes everywhere. Lu Yi's great Dao, amidst these mysterious changes, truly improved like a rocket. Until one day, Lu Yi let out a soft exclamation. Amidst the endless evolution of the nascent world, a wisp of purple gas finally evolved. Lu Yi was not unfamiliar with this wisp of gas. That was Hongmeng Qi. Another wisp of Hongmeng Qi was actually born. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, thinking about the use of Hongmeng power. System, do you need it? Lu Yi asked. Ding, you need it more. The system gave its reply. Lu Yi understood the system's meaning. Hongmeng Qi is the origin of the world, how could anyone not need it? However, compared to giving it to the system, Lu Yi absorbing it himself could maximize its value. The relationship between the system and him was naturally not one where they would be falsely polite. Whoever needed it most should take it. Lu Yi immediately absorbed it. Boom. A huge roar exploded within Lu Yi's body. At this moment, all the power within Lu Yi began to evolve madly. The origin of the world, just thinking about it makes one know how precious it is. He was becoming even stronger. Lu Yi felt that the current situation was quite good, as long as everything wasn't rushing towards collapse, he didn't need to watch over it like a nanny. This world does not stop turning just because one person is gone. Lu Yi continued his cultivation. Upon reaching the Great Emperor realm, there was no longer a division into first level, second level, third level, and so on. It was still early Great Emperor, mid-Great Emperor, late Great Emperor, and perfected. Celestial Venerables were the same. A perfected Great Emperor could already be called a half-step Celestial Venerable. Now Lu Yi had reached mid-Great Emperor. His strength had advanced further. Fighting Celestial Venerables also became easier and easier for him. Until one day, suddenly, with a huge roar, the entire Time River, which had formed a ring, trembled violently. This loud noise echoed throughout the long years. Every single one, almost everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They couldn't see anything, so figures flew out of the Time River. As soon as they flew out of the Time River, they saw a scene that made them feel extremely horrified. Because, at a certain point in time, at this moment, a ray of light appeared. The light was a faint crimson, and the aura belonging to a saint was erupting without reservation. Wherever the crimson light passed, the Time River, which had been slowly flowing, actually began to freeze. As long as it was enveloped by the crimson light, the Time River seemed to turn into amber, stopping its flow. What a terrifying sight was this! This was time suspension. In fact, ancient and modern Celestial Venerable could also use methods of time suspension. But the time he suspended was only within a part of space. As for suspending time for the entire heaven and earth, it's feared that even if ancient and modern Celestial Venerable became a saint, it's unknown if he could achieve it. Yet now, someone had achieved it. It wasn't just the time suspension of a single area of heaven and earth, but the entire Time River was being suspended in an extremely rapid manner. Perhaps saying suspension wasn't entirely accurate. More accurately, it should be solidification. From a flowing liquid, solidifying into a solid. Some Celestial Venerables couldn't help but gasp. No, it can't be like this. Some Celestial Venerables had already reacted. Indeed, it couldn't be like this, because solidifying the Time River in this way would cause this world to completely fall into a state of solidification. The entire heaven and earth would become eternal at this moment, and everything would lose the possibility of development. All living beings, all great Daos, even the wind, even river water, whether living or non-living, would stop operating. It's here. It finally came. This was the greatest crisis the Time River faced. Red Dust Saint had made a move, intending to make a certain moment eternal. This was a saint in a complete state. Not a weakened saint like Dark Origin God who entered heaven and earth little by little, nor the laws left behind by Nine Heaven's great sage. It was the most complete, most supreme saint. When a saint makes a full-strength move, no one knows what level it can reach, because once someone becomes a saint, there is no one worthy of the saint making a full-strength move against them. Nine Heaven's great sage was the most fierce in his actions, thus creating Nine Heavens. He left behind a beautiful area where countless living beings could breathe and multiply. Other saints truly hadn't made many moves, merely a casual move could extinguish everything in the world. Stop her! Lu Yi roared angrily. This kind of thing absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed for Red Dust Saint, because if she succeeds, then this heaven and earth will have no future. Everyone will fall into eternal stillness, even thought will disappear, which is no different from death. As for those who have already fallen, there's nothing to say, but there are still countless people living in the present, as well as the Heavenly Dao that Lu Yi cares about. Lu Yi immediately rushed madly towards the crimson light. He wasn't prepared to be a war correspondent this time. Watching which Celestial Venerable fell or didn't fall, what he could do was lead by example. After all, Lu Yi was a person of the current era. If he didn't lead by example, how could the Celestial Venerables and Great Emperors who had already passed away make a move? Besides Lu Yi, there were also streams of light flying towards the crimson light. Among them, several auras were the most fierce. Like irresistible long rainbows. There was the aura of Invincible Sword Celestial. Invincible Sword Celestial actually didn't perish together with Heartless Celestial. Did the system's deduction make a mistake? It should be. After all, the system's deduction wasn't extremely accurate. After all, it was a battle between two top Heavenly Venerables, and if either made one wrong move, the outcome could be decided. It's also possible that Invincible Sword Celestial enjoyed the fight so much that he broke through again during the battle, thus defeating Relentless Sage. Regardless of the possibility, since Invincible Sword Celestial appeared, it meant he won the battle against Heartless Celestial. After all, there was no concept of relentless sage holding back. Chapter 640, Fool, you're old. Charge, charge, charge. 5 extremely powerful streams of light sliced through the Time River. These were the 5 strongest celestial venerables recorded in the Time River, each capable of clashing with a saint. They could even push a saint to the brink of despair at times. Following closely behind was the second tier of celestial venerables. Lu Yi's speed was extremely fast, placing him among the second tier. At a specific time point, Forget Love Immortal Revered didn't look up, he simply held the gentle woman in his arms. The woman heard the loud noise and trembled. Husband, what happened? The woman asked, a little flustered. It's nothing, don't worry. There must be strong individuals fighting. Other strong individuals will resolve it, Forget Love Immortal Revered said softly. Is that so? Her expression was hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. Husband. Wanwan, it's okay, don't be scared. No, husband, you are also a strong individual, aren't you? The woman asked. Forget Love Immortal Revered was silent for a moment. No, I am not a strong individual. I am just a coward. His mouth was covered by Ding Wanwan. Husband is not a coward. Forget Love Immortal Revered's eyes were full of smiles. He actually wanted to say, how is he not? Just because Ding Wanwan told him to live well, he didn't dare to follow his Dao companion and instead chose to use the method of forgetfulness to linger in this world. What is that if not a coward? Husband, you came from the future, didn't you? Although Ding Wanwan's question was a query, her tone carried certainty. Forget Love Immortal Revered was startled. No, I am the me of now. Husband, you've forgotten. You can't lie in front of me. Every time you lie, I see right through it. You're especially clumsy. Forget Love Immortal Revered. Ding Wanwan gently cupped Forget Love Immortal Revered's face, looking at him quietly, her eyes turning red. Silly, you've grown old. Forget Love Immortal Revered. He now completely resembled his youthful self, even the smile on his face was as bright and sunny as when he was young. But the moment Ding Wanwan saw him, she knew that the person before her was someone from the future. Because, how could a perfectly fine person become so old? How much hardship must he have endured, how many difficulties must he have overcome? So she pretended not to notice, gently comforting Forget Love Immortal Revered's heart. Can you tell me what will happen in the future? I want to hear it, Ding Wanwan said, wiping away the tears from her eyes and breaking into a smile. She hadn't intended to cry, because if she cried, he would surely feel heartache. But, she also felt heartache for him. Forget Love Immortal Revered shook his head. There's no need to explore the future. Just stay in the present, stay in this moment is enough. Deep down, Forget Love Immortal Revered actually had some hope that Red Dust Saint would succeed, because if she did, he could be with his Wanwan forever. Even without any consciousness. Before losing consciousness, as long as Forget Love Immortal Revered knew that Wanwan was by his side, that would be enough. Let me guess, I'll get your master's approval, Ding Wanwan said with a smile. Forget Love Immortal Revered did not answer. We will hold another Dao Companion ceremony under everyone's blessings. Forget Love Immortal Revered was silent. We will have a child. Do you want a boy or a girl? I think you definitely want a daughter, because if we have a daughter, she'll surely look like me, a mini-me. If it's a daughter, will you love her more than you love me? I just want a son, because if we have a son, he'll surely be like you. You've grown so big and are still so cute. If I give birth to a son for you, and the son is a tiny you, won't that melt my heart? But don't worry, I definitely won't love our son more than I love you, because I love you the most. Forget Love Immortal Revered couldn't help but look up at the sky. It seems I died. Ding Wanwan couldn't help but feel a little regret and sadness. After all, no one wants to die, especially when they are happy. But even if she died, she must have died in happiness, right? Look, her Dao companion has come from the future to see her. Is she not happy? You must have been very, very sad after I died. No wonder you've aged like this. Didn't I tell you to live well? Yet you've aged like this. Why didn't you listen? Ding Wanwan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, her tone already becoming fierce. I lived well. Forget Love Immortal Revered finally spoke, his voice even carrying a hint of grievance. Then tell me, how did you live well? Ding Wanwan didn't back down because of Forget Love Immortal Revered's grievance, asking with her eyebrows furrowed. After you died, I always wanted to resurrect you, but my strength wasn't enough. I cultivated frantically. By the time I could finally resurrect you, I found that although that person had your soul, she was no longer you. Even if I implanted your memories into that person's soul, she still wasn't you. I didn't know what to do. I missed you every moment. I was in great pain. I really wanted to follow you. But you told me to live well. Every day was extremely painful. I had no choice. I could only convert the utmost emotion great path into the forget love great path. I thought if I forgot you, everything would get better. That way, I would be listening to you and living well. I truly forgot you. I even became forget love immortal revered, becoming the most top-tier existence in heaven and earth. Until I heard about the reversal of time. Everything I had forgotten came back. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, you would appear completely in my heart. I can't forget, I truly can't forget. I am now searching for every method to return to the past, to save you. Even if I can't become an emperor, what does it matter? I don't want to be some damned great emperor, some damned celestial venerable at all. These things are not even comparable to a single strand of your hair in my eyes. Wanwan, I miss you so much, I've always been thinking of you. A terrifying roar echoed within Forget Love Immortal Revered's body. The Forget Love Great Path rapidly collapsed at this moment. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices of Forget Love Immortal Revered. His strength had already fallen from the Celestial Venerable Realm back to the Great Emperor Realm, and it was still continuously declining. He didn't care at all. What he cared about was never his cultivation. What he cared about, from beginning to end, was his Dao companion. He truly wished that this moment could become eternal. Chapter 641, The Saint of the World. Ding Wanwan looked at Forget Love Immortal Revered's current appearance, her heart aching uncontrollably. Her vision was too limited, she had no idea what was happening. This was a very realistic problem. However, she could roughly understand that Forget Love Immortal Revered absolutely could not stay here any longer. Inside Forget Love Immortal Revered's body, terrifying rumbling sounds were constantly being produced, and he was continuously bleeding. He had already said that he cultivated the Forget Love Great Path, and now leaning by her side definitely couldn't be called forgetting love. Husband, you can't keep doing this. Since I'm already dead, what you want is to revive me, not to stay here in the past like this. This chaos will end sooner or later. What you are doing now is escaping. You should continue to search for a way to find me again, not stay in this moment forever. Husband, go do what you should do. We have already met. For the future. Forget Love Immortal Revered stared at Ding Wanwan in a daze. But, husband, there are no buts. You are a strong person. A strong person shouldn't stay here with me in obscurity. If you have the ability, then reverse time and be together with me again without any worries. If you don't have the ability, then live your own life well. Husband, you are not a coward. You are my heaven. Forget Love Immortal Revered's body trembled violently. Forget Love Immortal Revered took a step back, his face filled with extreme conflict. Ding Wanwan stepped forward, her eyes staring intently into Forget Love Immortal Revered's eyes. She could see that her husband was conflicted about 2 things. First, wanting to be with her forever. Second, continuing his plan to complete time reversal and return to find her. The first thing was obviously easier, but it was just a dream. Husband, go. No matter the outcome, I hope you have no regrets. She actively opened her arms and gave Forget Love Immortal Revered a full embrace. Forget Love Immortal Revered took a deep breath. The warmth in his arms made him infatuated, yet also sobered him up. Then I'll go. Go. Husband, I am proud of you. Boom. Lu Yi arrived at the place where the crimson light erupted, and the battle had already begun. The 5 celestial venerables simultaneously released infinite divine light, attacking the crimson light, wanting to shatter it. Invincible sword celestial sword energy continuously extinguished the crimson light. These 5 people, besides Invincible Sword Celestial, were Heavenly Emperor, Myriad Dao Revered, Human Emperor, and Unextinguished Revered. Heavenly Emperor was the master of the ancient heavenly court, Myriad Dao Revered was the peerless strong person who contended with Mayfly Demon Saint back then, and Human Emperor and Unextinguished Revered were both very ancient strong people. The 5 celestial venerables continuously fought against the crimson light, but this crimson light was too terrifying. The combined efforts of the celestial venerables could only slow down the spread of the crimson light, but the light was still devouring the time river inch by inch. Lu Yi didn't waste words. He blasted out a punch. He used his strongest celestial venerable fist. The Dao fruit vibrated. This terrifying punch caused even these 5 top heavenly venerables to look sideways. The power of this punch was already not to be underestimated and could be ranked among the strongest celestial venerable sequence, but this was clearly his strongest move, and there was still a slight gap compared to the top heavenly venerables. The second wave of arriving celestial venerables successively unleashed their strongest divine abilities to stop the spread of the crimson light. They couldn't stop it. They could only slow it down. The attacks of the celestial venerables seemed so fragile against this crimson light. Lu Yi's full-strength attack only shattered a small amount of the crimson light. More celestial venerables arrived. It could be seen that within the ring of the time river, endless divine light gathered into something like a waterfall, cutting through the void and pouring onto the crimson light. Hold on, Lu Yi roared. His figure arrived directly in front of the crimson light. The other celestial venerables also reacted extremely quickly, and invincible sword celestial arrived by Lu Yi's side immediately. All the celestial venerables used their full power. The torrent of light directly pushed against the front of the crimson light. All the celestial venerables combined their strength. The crimson light finally stopped moving forward. Saint, please spare this heaven and earth. A celestial venerable cried out in grief. However, there was no response, and instead, the crimson light erupted again. PFF'd. The torrent of light was forcefully pushed back by the crimson light. Many celestial venerables suffered backlash and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was the terrifying nature of a saint. One saint was suppressing dozens of celestial venerables. They hadn't even seen Red Dust Saint, but the other party could achieve this level just by using a little force. There were still celestial venerables who hesitated for a moment before joining. Looking at this situation, this Red Dust Saint was planning to solidify the entire time river. If they didn't join now, then if Red Dust Saint completed this task, any opportunities they found and any changes they made to time would lose all meaning. The number of celestial venerables had already reached over 60, and more celestial venerables were joining. The crimson light continuously advanced, and was also constantly breaking. Soon, a great emperor arrived, roared, and rushed into the battlefield to exert force with the celestial venerables. Following that were the second great emperor, the third great emperor, the fourth great emperor. Heaven and earth are in danger, time is frozen. Anyone capable of stepping out of the time river can go to the battlefield and lend a hand to heaven and earth. Ancient and modern celestial venerable let out a loud roar that echoed through infinite time and space. At this moment, even quasi-emperors and even emperors began to rise into the air, leaving the time river, and flying towards the place where the crimson light existed. Those below the emperor realm were somewhat unable to do so. Because those below the emperor realm could not yet leave the time river. From all directions, countless living beings came towards this place. Deep within the crimson light, a lively young girl wearing a brocade jacket, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, followed behind a tall man. She was also holding a candied haw, looking so carefree. No one would have thought that such a young girl was actually the Red Dust Saint who had shaken the ages. Red Dust Saint's brows were now slightly furrowed, and her eyes held impatience. More and more people were trying to stop her. What were they thinking? How could they think they could stop a saint? HMPH. Chinger, what's wrong? Lu Hongchen turned his head to look at Red Dust Saint. Brother Hongchen, it's nothing, just a little trouble. I'll go solve it, Red Dust Saint said. Little trouble? Lu Hongchen asked. Yes, just a little trouble, a very, very little trouble. Lu Hongchen looked at Chinger and couldn't help but gently stroke her head. Do you want me to help you? No need, I can solve it myself very quickly. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back. Okay. Red Dust Saint's figure instantly disappeared. Lu Hongchen looked at this scene, and then looked at the other people around, and immediately found that the other people around seemed to have not seen this scene at all, and were still doing their own things. It was as if Chinger had never appeared in these people's sight. It was at this moment that in Lu Hongchen's eyes, the ring formed by the time river appeared. Chapter 642 No Backing Down. More and more people arrived. Countless people were arriving. Everyone was working together to stop the scarlet light. So many people, what are they doing? What is this? Lu Hongchen didn't even know what was happening. Why could he see such a scene? What was this ring? Why were so many people blocking the scarlet light? And why could he see this scene? Lu Hongchen had no idea. But he wasn't stupid and quickly understood. This ring was originally a flowing river, but as the scarlet light covered it, these flowing rivers fell into stillness. Those countless people were working together, trying to stop this scarlet light and keep the ring, which looked like a river, flowing. Why was this happening? His intuition told Lu Hongqun that this ring should continue to flow, otherwise, not so many people would be struggling to block it. Although, having many people didn't necessarily mean they were right. But so many people were doing their utmost. Some were spitting blood but refused to retreat. This was a fearless spirit. Only when they firmly believed that what they were doing was correct, only when they were protecting something, would this fearless spirit emerge. It was just like how he had protected Qing'er since childhood. If Qing'er was in danger, he would also be this fearless. Who was it? So powerful, to make so many people resist with such difficulty. And what could that scarlet light be? Until a figure appeared within the scarlet light. Lu Hongqun. His eyes widened, but his pupils contracted. That figure, he recognized it at a glance. That was Qing'er. How could Qing'er appear within that scarlet light? She was just by his side. Where did she run off to now? She. Lu Hongqun's mind froze at this moment. Because this kind of thing completely exceeded his understanding. His little sister, who had always been by his side and never willing to leave him for a step, now appeared in this mysterious place. Moreover, the scarlet light that was being blocked by so many people was actually appearing because of Qing'er. We greet Red Dust Saint. Greetings, Red Dust Saint. Countless figures all bowed towards Red Dust Saint. Red Dust Saint. Lu Hongqun was completely bewildered. In his perception, there wasn't even the concept of a saint, but she was called Red Dust Saint. This further confirmed that this was his Qing'er, because his name was Lu Hongqun. Red Dust Saint looked at this scene. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. In her eyes, the entire heaven and earth actually held no meaning. Even if so many living beings were blocking her now, it was impossible for her heart to feel any fluctuation. You block me. Red Dust Saint spoke coldly. Saint, if you do this, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Please reconsider, the celestial venerable spoke, pleading. Those who block me shall die. Invincible Sword Celestial took a deep breath. At this moment, infinite sword intent flowed around him. Then we can only seek guidance on Saint's power. Red Dust Saint nodded. Come, kill. It was said that Invincible Sword Celestial had guts, he didn't waste words either. With a roar, he charged towards Red Dust Saint with his sword. Lu Yi also didn't hesitate at all. Kill. Throughout history, those who did not become saints were like ants beneath a saint. A saint was always an insurmountable mountain in front of living beings who had not become saints. Even the strongest, when facing a saint, had no possibility of surviving. But now, how could they retreat? What was retreat? If a saint destroyed heaven and earth, the living beings of heaven and earth should charge towards the saint without hesitation, even at the cost of death. In the previous life, Lu Yi died near the very end. He saw countless predecessors fall one after another. In this life, he didn't want to see that scene again, so let him die first. Kill. Figure after figure, their aura like dragons, charged towards Red Dust Saint. Invincible Sword Celestial's sword pierced into the scarlet light. He felt as if he had entered mud, his speed becoming very slow. Countless cracks appeared on his body. Even that invincible sword began to be covered in cracks. Lu Yi followed closely. Celestial Venerable Fist erupted to its extreme at this moment. The Dao fruit trembled violently, and endless power continuously surged into his fist. Everything he had was charging forward. His body entered the scarlet light. At this moment, it was as if he was being cut into 1,000 pieces. But he was not afraid. The speed of the two became extremely slow within the scarlet light, but they firmly charged towards Red Dust Saint. Behind the two, Celestial Venerables erupted with their strongest attacks, all charging towards Red Dust Saint. Red Dust Saint did not make a move, but just watched this scene coldly, her eyes filled with indifference. Everyone was continuously approaching Red Dust Saint. When all the power of the two was exhausted, they had only managed to reach within 10 meters of Red Dust Saint. They had no strength left. Not a single bit of strength. This was a saint, so powerful that it made people feel despair. Even when facing Dark Origin God, it was nowhere near this desperate. Everything now was so despairing. This was the power of a true saint. She didn't even need to make a move, no one could get close to her. Invincible Sword Celestial's eyes were splitting with rage. He opened his mouth and roared, using up all his potential. He finally moved forward again. 3 meters. Invincible Sword Celestial was indeed Invincible Sword Celestial. At this moment, unless Lu Yi exploded the world within his body, he shouldn't even consider going any further. Human power is finite. Lu Yi had done his best. The world within his body could not be exploded no matter what, because this was not about himself, but about the system, about this heaven and earth. If the exploded world could not recover, then even if they survived this calamity, there would still be no way to survive the next calamity. All the celestial venerables were exhausted. No one could truly touch Red Dust Saint. Red Dust Saint still had no emotional fluctuations, no mockery, no sighing. Everything these people did was like this. Red Dust Saint moved. As if strolling through a garden, she took one step and arrived in front of Invincible Sword Celestial, lightly pointing at his glabella with her finger. Invincible Sword Celestial's life force was extinguished, and his true spirit vanished. She came in front of Lu Yi. Great Emperor. Red Dust Saint nodded lightly. To be able to enter within 10 meters of her at the Great Emperor realm, he had some skill. Her finger lightly tapped. The familiar feeling of death appeared. Lu Yi died. Chapter 643. Our feelings are the most precious. The Red Dust Saint stepped before each figure one by one. With a single finger tap, a celestial venerable completely died. Their physical bodies did not disappear, merely solidified in place, but both their souls and Dao fruits were shattered. Celestial venerables died one by one, until all the celestial venerables were dead. Next were the great emperors. The powerhouses of the great emperor realm died in rows. The Red Dust Saint didn't even need to tap her finger again. No, you can't do this. Lu Hongchen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How could Qinger become like this? Why did his lovely and radiant Qinger turn into such a peerless demon capable of wantonly slaughtering the innocent and destroying heaven and earth? You can't do this. You can't do this. But the Red Dust Saint couldn't hear Lu Hongchen's words, she was only killing. Great emperors fell in rows. At this moment, all the powerhouses were fragile and couldn't withstand a single blow. No matter how peerlessly talented you were, no matter how invincible in the world, before a saint, you were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. All the great emperors fell. Next were the quasi-emperors and emperors. The quasi-emperors and emperors died even faster, falling in large swaths. Death became the main theme of this moment. Finally, the time river became quiet. The Red Dust Saint turned around and looked at the figures solidified within the crimson light. There was still no feeling whatsoever. It's over, I can continue. The Red Dust Saint's figure disappeared and reappeared before Lu Hongchen. Red Dust brother, it's already taken care of, Qinger said with a smile on her face. Lu Hongchen stared blankly at the young girl whose smile was like a flower. When she was a saint, she was so indifferent, as if she didn't have a single trace of human emotion. Now that she appeared before him, she had turned back into the appearance of a little girl. Why did you kill them? Lu Hongchen asked. The Red Dust Saint was startled. Her eyes suddenly turned indifferent, and crimson light swept over everything around her. But she didn't find anything unusual. She understood, the Heavenly Dao had made a move. The indifference disappeared from her eyes, and Qinger looked a little wronged. Red Dust brother, you can't blame me, they wanted to stop me from being with you. Aren't we together now? Lu Hongchen asked. It's not the same. Right now, it's because the time river has entered a state of transformation and weakness, which is why we can be together. But if the time river returns to normal, you can only live in this time, and you'll never move forward again, Qinger explained. The forward flow of time is an unstoppable trend. What happened in the past can never be changed, only viewed. If you were to change it, you would need to pay an immense price. The greater possibility is that the time river would directly collapse. The Red Dust Saint had deduced countless times, and the result was always the collapse of the time river. And the current transformation of the time river is an excellent opportunity. As long as the time river is frozen, it won't collapse. The Red Dust Saint could then unseal the time river little by little, and her and Red Dust Brothers' timeline would always be progressing. That would be the most perfect ending. As for what kind of damage it would cause to the time river, that was not something the Red Dust Saint needed to consider. Doing this is wrong. Lu Hongchen's expression became extremely serious. Seeing this expression, Qinger immediately shrank her head back. As long as Red Dust Brother showed this expression, it meant she had done something wrong. Lightly, she would be scolded; heavily, she would be beaten. But this time, she believed she hadn't done anything wrong. No, Doing this is right. No, what you're doing now is actually sacrificing this heaven and earth to fulfill you and me. This is selfish. I am selfish, but humans are inherently selfish. Everyone else can be selfish, so why can't I be selfish? Qing'er retorted. In this heaven and earth, only the Lu Hongchen before her could make her say so much. You say humans are inherently selfish, but why were so many people who died by your hand willing to face death? Weren't they doing it for heaven and earth? They weren't selfish. No, they also came to stop me so they could survive, and they also came to stop me for their ideals and beliefs. They were equally selfish. Absurd. Lu Hongchen immediately shouted loudly in reprimand. Guarding heaven and earth for one's ideals and beliefs, how can that be considered selfish? That is also selfish. For them, ideals and beliefs are the most important things. Aren't they being selfish by guarding their ideals and beliefs? Of course not. How can guarding something important to yourself be called selfish? But you are also the most important thing to me. What I'm doing now is also guarding you. This also cannot be called selfish. Lu Hongchen, he actually wanted to say, was what you did entirely for me. Part of it was for yourself. But saying something like that would be too hurtful. But what you're doing now is, for the sake of our feelings, strangling all feelings between heaven and earth, Lu Hongchen said heartbrokenly. No. What kind of feelings are theirs? The feelings between brother and me are the most sincere. Their feelings aren't sincere at all, they aren't precious. What I'm doing now is guarding the most precious feelings in the human world. The Red Dust Saint was extremely paranoid at this moment. She believed that what she had done was completely right, with no mistakes, not even the slightest bit. Lu Hongchen actually found himself unable to argue with her. Even if he said that other people's feelings were more numerous than the feelings between them, this reason would absolutely not be able to persuade Qing'er. She had already become incredibly paranoid. The only way to persuade her was to start from her perception. To let her know that this perception was wrong. You say that in this world, our feelings are the most precious, Lu Hongchen asked. Qing'er nodded seriously. Our feelings are the most precious thing, more valuable than heaven and earth, more valuable than saints, more valuable than everything. Then throughout these long years, has there really been no feeling that is more precious than our feelings? No. In this world, there are mostly heartless people. If there were, what would you do? Qing'er hesitated. No. It's impossible. If there is, would you let everything return to normal? Lu Hongchen said. No, even if there is, it's not okay. Lu Hongchen's voice suddenly rose sharply. He was really angry. Destroying them for us, is that how I taught you since you were young? If you still remain so obstinate, then you give me, then I'll die for you to see. Fear immediately appeared on the Red Dust Saint's face. She tightly grabbed the corner of Lu Hongchen's clothes, her eyes completely red. Brother, don't leave Qing'er again. Then promise me, if there are still feelings in the world as sincere as ours, then let everything return to normal. Promise or not promise? The Red Dust Saint's mouth moved repeatedly. She said with extreme difficulty, then okay. Chapter 644, Saw the Forgetfulness. The Red Dust Saint was undoubtedly stubborn. She didn't place much importance on heaven and earth. Not all saints respected and cherished heaven and earth. The existence of saints like the Nine Heavens Great Sage was, in the end, rare, very rare. A large part of the reason why the Nine Heavens Great Sage could be called a Great Sage, while the Red Dust Saint could only be called a saint, lay precisely in this. The more they were compared, the more the greatness of the Nine Heavens Great Sage could be seen. In this heaven and earth, becoming a saint didn't require the recognition of heaven and earth. The Red Dust Saint had long been deeply mired in the past, unable to extricate herself. Brother, I'll show you what this human world is truly like. The Red Dust Saint waved her hand. At this moment, the crimson light surged. Stop right there. A roar sounded. Lu Yi's figure actually appeared within this flow of time, giving his all, the celestial venerable fist. A giant fist print covered the sky. A terrifying aura overturned heaven and earth. The Red Dust Saint frowned. She struck out with a palm. The celestial venerable fist was shattered, and along with it, Lu Yi also turned into dust. Celestial venerable fist. Another roar. The Red Dust Saint shattered it once more. Celestial venerable fist. Shattered. Celestial venerable fist. Shattered. Lu Yi, relying on one life after another, arrived before the Red Dust Saint. His last life. Celestial venerable fist. Boom. The Red Dust Saint's clothes gently fluttered, This time, all of Lu Yi's lives perished here. Lu Hongchen watched this scene, unable to help but be moved. He was just an ordinary person, he admitted to himself that he couldn't do this. To stop Qing'er, this person died again and again. It was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, the Red Dust Saint looked at Lu Hongchen. "Brother, do you think he's great, willing to die so many times to stop me?" Lu Hongchen nodded. Yes, but brother didn't see that within his body, there exists a world. If he were to burn the entire world to attack me, that would be an effective attack, but now he didn't use the world within him until death, which means the world within him is more important than his life. His charge against me now is nothing more than for his own selfish thoughts. Everything I am doing now is also for my selfish thoughts. He has something more important than life, and I also have something more important than life, and my thing will definitely be more precious than his. This world is just like this, people come and go, all for profit, all for profit. When Lu Hongchen heard these words, his eyes also appeared momentarily dazed. Brother, I'll show you this world. At this moment, countless scenes appeared between heaven and earth. Lu Hongchen closed his eyes, his thoughts were connected to the Red Dust Saint, and Lu Hongchen could also see the scenes that the Red Dust Saint could see. He was watching all the past of this world, entangled in grudges and affections. At the same time, he could also see everything the two of them had experienced before. Lu Hongchen had picked up Lu Qing during a year of disaster. At that time, Lu Qing was only 5 or 6 years old, so dirty that people didn't want to approach her. Even so, it couldn't stop the hungry people. Lu Hongchen didn't know how much suffering the little girl had gone through at that time. As a fellow wandering orphan, he picked her up and began to treat her as his sister. The two relied on each other. He named the little girl Qing. Qing, meaning clear. In that turbulent era, they tried their best to survive. They were very hungry at that time, truly unable to find food. Lu Hongchen would cut his own flesh for her to eat. After she regained some strength, she would go steal. The two of them were truly giving everything to each other. From childhood to adulthood. In such an era, these two people with no blood relation lived difficult lives. Amidst hardship, they were very happy. Just as the Red Dust Saint said, she couldn't lose her brother. Even if the current world was better, it wasn't as good as the time she spent with her brother back then. She knew that there was good and evil in this world. But people like the two of them would absolutely never appear again. And it was indeed as the Red Dust Saint thought. So many long years, so many grudges and affections, seemed not as profound as the experiences between the two of them. But Lu Hongchen knew that doing this was wrong. He didn't know too many grand principles, but he understood that if it was for him alone, and to destroy this world, that was wrong. Everyone had their own small selfishness, but at the same time, more people should also possess great righteousness. He also lamented that the two of them had lived very hard lives back then, but their hearts were so close. He wanted to find a turning point. To make Lu Qing understand that although their feelings were precious, they were not the most precious. Time passed by minute. Lu Hongchen was searching carefully. The Red Dust Saint looked at her brother's profile, her eyes somewhat dim. She seemed to have already understood her brother's thoughts. But she just didn't believe that in this world, there was truly an emotion that could move her. The crimson light was still expanding continuously. It was at this moment that a person arrived outside the crimson light. He was still coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The great Dao within him was constantly wailing. Seeing this irresistible crimson light, the Forget Love Immortal Revered formed hand seals, releasing radiance, and alone, he blocked the crimson light. Lu Hongchen also saw this scene. Why is he constantly coughing up blood? Lu Hongchen asked, looking at the Forget Love Immortal Revered. The Red Dust Saint raised her gaze and looked over. The moment her gaze fell on the Forget Love Immortal Revered, the Red Dust Saint's expression changed slightly. Forget Love Great Path. The Forget Love Great Path that had fallen from the Celestial Venerable level. Anyone who had cultivated was very clear about the influence of the Great Dao on people. That influence was all-encompassing. The stronger one was, the deeper the influence of the Great Dao, especially Great Daos like forgetfulness and heartlessness, because these Great Daos were actually the foundation of everything. And now, there actually appeared a Forget Love Great Path at the Celestial Venerable level that couldn't defeat a person's inner heart. For cultivators, this was simply an impossible occurrence. Qing'er, can I look at this person? The Red Dust Saint had no way to refuse. She believed that the relationship between her and her brother was the most precious thing in the world. And seeing such a person, her not daring to look meant she was afraid. Chinger. I don't believe it. The red dust saint took a deep breath. The forget love immortal revered was instantly submerged by the crimson light. Before being submerged, the forget love immortal revered turned back, looking at a point in time, his eyes filled with helplessness and regret. It was at this moment that all the crimson light rapidly covered the point in time that the forget love immortal revered was looking at. Chapter 645. It's finally over. A scene slowly unfolded before Lu Hongchen and Red Dust Saint's eyes. One was an ordinary disciple of Forget Love Immortal Palace, and the other was a top heavens chosen of Heartless sect. The two sects were extremely incompatible, even to the point of being mortal enemies. The reason for everything was that the founder of Heartless sect was hooked by someone from Forget Love Immortal Palace, thinking it would be a happy and fulfilling relationship. However, that person's utmost emotion turned into Forget Love, and she mercilessly kicked the founder of Heartless sect to the curb. How could the founder of Heartless sect tolerate this? Thus, filled with righteous indignation, he cultivated diligently and eventually reached the level of Great Emperor, known as Heartless Great Emperor. As a result, the Great Emperor from Forget Love Immortal Palace came back and told Heartless Great Emperor that she truly knew she was wrong and was willing to convert her Forget Love Great Path back to Utmost Emotion Great Path. She told Heartless Great Emperor that she had no choice. Before meeting Heartless Great Emperor, she never would have thought she would encounter someone she loved so deeply. But once she started cultivating, it was too late to regret. She had actually been regretting it all along, constantly searching for a way to change the Forget Love Great Path back to the Utmost Emotion Great Path, and now she had finally found it. She converted her Great Dao back to the Utmost Emotion Great Path. From then on, the two would never be separated again. Heartless Great Emperor listened to her story and saw her tear-streaked face, and in the end, his heart softened, and he chose to forgive her. After forgiving each other, they indeed lived a happy and fulfilling life, becoming the most envied Great Emperor Dao companion in this heaven and earth. As a result, as expected, an unexpected event occurred. The Great Emperor from Forget Love Immortal Palace once again hooked Heartless Great Emperor into complete submission, and as a result, she became forgetful again. And that wasn't the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated part was that at this moment, the Great Emperor of Forget Love Immortal Palace attempted to break through to Celestial Venerable but failed. Then, she went back to Heartless Great Emperor again and admitted her mistake again. What was even more explosive was that Heartless Great Emperor forgave her again. It wasn't until this time, when the Great Emperor of Forget Love Immortal Palace once again converted Utmost Emotion into Forget Love, that Heartless Great Emperor finally couldn't take it anymore and quickly dragged the Forget Love Immortal Palace Great Emperor along with him. It was this kind of intertwined resentment and love. After this incident, the reputation of Forget Love Immortal Palace was ruined. And the Heartless sect, founded by Heartless Great Emperor, has been at odds with Forget Love Immortal Palace ever since. Heartless sect cursed Forget Love Immortal Palace, calling them sluts and cheap women who only knew how to seduce men. Forget Love Immortal Palace cursed Heartless sect, calling them brainless fools who were hooked and became upturned mouths. Under this background, it was already restrained that the two sects didn't fight fiercely upon meeting. As a result, under these circumstances, Ding Wanwan, the senior sister of Heartless sect, was instantly smitten the first time she saw Forget Love Immortal revered. The two were like magnets, attracting each other. This love was fiercely opposed by both sides. Although it seemed like Forget Love Immortal Palace was benefiting, Forget Love Immortal Palace still opposed it. Heartless sect was simply going insane. Under these circumstances, the two still loved each other without hesitation. Love is love. The hardships they experienced were also incredibly difficult. But the two never had any complaints, encouraging and comforting each other. All the hardships were borne by each of them, and all the wounds slowly healed through their mutual encouragement. Is there true love in the world? Anyone who had this question, upon seeing Ding Wanwan and Forget Love Immortal revered, could be certain that there truly was true love in the world. The two got married despite everyone's lack of blessings. The two cultivated together in the cultivation world. Until Ding Wanwan passed away. At that time, Forget Love Immortal revered already had the will to die. But he was unwilling. He wanted to resurrect her. Forget Love Immortal revered, who was already cultivating desperately, cultivated even harder. But in the end, what was lost forever, only the living suffered the pain of endless longing. Forget love immortal revered, from utmost emotion, converted to cultivating forget love. Forget love means the more love there is, the stronger the forgetting becomes. Indeed, it was powerful. The great emperor who was entangled with heartless great emperor for a lifetime never became a celestial venerable, but forget love immortal revered easily became a celestial venerable. He thought he had forgotten his love for his wife. It wasn't until a ray of hope appeared that the forgotten love surged up like a heaven-shaking flame. Even the forget love great path at the celestial venerable level did not forget this love, it merely suppressed it. As soon as the forget love great path wavered in the slightest, this deeply suppressed love would erupt with even greater power. Forget love immortal revered alone was completely suppressing the entire forget love great path and fighting against it. Everything appeared before their eyes. Lu Hongchen fell silent. Red Dust Saint also fell silent. What happened to forget love immortal revered made them both understand at this moment that everyone's emotions have their own splendor. If you think the emotions between you are the most precious, then there are also people whose emotions are even more precious. Lu Hongchen looked at Red Dust Saint. He opened his arms. Chinger. Red Dust Saint's eyes turned red. At this moment, her heart was filled with grievances. Lu Hongchen embraced Red Dust Saint. Let go. Red Dust Saint no, perhaps calling her Lu Qing was most appropriate at this moment. Because in front of Lu Hongchen, it was never Red Dust Saint, but always the little girl who was protected by Lu Hongchen back then. Lu Hongchen didn't say anything, just gently stroked her long hair. But a myriad of words seemed to be contained in this silence. Brother, I understand, Lu Qing said softly. At this moment, the crimson light began to flow back on a large scale. At this moment, the time river flowed backward. The deceased forget love immortal revered reappeared. As the crimson light receded, all time returned to before. Until the end, the crimson light gently swept across Lu Yi's body. One Lu Yi appeared, then 2, 3, 4. The deceased Lu Yis appeared one after another, and at the same time, Lu Hongchen's figure began to turn into ashes at the fastest speed. Red Dust Saint sighed softly. In this sigh, there seemed to be a sense of relief. Her figure disappeared. 8 Lu Yis opened their eyes simultaneously. Looking at the scene before them, he reacted. Yes, he was alive again. Just like in his previous life, Lu Yi wasn't even particularly clear about why he was alive, but he could be certain that Lu Hongchen played a crucial role in it. It's finally over. Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't like what happened in the Time River, because this was the first time Lu Yi had faced a complete saint. Everything the saint did was impossible to stop. The gap was too big. Even a peerless expert like Invincible Sword Celestial would die when facing Red Dust Saint. Unless it was the saint-level Invincible Sword Celestial returning to heaven and earth and directly confronting Red Dust Saint. But this was also a plot he had to face since his rebirth. Fortunately, everything finally came to an end. Chapter 646 Suzaku, Anli, come quickly. As a huge rumbling sound rang out, the massive time river produced a wave. Everyone who felt this wave knew clearly that it was about to end. The time it took for the time river to transform this time was much shorter than in the previous life. Perhaps it was because it hadn't undergone such intense impact in the previous life. It was at this moment that Anli, who had been taking the opportunity to frantically absorb treasures and replenish her origin, suddenly looked up. So fast, Anli couldn't help but feel regret. Because while so many celestial venerables and great emperors had gone to stop the Red Dust Saint, Anli had been completely frantic in absorbing resources. Naturally, she wouldn't go. Anyway, with that group of powerhouses who cherished the creatures of heaven and earth, it was good enough that someone like her, who had turned her back on heaven and earth, wasn't stabbing them in the back. It was just that the time was too short. Even with Anli's frantic absorption, the Dark Origin God's origin had only recovered by about 30%. About 30%. That's enough. You must know that before, the Dark Origin God's origin had been beaten to less than 0.5%, but now that it had recovered by 30%, it could completely walk sideways among the Celestial Venerables. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable. Just ants. In the entire present world, perhaps only the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord could make her slightly wary. But it was only a little bit. The Reincarnation Heavenly Lord didn't dare to provoke her at all. What Anli was wary of was the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord within the 6 paths of reincarnation. If the reincarnation Heavenly Lord appeared outside the 6 paths of reincarnation, that little bit of wariness wouldn't exist at all. Thinking of this, Enli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, husband, you ultimately couldn't stop me. Enli was truly overjoyed. Returning to the present world, she had 30% of the saint's power. The azure dragon and black tortoise had fallen into a weak state. Even if Lu Yi became a great emperor and could rival a celestial venerable, so what? Come at me, all of you. Enli was truly about to explode with joy. She succeeded. She truly succeeded. This success was even more impactful than the previous one. By now, even if she didn't devour the 4 spirits of heaven, she had enough capital. When she returned to the present world, she could kill all the primal chaos Dao celestial venerables. At that time, the 4 spirits of heaven would become hers for the taking. Ha ha ha. Enli laughed extremely madly. In the end, it was still she who won. It was at this moment that the vermilion bird proactively contacted her. Enli's smile subsided a little. She hoped the vermilion bird would be smart. The vermilion bird had been good to her after all. Back when she was most alone and helpless, it was the vermilion bird who had firmly stood by her side. If the vermilion bird was smart, even if she devoured it, she could give it another position. When heaven and earth belonged to her, it would be very easy to give it a position. Enli, we are all in a weak state now. Don't you need the power of the 4 spirits of heaven? Come quickly, I can't hold on much longer and am about to fall into slumber, the vermilion bird said weakly. Just tell me where you are, Enli said urgently. I don't know where. When you return to the present world, the vermilion bird wings I left outside will transmit power, you can come then. As soon as possible, I'm so tired. Hearing this, Enli's figure quickly disappeared. The Dark Origin God couldn't help but speak at this moment. Since you've already recovered 30% of your origin, there's no need to rush to absorb the power of the 4 spirits of heaven. It's fine to wait until the time river is completely stable before absorbing it, the Dark Origin God said. Enli was also thinking. Although she was thinking, her speed didn't slow down. The time river was currently a dangerous place, and it was best to withdraw as soon as possible. With this power now, can you be sure you can defeat all the celestial venerables in the present world combined? To be honest, this sentence made the Dark Origin God somewhat silent. If he were to use this 30% power, he wouldn't be afraid of any number of celestial venerables. But Enli was so useless. If they really fought, and the celestial venerables went all out, it was truly uncertain. How great would it be if you weren't so useless, the Dark Origin God said with emotion. Enli was furious. I told you, don't call me useless anymore. But it's the truth. If you were a genuine great emperor, I would definitely tell you that with 30% of the origin, defeating all the celestial venerables is absolutely no problem. But the key is that you are a vase great emperor. If you really fight, it's uncertain. Enli, the excitement that had just risen was completely extinguished by the Dark Origin God's words. Enli really wanted to make this damnable Dark Origin God apologize, but thinking of the speed at which the other party would apologize, she couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion. I can't even understand how there can be such a cowardly man like you in the world. When told to apologize, you just apologize, without a shred of backbone. Dark Origin God, I'm talking to you about the current situation. What the hell is going through your head? Are you crazy? I'm a bug, not a man. The Dark Origin God said grumpily. Then you're also a cowardly bug, a piece of trash. Dark Origin God. So annoying. This woman is simply. The Dark Origin God originally thought he had this woman under control, but now it was clear he had thought too much. This woman would always come up with new tricks, constantly breaking through his defenses. At this moment, Lu Yi also received the vermilion bird's message. Lu Yi's expression froze. Fellow Taoists. Now, great emperors, celestial venerables, quasi-emperors, and even emperors were all gathered together. It could be said that over the long years, this was truly the first time such a thing had happened. Countless figures were beings who had once astonished an era. However, in this matter of surrounding and killing Enli, those below the celestial venerable realm definitely wouldn't have a chance. I invite all celestial venerables to come for a discussion. This matter concerns becoming a saint. The strength of other fellow Taoists is slightly insufficient, please forgive me. Lu Yi's power and his figure leading the charge had long been remembered by these people. This was a peerless ruthless person who, at the great emperor realm, had closely followed behind the invincible sword celestial. He was probably already stronger than most celestial venerables. A group of celestial venerables surrounded him. Lu Yi set up a barrier. Everyone, I have received news that the outer domain saint named Dark Origin God has undoubtedly recovered some strength in the Time River and is heading towards the present world, intending to devour the four spirits of heaven to restore himself to his peak. Now, we can head to the present world and surround and kill this person. The outcome of the encirclement and killing will determine who can become a saint. Let fate decide. Are you all willing? Lu Yi cupped his hands and said. With these words, who wouldn't be willing? Now the Time River was about to recover, and none of them had successfully defied fate and changed their destiny. Wasn't now the time for the final gamble? Good. I am willing to go with you to witness the strength of that outer domain saint, the invincible sword celestial said impatiently. Engaging with the red dust saint, well, being easily killed by the red dust saint, the invincible sword celestial not only felt no loss but was even more excited. The true invincible Dao was like this. Not afraid of defeat, only afraid of being cowardly. I am also willing. I'll go too. Outer domain saint. To be able to fight alongside fellow Taoists before the end is truly this poor Taoist's honor. I keep quiet when fighting others, but fighting an outer domain saint. Count me in. Chapter 647 A Big Drama. And Li no, I can't hold on, I'll sleep for a while if you don't hear my reply, just call me more. A deep weariness sounded in her voice. Hold on, I'll be back in the present world right away. But Vermilion Bird was silent. And Li sped up. This time, they went to stop Red Dust Saint. Even emperors had gone. It could be said that countless strong individuals were mobilized, and the entire Time River fell into a vacuum stage. And Li looted 5 treasuries. They were the ancient Heavenly Court Treasury, the ancient Hell Treasury, plus 3 Supreme Taoist traditions. All these forces were extremely short of personnel. As the situation was already this urgent, how could they care about anything else? Originally, Li also wanted to snatch the Great Western Heaven's treasury, but she almost couldn't leave. If she hadn't been delayed in the Great Western Heaven for a while, Li felt she could have obtained more resources. Damn Great Western Heaven, other forces are all out to face Red Dust Saint, yet you never forget to keep a hand. Li returned to the present world and couldn't help but curse. She knew Great Western Heaven's plan. If the other strong individuals suffered heavy casualties, and Great Western Heaven kept some strong individuals, then after this matter was over, Buddhism would definitely be extremely prosperous. Others die, I don't, isn't that prosperity? In fact, Li was genuinely envious of Great Western Heaven, because that group of people was truly rich. If she could swallow all of Great Western Heaven's treasures, she was afraid she would recover to 40% of her origin. What a pity, what a pity. After Li returned to the present world, she began to contact Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird, where are you now? Li asked. However, Vermilion Bird did not respond. Vermilion Bird. Can you hear me? Vermilion Bird. Wake up quickly. Li began to call out to Vermilion Bird. At this moment, Vermilion Bird's face was pale and weak, looking at Lu Yi in front of her, a faint light shone in her eyes. Husband. The 4 spirits of heaven truly went all out to accelerate the successful transformation of the Time River. Now, even just being a participant to make up the numbers, they are so tired. Hold on, I will immediately set up the heaven and earth net, Lu Yi nodded and said to Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird blinked her eyes and softly, ed with her nose. Lu Yi immediately turned around and looked at the many celestial venerables. Let's begin. So many celestial venerables brainstormed and began to set up the array. This time, no matter what, Li cannot be allowed to escape. Invincible Sword Celestial Venerable became quite excited. Just now when fighting Red Dust Saint, the gap was really a bit big. Now there is a saint in a weakened state. Sorry, he is also very skilled at fighting weakened opponents. Not many arrays were set up. Because setting up too many might expose flaws. However, Array Celestial Venerable quickly created a 9 Extreme Saint Extinction Array, which was an array temporarily conceived specifically for this situation. To be honest, even though Lu Yi's mastery of arrays was already superb, without using the system, he still couldn't compare to Array Celestial Venerable. This person became a Celestial Venerable through arrays, so his array attainments are self-evident. Be fast. Be thorough in consideration. Ancient and modern Celestial Venerable directly slowed down the flow of time in this area for a short period, just to gain more time. Lu Yi looked at the many busy celestial venerables and gently exhaled. Good, good, good. Lu Yi doesn't believe it this time. Can't think like that. Every time he thinks like that, the final result is not particularly satisfactory. Lu Yi began to let the system deduce repeatedly, and comprehensively observe if there were any omissions anywhere. In short, he would do his best to make sure this matter was handled well. Moreover, he also had to put on a show to completely lure Enli in. Finally, everything was ready. Lu Yi returned to Vermilion Bird's side. His voice was also unusually gentle. As long as they help him fight Enli, they are good brothers and good fellow Taoists. All right, call Enli over. Vermilion Bird's eyelids were already extremely heavy. But hearing Lu Yi's words, she still showed a faint smile. A Vermilion Bird feather began to burn. Enli, come. Vermilion Bird fell into complete slumber. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger had already become tired and fallen into slumber long ago. Vermilion Bird only persisted until now because she was single-mindedly thinking of helping Lu Yi. Enli received the message, looked at the time river that was gradually beginning to expand, no longer hesitated, and rushed towards the location given by Vermilion Bird. Otherwise, wait until the time river's transformation is completely finished before going, Dark Origin God said. Enli nodded. I naturally know to wait until the time river is finished before going. This time, I won't be surrounded and attacked again. Enli was not stupid after all. She only approached the vicinity and wouldn't foolishly enter directly. After reaching the vicinity, she would carefully search again to see if there was any ambush. Only after confirming that there were no problems would she act. Not long after, Enli arrived, looking at the hazy chaos in front. This was an extremely hidden light sphere, entirely composed of 4 spirits. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, this place would be the most ordinary heaven and earth. After all, the entire heaven and earth is composed of the basic 4 spirits. The 4 spirits of heaven were inside. Enli began to carefully investigate the surroundings. But no matter how she investigated, she didn't find any abnormalities. It was at this moment that Lu Yi, Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable, and the previous Outer Domain Celestial Venerable, returned, from the Time River. Enli quickly hid herself. Fellow Taoists, now is the weak period for the 4 spirits of heaven. For the peace of heaven and earth, we must protect the 4 spirits of heaven well, lest someone takes advantage of the weakness. I, 9 lives, swear here, if you fellow Taoists help me this time, when we successfully hunt down Dark Origin God in the future, I will share the Saint Dao with you all. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist 9 lives promise is worth 1,000 gold, we naturally believe you. Enli watched this scene, a look of, as expected, in her eyes. Lu Yi wasn't a fool either. Since Enli knew that the 4 spirits of heaven would be in a weak stage now, he naturally knew as well. But how could he know that he had already recovered 30% of his saint power, and even if all these celestial venerables were added together, they would not be his opponent. It's a pity that the time river is about to return to normal, otherwise I could invite Invincible Sword Celestial Venerable. However, with Enli's strength, just us is enough. I will now immediately condense the 9th life. At that time, even if Enli's recovered strength is enough, I can still use 9 lives united as one and wear her down, Lu Yi said with a serious expression. Good, we will protect you. Enli, listening to these words from the dark, her expression changed. 9 lives united as one. Leaving aside everything else, just hearing these 4 words was enough to know how terrifying this matter was. Cannot let him use 9 lives united as one, must act now. Enli said somewhat anxiously. Chapter 648, the show begins. Lu Yi closed his eyes, beginning to attempt to condense the final life. The 9 lives undying heavenly scripture allows a person to possess 9 lives, and if the 9 lives are gathered, they can achieve 9 lives united as one. At that time, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds, skyrocketing wildly. It's not just equivalent to the sum of 9 Lu Yes, but far greater than 9 times. As soon as Lu Yi closed his eyes, a divine medicine appeared in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes, and his figure instantly vanished. Where he had just been, a black lotus bloomed violently. The void was silently shredded, and the black lotus emitted an aura of world destruction. At the same time, lotus after lotus continued to bloom. The other 5 celestial venerables present were attacked simultaneously. With just one move, half the body of a weaker celestial venerable was gone. Ha ha ha, husband, we meet again. And Li let out a sweet laugh, appearing in front of Lu Yi. At this moment, Saint Dao permeated the area around Enli's body. The time river seemed to dim around Enli. Terrifying aura, the stars trembled. Overwhelming momentum, covering the heavens. Billions of living beings had not yet recovered from the changes in the time river when they were once again subjected to the pressure of a saint. Even a negligible wisp of aura felt like the sky was collapsing to the living beings. All the black lotuses converged, becoming a single giant lotus. Lu Yi's brows furrowed tightly. His eyes even held disbelief. Lu Yi's expression at this moment gave Enli immense satisfaction. She could actually make Lu Yi feel shocked now. It was like someone who had always looked down on you suddenly achieved better results than you. Today you look down, tomorrow I'll make you unable to reach me. It was this feeling. Enli's satisfaction at this moment was so high that a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on her body, and her soul seemed to tremble. Satisfying. It was simply too satisfying. Standing in front of Lu Yi at this moment, seeing his expression, she was satisfied to the extreme. Husband, did you not expect that I would achieve such a great accomplishment today? Enli said excitedly. Lu Yi took a deep breath. I truly didn't expect it, but you shouldn't have appeared before me today of all days, because you will die. Enli immediately burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Husband, since I dare to appear before you, do you think I don't have confidence? You are bent on my death, but I am different. I will let you live. Then, after I turn you into my slave, I will let you witness with your own eyes as I ascend to the peak, becoming that eternal and imperishable saint, ha ha ha. Lu Yi stopped wasting words. To be honest, acting was a bit difficult. The power he had been silently accumulating erupted at this moment. Without any entanglement, he immediately unleashed the celestial venerable fist. At this moment, Lu Yi erupted with the most intense light, fiercely slamming out a punch. In an instant, a fist print tore through heaven and earth. Like the sun gathered upon this single punch. The other celestial venerables also attacked one after another. At this moment, apart from primal chaos Dao celestial venerables, four swords united as one, which could compare with Lu Yi's fist print. The attacks of the other celestial venerables were not as strong as Lu Yi's punch. Even primal chaos Dao celestial venerables, four swords united as one, was slightly inferior to Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist. Dark origin God knew Enli was weak, so the move he taught Enli was purely about overpowering with force. All the black lotuses merged into one, and the giant lotus rotated. An aura of ultimate destruction spread between heaven and earth. Boom! The celestial venerable fist print fiercely smashed onto the black lotus. The two clashed wildly, and layers of ripples spread out overwhelmingly in all directions. Numerous cracks appeared on the black lotus, startling Enli and almost making her turn and flee. Put more effort into it. Dark origin God couldn't help but roar loudly. Are you crazy? What are you afraid of? Enli quickly poured a large amount of Saint's origin into the black lotus. Puff, puff, puff. The black lotus suddenly released destructive black light. The fist print shattered, the chaotic sword energy shattered, and all the attacks of the celestial venerables completely shattered. Streaks of black light overwhelmingly rushed out in all directions, all blasting towards the celestial venerables. This black light was terrifying to the extreme. Each attack carried the power of a peak celestial venerable. It had a tracking function, there was no way to dodge. It was truly as Dark Origin God said, this was a move for an idiot. As long as it was released, and Saint's origin was continuously injected into the Black Lotus, there was absolutely nothing else to worry about. The other celestial venerables all coughed up blood and retreated. The black light was simply too powerful, they couldn't withstand it at all. Lu Yi's fists fiercely blasted towards the black light, and the black beams of light continuously exploded. Ha ha ha, husband, your celestial venerable fist is nothing more than this. Seeing the decline of Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist, Enli became completely excited, vigorously injecting origin into the black lotus. Countless black lights covered the void, rushing towards Lu Yi. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable, who was assisting from the side, felt immense pressure. He was a saint after all. This power, even in the hands of an idiot, could unleash infinite power. Fortunately, when they fought Dark Origin God didn't even have this much power left, otherwise they, the Celestial Venerables, would have all perished even by joining forces. Thank Nine Heaven's Great Sage. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable's admiration for Nine Heaven's Great Sage grew even deeper. Lu Yi threw out punch after punch. No, I can't hold on. However, merely showing this much was not enough. Lu Yi let out a low roar. He activated a secret technique, his aura surged, and his body became lean. Myriad Daos protected his body. He allowed the black beams of light to blast upon it, and in just a moment, the Myriad Dao's imperishable shield was already full of cracks. But Lu Yi's hand seals were incredibly fast. His aura became increasingly inflated. At this moment, his body was like all the locks had been opened, completely unleashed. The Hongling power within his body also reached its optimal state. Boom! The Myriad Dao's imperishable shield instantly shattered. At this moment, 8 Lu Yi figures appeared one after another, and then quickly merged as one. Lu Yi himself transformed into a giant fist, rushing towards the Black Lotus. All the black light shattered. And Li's face changed drastically. How long had it been? Lu Yi had actually become this powerful. She let out an angry roar. The Black Lotus bloomed to its fullest. All the light was being absorbed by the lotus. The giant fist print that Lu Yi had transformed into fiercely rushed into the Black Lotus. Boom! The location of the lotus showed extreme distortion. The two forces were fiercely tearing at each other. Crushing, crushing, constantly crushing. Die for me. And Li's eyes widened to the maximum, and she let out a shriek. Boom! The lotus almost completely exploded. Lu Yi, covered in blood, flew backward, his body almost completely destroyed. Chapter 649, All Betrayal. You can't defeat me. You can't defeat me. And Li was practically completely insane. She was too excited. She had defeated Lu Yi head-on, fair and square. This was something she had only dared to dream of, but now it was truly happening. Ha ha ha. Husband, you've lost. Lu Yi's smile was also somewhat grim. He stopped speaking, turned around, and quickly fled. Actually, Lu Yi felt that he could have fought the Black Lotus to a mutual destruction just now. He was just afraid of scaring Li away. In the final moment, he still didn't explode again. Husband, haven't you always looked down on me? Don't run. Husband, do you know that right now, you look like a stray dog? In the previous life, you were tricked by me into self-destructing and lost everything. In this life, you still have to lose to me. This is your destiny. And Li was so happy she was about to go crazy. Lu Yi rushed into the time river without looking back. The smile on Li's face still hadn't disappeared. He must have gone to the time river to get reinforcements. Perfect. After we absorb the 4 spirits of heaven and everything is restored to a perfect state, I'll let this husband of mine see what real despair is. And Li couldn't help but become even more excited just thinking about it. Because she could already imagine a scene. Lu Yi rushing into the time river now, finally managing to bring reinforcements, and returning to the present world full of confidence. But the result would be facing her, a saint who had recovered her full origin. At that time, everyone would be dumbfounded. No matter who he could bring over, it would be impossible to defeat a saint. This matter had already been perfectly verified by the Red Dust Saint. You should know that the recovery of the Dark Origin God's origin isn't like recovering 30% gives 3 combat power, and recovering 100% gives 10 combat power. Instead, recovering 30% is 3 combat power, recovering 50% could be 100 combat power, and recovering 100% could be 10,000. The gap is that huge. Because what is being recovered now is origin, not energy. The more origin is recovered, the more terrifying a saint becomes. Only with a complete origin does the amount of energy recovered matter. Only then is it a true saint. When the Dark Origin God came to this world, it was entirely the arrival of origin, and it arrived little by little. Not much had come yet when it was frantically absorbed by the Darkness Celestial Venerable and a few other Celestial Venerables. It was utter madness. Afterwards, he was brutally beaten by the 9 Heavens Great Sage. And then hammered by the Eternal Great Tribulation. From the moment the Dark Origin God arrived in this world, Saint Power. What was Saint Power? It was all about burning his own origin and fighting fiercely. Including now, and Li couldn't even recover the Dark Origin God's origin, let alone recover any Saint Power. This battle completely allowed Li to let go of her worries. Lu Yi displayed the intelligence he should have, and even knew to come and protect the 4 spirits of heaven. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate that the origin she recovered would be this much. Now, everything was about to end. This heaven and earth would welcome another saint. And Li flew towards the direction where the 4 spirits were located. Her figure flickered, and she had already entered the land of the four spirits. It was at this very instant. Vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, black tortoise. The illusory figures of the four spirits suddenly erupted, and the four forces intertwined, forming a terrifying barrier. Almost simultaneously, billions of rays of light appeared, incredibly complex yet astonishingly beautiful, forming an intricate great net that once again enveloped this heaven and earth. Bursts of world-shaking aura erupted. All sorts of light were erupting. The boiling energy made the entire heaven and earth tremble. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy rapidly converged here. The smile on Enli's face instantly froze. This is bad. The Dark Origin God's voice trembled at this moment. Tricked. Still tricked. Enli looked in all directions. Figures floated in the void, their celestial venerable auras erupting freely. These weren't the illusory figures of the celestial venerables from the eternal Great Tribulation, but real celestial venerables, one after another, exuding monstrous auras, their gazes sometimes cold, sometimes greedy, sometimes filled with chilling killing intent. Gaze after gaze focused on Enli. Enli's face visibly began to turn pale. How could this be? Enli's voice was extremely dry. Why were all her actions completely calculated by others? With so many celestial venerables gathered here now, setting up layer after layer of inescapable nets, could you say this was a coincidence? Her actions were clearly always under the guidance of others. How could this be? It's the vermilion bird. It's the vermilion bird who betrayed me. Enli reacted, it was the vermilion bird. This wretch, I trusted her so much. She was the only person I trusted, and she actually betrayed me. Vermilion bird. Enli let out a mournful cry at this moment. At this moment, through countless cycles of reincarnation in the six paths, the vermilion bird had always stood firmly by her side, facing the worlds targeting together with her. So many times. The two clearly already had such a firm bond. Why would she betray me? Why? Why is everyone betraying me? A devouring Dao beast betrayed me. A darkness origin betrayed me. A dark clan betrayed me. Now, even the vermilion bird has betrayed me. Everyone I've come into contact with is betraying me. Why is this happening? Vermilion bird. Enli let out another mournful cry. But the vermilion bird clearly wouldn't respond to her. The only response she received was an incredibly cold voice. 9 extremes annihilate saint. Kill. 81 celestial venerables, without the slightest hesitation, acted instantly. Trash. The Dark Origin God roared. In an instant, Enli lost control of her body. The Dark Origin God took over. Enli's consent was not needed at all. Enli's soul was completely numb at this moment. The Dark Origin God actually had such ability. Didn't that mean that once she truly restored the Dark Origin God's origin completely, the Dark Origin God would instantly take over, seizing control of her power again? Still betrayal. Ha 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 ha. Enli's soul let out a sound of wild laughter. Everything was fake. What she thought was real was all fake. Ha ha ha. The Dark Origin God directly sealed Enli's soul. So noisy. What a nuisance. The Dark Origin God roared, his body already transformed into a colossal insect. All the scales on the insect's body overlapped, forming a shuttle shape, giving his all, attempting to break through. But, a sword, its tip pointed at the tip of the shuttle. Clang. Both sides froze. The group battle commenced. Chapter 650, Being Beaten Again. A saint who has recovered 30% of his origin. Invincible sword celestial. One was giving their all, the other was under the amplification of the 9 extremes saint extermination array. The two sides clashed. Point against point. Invincible. Dark Origin God let out a furious roar. Invincible sword celestial was a bit surprised, the other party actually recognized him. It seems he's doing quite well outside of heaven and earth. Satisfactory. Layers upon layers of world-destroying aura madly clashed. Invincible sword celestial's body retreated, the other party's origin was extremely powerful, unmatched by anyone in the entire heaven and earth. This was a saint. But this was a damaged saint. Invincible sword celestial's entire body was exploding with blood mist, desperately holding off Dark Origin God. In the next instant, a hand like jade struck Dark Origin God's body. Clang. A heavy sound of metal clashing rang out. Dark Origin God's body trembled slightly, and the hand like jade was actually turned into dust by the force of the recoil. However, Invincible Sword Celestial also took the opportunity to stabilize his body. There was no time difference between front and back, all sorts of attacks fiercely smashed onto Dark Origin God's body. Huge roars echoed endlessly. Flames burst around Dark Origin God. Celestial Venerable techniques were fully displayed at this moment, fiercely attacking Dark Origin God. Dark Origin God let out a sharp scream. All his scales opened, turning into the sharpest light, cutting out in all directions like a storm. The many Celestial Venerables instantly retreated, continuously using their divine abilities to shatter them. Dark Origin God seized the opportunity to extend his sharp claws, delivering a heaven-shaking blow towards Invincible Sword Celestial. Ding! Invincible Sword Celestial's figure retreated. A human Emperor seal fiercely smashed onto Dark Origin God's head. Heavenly Emperor stepped with Qilin steps. With every step taken, Dark Origin God suffered heavy blows. Invincible Sword Celestial's figure stopped, his long sword suspended in front of him. In an instant, countless sword lights flew out from the four corners of heaven and earth, merging into the sword light. The great Dao roared. All sword Dao in the world appeared on the long sword. Kill! Invincible Sword Celestial roared furiously. The long sword moved straight forward, carrying an indomitable stance, stabbing towards Dark Origin God. Dark Origin God even felt a sense of trepidation arise. He extended his claw and grabbed the long sword. Invincible Sword Celestial's entire robe exploded, revealing his extremely strong body, and he exerted force again. The sword edge moved forward, resisting Dark Origin God's enormous grip force, and stabbed the sword edge into Dark Origin God's body. Roar! Dark Origin God wasn't in pain, he just felt immense humiliation. He had said before that with so much origin, he wasn't afraid of all the Celestial Venerables combined, but now that they were truly fighting, the strength of Invincible Sword Celestial and a few other Celestial Venerables still made Dark Origin God feel somewhat powerless. Dark Origin God punched again, fiercely sending Invincible Sword Celestial flying. The killing intent of this punch was so strong that more than half of the Celestial Venerables vomited blood. Clearly, the damage was shared. In fact, damage sharing is a very common function when surrounding and killing a powerful expert. Because if you surround and kill, you definitely cannot die so quickly. If you die quickly, the surrounded person will definitely feel increasingly relaxed. As long as they don't die, they can rejoin the battlefield. Continuously, endlessly. Only by exhausting everything of the opponent is it called surrounding and killing. As the 9 extreme saint extermination array set up by Array Celestial Venerable, this damage-sharing function is naturally extremely powerful. Heavenly Emperor immediately took over Invincible Sword Celestial's position. 9 dragon and 9 phoenix phantoms appeared, all turning into the power of a single finger, accompanied by thunder, pointing towards Dark Origin God in a flash of lightning. The battle was too intense. Figures rushed forward one after another, vying to attack Dark Origin God. Others were constantly unleashing world-shaking divine abilities to bombard from a distance. Terrifying auras continuously flowed and surged between heaven and earth. The expressions of billions upon billions of living beings were somewhat numb. Why? Because such battles had already occurred many times. Each time, the aura was capable of destroying heaven and earth, as if to end the world. Originally, that was a terrifying aura that one would never feel in a lifetime, but ever since the 9 heavens barrier disappeared and 9 heavens great sage left, such battles would appear every now and then. Originally, a battle between 2 great emperors was an extremely remarkable event, which would attract attention from all sides, wanting to know what happened and how the structure of heaven and earth would change. And now, when 2 celestial venerables fight until they bleed, everyone will feel it's commonplace, and they might even have the mood to say, "Oh, why are only 2 celestial venerables fighting this time? This scene isn't exciting." Many weak living beings missed the time when 9 heavens great sage was still around. Now, if they continue fighting so madly, this heaven and earth will sooner or later be shattered. Although the battle has not yet spread to the edge of the lower realm, those who do not understand will think that since the people above are already fighting like dogs, is the conflict in the lower realm still far away? Lu Yi looked at the circular great array whose light kept changing in front of him, feeling a bit regretful. The last time they besieged Dark Origin God, he didn't go because his strength was too weak at that time. Now that his strength has finally increased, he also wants to participate in the siege. The crucial point is that he cannot enter. Lu Yi also had a way to break the array, but he was worried that breaking the array would cause Li to escape. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. Lu Yi's fighting spirit was itching. Just wait, he can also stay outside to prevent Enli from escaping. The battle continued. Dark Origin God was truly fierce, possessing world-covering might. Having only recovered 30% of his origin, he could fight so fiercely inside. Lu Yi could see figures fiercely smashing onto the erase barrier from time to time, spitting out blood so heartily. This figure was definitely not Dark Origin God. This was a saint. A level beyond that of celestial venerables, a level beyond that of living beings. They were simply outrageously strong. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching. Lu Yi. He turned around to look. He saw a young man pulling a beautiful woman quickly flying towards here. The woman's strength was extremely weak, merely Ascension realm. Lu Yi almost didn't recognize this realm. After all, it had been a while since the Ascension realm. As for the young man, he looked somewhat familiar. Lu Yi tried to restore the young man's face with a bright smile in his mind back to a cold, stern appearance. Then age him 10 years. Holy cow, Forget Love Immortal Revered. How did Forget Love Immortal Revered become like this? The crucial point is, he is actually holding hands with a woman now. Then the identity of this woman is obvious. She is the wife that Forget Love Immortal Revered could never forget no matter what. Greetings, Taoist Lu Yi, this is my Tao companion, Ding Wanwan. Wanwan, this is Taoist Lu Yi, my good friend. When saying this, Forget Love Immortal Revered had such a smile on his face that the apple muscles on both sides couldn't go down at all. Chapter 651 Ha 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 ha. Currently, Forget Love Immortal Revered's realm has fallen below the Great Emperor realm, and he is only a quasi-emperor. On his body, there was no longer any trace of the Forget Love Great Path's aura, only the aura of the utmost emotion Great Path. Wanwan greets fellow Taoist. Thank you very much for your previous help to my husband. Wanwan is eternally grateful. Ding Wanwan bowed to Lu Yi and said. Lu Yi stared intently at the smile on Forget Love Immortal Revered's face. To be honest, Lu Yi had never once experienced such uncontrollable joy since his rebirth. No way, how could he let Forget Love Immortal Revered laugh so happily? The time river is about to close. Lu Yi said faintly. Ha ha ha. Forget Love Immortal Revered suddenly burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. My wife has already been pulled out of the time river by Red Dust Saint. Now, she has come from the past to the present world and will never disappear again. Forget Love Immortal Revered was truly happy. He couldn't close his mouth, absolutely couldn't close it. Lu Yi. Red Dust Saint actually helped Forget Love Immortal Revered. Looking at the smile on Forget Love Immortal Revered's face, and then looking at the happiness on Ding Wanwan's face, seeing her gaze fall on Forget Love Immortal Revered's face, it was like a parent seeing their child do something overly boastful, with a hint of playful blame and doting affection. Lu Yi couldn't help but take a step back. Such a scene. Lu Yi recalled his past life again. In Lu Yi's heart, it was incredibly unpleasant. It was truly unpleasant. Ahem, Forget Love Immortal Revered, I have something relatively private to discuss with you. Please ask your wife to wait a moment. Without waiting for Ding Wanwan's agreement, Forget Love Immortal Revered was pulled into the small world. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, what is it? You can say it in front of your sister-in-law. I am her, and she is me. Lu Yi punched Forget Love Immortal Revered in the eye. Ha ha ha, Limitless Celestial Venerable, why are you hitting me? I wanted to hit you. Ha ha ha, did I provoke you? Don't hit me. I'm so handsome right now. Don't mess up my face, it'll affect my image in your sister-in-law's heart. Ha ha ha, ow ow ow. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi fiercely beat up Forget Love Immortal Revered, who cried out in pain while laughing. This laughter made Lu Yi wish he could just seal the other party's mouth. In the end, the beating didn't vent his frustration, instead, the laughter made him even more annoyed. Stop laughing. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, I'm happy. Even if you're happy, don't laugh, hold it in. Ha ha ha, I can't hold it in. Lu Yi, my heart feels stifled. It's not like he could possibly have killing intent towards Forget Love Immortal Revered, right? If Red Dust Saint could save your wife from the time river, why couldn't she save her brother? Lu Yi forcibly changed the subject. Only then did Forget Love Immortal Revered stop laughing. Her brother's true spirit has already vanished into nothingness. If it were that simple, he would have been saved long ago. So that's how it is. For Red Dust Saint to be able to save Forget Love Immortal Revered's deceased wife from the time river, she definitely expended great effort. Changing time is not that simple. Red Dust Saint also told me that her becoming a saint was a debt to heaven and earth. After saving Wanwan, if I have the chance to become a saint in the future, she hopes I will help her repay heaven and earth. Forget Love Immortal Revered said. Lu Yi nodded. How are things now? Forget Love Immortal Revered asked. The powerhouses in the Time River are currently besieging Dark Origin God. With only 30% of his origin, Dark Origin God shouldn't be able to last much longer. I hope it can be resolved before the Time River returns to normal. Actually, Lu Yi wasn't surprised at all by Red Dust Saint saying that Forget Love Immortal Revered could become a saint. Forget Love Immortal Revered had cultivated the Forget Love Great Path to the point of a celestial venerable. One could say he had basically forgotten his wife almost completely. His original yearning was like a great fire, and the Forget Love Great Path was like the Heavenly River. The Heavenly River extinguished the great fire, leaving behind scattered sparks. As a result, with just a wisp of breeze, these sparks actually evaporated the Heavenly River dry. If such a person couldn't become a saint, he really didn't know who else could. This will was truly too strong. Lu Yi helped Forget Love Immortal Revered recover, and only then did the two of them walk out of the small world. Don't stay here anymore. If Dark Origin God really manages to escape, it will be incredibly dangerous. Lu Yi said. Forget Love Immortal Revered nodded. Oh, right, Lu Yi, from now on, don't call me Forget Love Immortal Revered anymore. I am now the Utmost Emotion Great Path. You can just call me Utmost Emotion Taoist. Utmost Emotion Taoist said with a smile. Lu Yi waved his hand. Go, 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 hurry and go. Ha ha ha. Forget Love Immortal Revered no, Utmost Emotion Taoist left laughing heartily. Lu Yi covered his heart again. The two of them left for a distance. Only then did Ding Wanwan open her mouth and ask, Husband, what realm is this fellow Taoist Lu Yi in? He is currently in the Great Emperor realm, but if there are no accidents, the position of saint in this generation should be his. Utmost Emotion Taoist saw things very clearly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bet on Lu Yi from the very beginning. Because the suffering Lu Yi endured not only didn't crush him, but also made him even fiercer in this life. Such a person, even the reincarnation Heavenly Lord of the previous life didn't dare to directly contend with him for the position of saint. Naturally, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord still wouldn't dare in this life. Ah, Great Emperor. Then wasn't I impolite just now? Ding Wanwan said in shock. What politeness or impoliteness? Fellow Taoist Lu Yi is different from others. He is a very good person. Even though I fell from the Heavenly Venerable realm to Quasi-Emperor, he still treats me with not much difference. Don't worry, Utmost Emotion Taoist said with a smile. Ding Wanwan first nodded. Husband, since he is a great emperor, no matter how good your relationship is with him, and no matter how good a person he is, we must still maintain basic respect. We cannot disregard someone just because they are a good person. Ding Wanwan said. Ha ha ha, I know, I just couldn't help it, I really couldn't help it. Utmost Emotion Taoist couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ding Wanwan looked at her husband's happy appearance and finally couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. After the clouds, the sun shines through. Look at your silly appearance. Ha ha ha. A large amount of spiritual energy surged towards Utmost Emotion Taoist. Ha ha ha, no way, I'm about to achieve the Tao and become emperor. Let's find a safe place. Now, Utmost Emotion Taoist's Utmost Emotion Great Path was surging every single moment. Like a spring, the harder it was pressed before, the higher it bounced now. Lu Yi waited until Utmost Emotion Taoist left, then couldn't help but sigh. Actually, he really wanted to know what kind of woman could make Utmost Emotion Taoist so infatuated. But he didn't dare to investigate. If he were to investigate, Lu Yi worried that he would recklessly find Hongling and the others, not caring whether he was right or wrong, and just kill upon catching them. Chapter 652, The Dark God Falls. The battle was still ongoing. Fighting crazily, taking turns to attack. Invincible Sword Celestial was completely insane. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Dark Origin God was injured. Most of the injuries on his body were sword marks, layers of crisscrossing sword marks leaving deep traces. Dark Origin God didn't even have time to recover. His aura had finally weakened. In fact, it wasn't just Dark Origin God's aura that had become weak, the auras of all the celestial venerables were constantly weakening. Things didn't turn out like Dark Origin God's arrogant boast, that he wasn't afraid of all the celestial venerables joining forces. But in the end, Dark Origin God didn't lose completely. Instead, he fought to a mutual destruction with the many celestial venerables. Only one person showed no decline. That was Invincible Sword Celestial. Invincible Sword Celestial was now like a sword that had been fully sharpened, revealing an unparalleled sharp sword edge. His combat power was increasing dramatically. By now, most of the celestial venerables had even directly transmitted their remaining origin power to the 9 strongest celestial venerables through the 9 extremes sacred destruction array. It was another earth-shattering battle. The other 8 strongest celestial venerables also couldn't hold on and transmitted all their power to Invincible Sword Celestial. Ha 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 ha. Invincible Sword Celestial let out an earth-shattering mad laugh, his entire being excited to the extreme. Die for me. Invincible Sword Light swept away all the dark light, piercing fiercely into Dark Origin God's battered body. Roar. Dark Origin God's roar was weak and powerless. The dark light spat from his mouth once again sent Invincible Sword Celestial flying. But Invincible Sword Celestial finally burned his entire being. This sword strike poured out everything he had, including his life. Not afraid of the future, not looking back at the past. Only for this moment. Only for this sword strike. The final sword strike. Above heaven and below earth, only I am invincible. Invincible sword. Dark Origin God also knew this was the final blow. His final origin power, along with everything that could be burned, turned into the final attack. Dark Origin without source. Boom. The most brilliant sword light and the deepest darkness collided most fiercely. At this moment, all sounds around heaven and earth were lost. Lu Yi watched the black light and sword light clash within the array. It was too obvious. The sword light rushed into the darkness. Inch by inch, although slow, it carried an unstoppable momentum, shattering the darkness. The moment the sword light penetrated the darkness, all the darkness completely shattered, and the sword light shot straight into Dark Origin God's head. A clear silhouette was reflected before Lu Yi. Dark Origin God's body stiffened in place. A clear sword pierced straight through his head. The battle ended. Invincible Sword Celestial, awesome. Lu Yi immediately rushed into the array. The current Dark Origin God definitely wouldn't have the strength to break through the array, and given Dark Origin God's current state, yet no one had gone up to finish him off, it indicated that the celestial venerables inside had lost all their means. This is a saint who had recovered 30% of his origin power, fighting until now, with 81 celestial venerables, even using the 9 extremes sacred destruction array, they still fought to exhaustion. In the end, it was still Invincible Sword Saint sacrificing his life to become a sword that finally nailed him here. It was truly a difficult fight. If this sacred Dao origin had been controlled by An Li, it would probably have ended long ago. Lu Yi rushed into the small world. The situation inside was incredibly frightening, because countless spaces were shattered, and chaos was beaten into void. Lu Yi even saw the barrier of heaven and earth. Yes, the outermost barrier of heaven and earth. This battle was actually fought to the point where they could reach the front of the heaven and earth barrier. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. But Lu Yi had no time to be shocked. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed to Dark Origin God, whose head was pierced by an invincible sword. His right arm was already raised. The world within his body began to surge with endless power. Lu Yi's entire right arm was glowing. The 9 extremes strengthened right arm brought unparalleled thrust, smashing fiercely towards Dark Origin God's body. Finish him off. Must finish him off. Lu Yi didn't dare to plant a flag beforehand, it was all for this moment. Fortunately, he didn't plant a flag. So, explode. Boom. Lu Yi's fist smashed fiercely onto Dark Origin God's body. The intense light caused Dark Origin God's massive body to turn into scattered fragments. No. In an instant, a huge roar sounded again. Dark Origin God's body was blasted into fragments. Not only that, Lu Yi's Dao fruit appeared, a round Dao fruit emitting an incredibly powerful aura. Layers of patterns bloomed in the void. Ah ah ah. Piercing screams sounded from all parts of the void. The void, which had originally contained nothing, was like a shattered mirror, emitting countless rays of light. This is saint status. The saint's saint status. It was an existence that An Li had never found, never come into contact with. Dark Origin God's saint status was shattered by Lu Yi's impact at this moment. It was at this moment that Dark Origin God truly and completely fell, with no possibility of resurrection. Lu Yi faced these saint statuses. It would be false to say he wasn't tempted. The eyes of each celestial venerable also became incredibly bright. This is the saint's saint status. They fought desperately, wasn't it for this saint's saint status? Wasn't it to witness the saint's demeanor? But now, all the celestial venerables had lost their strength. Only Lu Yi was in perfect condition. If Lu Yi was unwilling to give them this saint status, they wouldn't have any way to stop him. So what would Lu Yi choose? Lu Yi barely hesitated. Yes, this saint's saint status was very, very useful to him. It could even make the world within his body more complete. But, Lu Yi had his own bottom line. So many celestial venerables came to help him regardless of everything, even though they had long since passed away in the river of time. Heaven and earth, the future, had nothing to do with them. But they still came. In this situation, what else could Lu Yi say? With a wave of his hand, a large portion of the saint status fragments floated towards the 80 celestial venerables, appearing beautiful and magnificent. These saint status fragments surged into the bodies of the celestial venerables. All the celestial venerables immediately closed their eyes, sensing the saint's power. The remaining saint statuses were left by Lu Yi for primal chaos Dao celestial venerable and the other celestial venerables. They also acted alongside him, which was why they didn't participate in this encirclement and kill. They should also have a share of the spoils. As for the vanished invincible sword celestial, the moment invincible sword celestial's sword broke through the darkness and pierced dark origin god's head, invincible sword celestial definitely reached his peak. That was a peak stronger than comprehending a saint's saint status. Finally, Lu Yi's gaze landed on a thin soul. This soul was Enli's soul. Chapter 653 I apologize to you. Meeting Enli this time was completely different from before. When the Dark Clan was annihilated, Enli didn't die, not because Lu Yi couldn't kill her, but because he truly couldn't. What kind of person was Enli? How could the ultimate goal of everything she painstakingly arranged be merely to receive the descent of the Dark Origin God? Everything she did was only for herself. So she definitely had a backup plan. And now, although her entire plan was difficult, it had reached its end. However, in the end, it still failed. Even the Dark Origin God died in repeated sieges. By now, Enli had no means left. Only this fragile soul remained. This soul was intentionally left behind by Lu Yi. If Lu Yi hadn't intentionally left it, that punch just now would have absolutely shattered Enli's true spirit. Enli was also looking at Lu Yi. That expression, how should I put it? It was really difficult to express in words, too complex. But most of all, it was probably despair. Her eyes were unfocused. Today, Enli truly experienced the extremes of joy and sorrow. The joy was that she had defeated Lu Yi head-on. The sorrow was that Lu Yi had intentionally let her win. Husband. Lu Yi's eyes were cold. It's the end, don't make me look down on you. Enli's soul trembled slightly. All words of pleading were stuck in her throat. Enli actually wanted to say, husband, can you forgive me this time? Because no matter how excessive the things she did in the previous life, Lu Yi would forgive her. But the moment Lu Yi's cold voice sounded, Enli was pulled back to the present reality. The Lu Yi before her was no longer her husband from the previous life. Lu Yi. The victor is king, the loser is bandit. As things stand, I have nothing to say. Enli took a deep breath and proudly raised her head. Although she had experienced numerous failures, being able to reach this point, she had no regrets about dying. Shatter my soul completely, or enter the 10,000 soul banner, I have no complaints or regrets. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. That's more like it. This is Enli. It's the end, don't lose face. So Lu Yi extended his palm, and a ball of white mist appeared in his hand. It was the primordial morning mist. Enli, who was about to die heroically, froze. Lu Yi, killing is just a nod of the head. You want to torment me? Tormenting your Dao companion like this, are you still a man? Enli's voice suddenly rose, filled with uncontrollable panic. This is a unique honor, you should feel proud. That's right, killing is indeed just a nod of the head. When Lu Yi killed Chu Ling, Zhang Dai, Vermilion Bird, and Bai Chulin, he had no intention of tormenting them. Because Lu Yi felt that tormenting was meaningless. After all, upon entering the human emperor banner, all torment would be gently soothed, making the torment lose its meaning. But facing Enli was different. Among these 8 women, Lu Yi truly missed Enli for a very, very long time. That is, if he didn't sleep, otherwise he would definitely have reached the point of sleepless nights. When the others poisoned him, part of the reason was that they were led on. Although it was only a very small part of the reason, it genuinely and truly existed. You can say they were foolish, but you can't say they were Lu Yi's mortal enemies. But Enli was different. She masterminded everything, and although this betrayal had some cause in the landmines Lu Yi had buried, Lu Yi wronged Chu Ling, Bai Chuling, Yu Hongling, and so on, but the only one he didn't wrong was Enli. He rescued her from the Dark Clan. After that, Enli never suffered any hardship again, but always enjoyed blessings with Lu Yi. She had whatever she wanted, and even when she threw tantrums, Lu Yi, feeling sympathy for her potential reasons from her original family, was willing to tolerate and accommodate her. Lu Yi truly did not wrong Enli in any way. But Enli triggered this betrayal. Enli was the mastermind, the culprit, Lu Yi's true enemy, the enemy who blocked his Dao, the enemy of betrayal, the enemy who took his life. Primordial morning mist was just the first kind. A wisp of chaotic Taiyan power bloomed. A wisp of celestial corpse poison. A wisp of fragrance of Chengdao. A wisp of annihilation true intent. A petal of slaughter lotus. A strand of reincarnation obsession. A full 7 kinds, all appeared before Enli. Except for the dark origin insect seal which completely disappeared, Lu Yi kept a little bit of the other poisons. This way, Enli could fully enjoy everything Lu Yi had once endured. Actually, these poisons were completely insignificant to Enli, just like this reincarnation obsession, being just a wisp, what kind of impact could it have? Normally, it wouldn't be able to cause any impact. But one must know there is another thing that can be paired with it. That is the primordial morning mist. The function of the primordial morning mist is to amplify a person's pain countless times. This remaining wisp of reincarnation obsession could make Enli endure the infinite suffering of obsession, which would only be more terrifying than what Lu Yi endured. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. This was Lu Yi's best love for Enli. As for repentance before death, Enli did not repent. She fundamentally did not believe she was wrong, she only believed she lost. But that's good too. Accept the loss if you bet. Since you lost, you must bear the price of losing. No, husband, you can't do this to me, you can't do this to me. Take me into the 10,000 soul banner, I am willing to repent within the 10,000 soul banner, you can't torment me like this. You can't. These 8 poisons, except for the reincarnation obsession, were all carefully selected by Enli and Yin Qingcheng. No one knew the horror of these poisons better than her. So now these poisons appeared before Enli. Enli was truly terrified. Lu Yi, however, ignored Enli's pleas, because Lu Yi knew very well that if he had lost and begged Enli for mercy, Enli would absolutely not forgive him. What he was doing now was merely returning the way Enli treated him. Only after this could they be even. In an instant, Enli's soul was frozen by the chaotic Taiyan power. All the poisons she had been afflicted with surged into the chaotic Taiyan power. Enli let out a piercing scream. No, 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 husband, Lu Yi. I was wrong, I apologize to you. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Enli, who had been unyielding her whole life, chose to apologize. Lu Yi sighed helplessly. I don't forgive. The primordial morning mist flew towards Enli violently. The moment the primordial morning mist completely enveloped Enli's soul, Enli let out her most horrific scream. The pain began. Chapter 654, Tooth for Tooth. The first kind of pain. Celestial corpse poison erupted. Enli's soul stiffened, although only a little, but that stiffness was amplified by the primordial morning mist, and Enli felt an endless needle-pricking sensation in the stiffened part. Her soul was completely unable to move, and countless tiny, electric current-like pains erupted wildly within her soul. Pain. Everywhere was in pain. Not only was it painful, but she also couldn't struggle, her entire soul couldn't move at all. When Lu Yi's celestial corpse poison erupted back then, it started earliest, only his true chi was stiffened, and he didn't feel the pain. It was also fortunate that at that time it was only true chi, otherwise, if it had erupted when his true essence had formed, Lu Yi would likely have only half of his true essence from then on, and his combat power at all realms would not have been halved, but weakened countless times. Lu Yi knew that when these women poisoned him, they must have been worried that Lu Yi was too powerful and would instantly suppress other poisons. So they put the celestial corpse poison first. This way, Lu Yi's strength would suddenly drop. And the second poison was the primordial morning mist. When the primordial morning mist erupted, Lu Yi even smashed the ancient god's corpse into pieces. Why was that? It was because pain needs to be vented. Although he smashed things everywhere, making himself hurt more, psychologically, it could greatly alleviate the pain. The third poison was the life-slaughtering lotus seed. A petal of the life-slaughtering lotus melted. Enli's soul turned blood red at this moment. Kill, 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 kill. Enli's killing intent surged, reaching its peak. Slaughter had completely occupied Enli's consciousness. However, it was obvious that she couldn't move. All the killing intent had no way to be released. At this moment, Enli's chest felt like it was holding endless flames. This kind of flame was like the instant of a nuclear explosion, in a state of both release and extreme suppression. Back then, Lu Yi was affected by the life-slaughtering lotus seed, and even his celestial venerable level Taoist heart couldn't help it. The intensity of that killing intent was fine if vented, but what if it couldn't be vented? Just thinking about it, you can know how frustrated it was. Lu Yi killed everyone in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield and received the timely help from the myriad spirits demon emperor before he finally released the life-slaughtering lotus seed. Even so, not much was released, more was suppressed and refined by Lu Yi's Taoist heart. Kill. Let me kill. Husband, Lu Yi, I want to kill you. I want to kill people. But it was obvious that her shouting was useless. Enli was about to explode. She was suffocated to death. Nowhere to vent. She didn't know how long this killing intent tormented her before it finally ended. Soon, another kind of poison erupted. The Taiyan marrow worm, which is also the chaotic Taiyan power. Let Enli experience the coldness she endured in her previous life. When Lu Yi and Bai Chulin were together, in the early stages, when Lu Yi was not particularly strong, there was not a single time that was enjoyable. Even if Bai Chulin was naked, her skin was flawless, her figure was good, and her expression was coy. But in Lu Yi's perception, this was an ice sculpture, just like an ordinary person, in -10 or even 20 degrees Celsius, naked and hugging an ice sculpture. What kind of feeling is that? There was no feeling at all. Only cold, endless cold. He was hard because he was frozen stiff. Enli was speechless on the spot. Her soul was frozen silly. What kind of sound could she make? Of course, only Enli herself could know the pain within. After the chaotic Taiyan power dissipated and the reincarnation obsession was injected into it, Lu Yi saw Enli, who had never shed tears, crying profusely at this moment. Endless sorrow and misery. If she had a heart, the pain in her heart would pull at all her nerves. Enli was like a fish struggling in its death throes. Lu Yi watched this scene quietly. Pitiful. Lu Yi smiled helplessly. If this was considered pitiful, then what could everything he had experienced be considered? Since everything he had given was not accepted, why didn't these people choose to leave? If they were determined to leave, how could Lu Yi possibly force them to stay by his side? Yet, they chose to betray him. Even if Lu Yi was no good to others, that genuine sincerity, that heartfelt giving, anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't bear to hurt someone who was good to them like this, right? The system watched this scene quietly. This time, she didn't appear. It wasn't that she didn't want to appear to kill and condemn, but because Lu Yi really needed to vent properly. All the sadness was swallowed down by her host, who gritted his teeth. Facing Chu Ling, he acted like a riddle teller, making Chu Ling hate him all the time. He was wrong. Facing Yu Hongling, he didn't understand how to show Yu Hongling cruelty, how to show her what kind of person Feng Wuxi was, indulging and doting on her. Facing Vermilion Bird, his attitude wasn't firm, he didn't set things straight. Facing Bai Chulin, he didn't understand how to retreat first and then advance, constantly giving, causing Bai Chulin to feel that she was always at a disadvantage. Facing Zhang Dai, he didn't know how to warn her, knowingly ignoring her ambition. Facing Yin Qingcheng, he truly felt loved. The host was really too difficult. Although many mistakes were actually not Lu Yi's fault, because Lu Yi was just an ordinary person. No, he couldn't even be considered an ordinary person, he was a person with a people-pleasing personality. But he could always form some connection with Lu Yi. Only Enli. Before, Enli had never shown too much ambition, she just lived like that, with a somewhat paranoid personality, but Lu Yi was also quite fond of her. It was such a person. For some reason, she felt that the life before her was too peaceful, so peaceful that there wasn't a single ripple, and her heart quietly changed. Thus, a betrayal plan that none of the 7 women had ever imagined began its prelude. What Lu Yi needed to do now was to vent. If the system appeared now, it could indeed make Enli even more frustrated and depressed. The system even knew that if she called an Yuaner over, Enli's reaction would definitely be the most intense. However, the system didn't do that. She only hoped that the dog host, after venting at this moment, would completely release the resentment of betrayal. The true meaning of extinction drifted towards Enli. This was the extinction Dao seed picked up by Shangguan Wanling. Only Shangguan Wanling would think that she had really picked up such a good thing. And not that someone else had deliberately let her pick it up. No, no. Enli began to go crazy again. The power of the true meaning of extinction merged into Enli's soul, making Enli extremely fearful. That feeling of extinction, that feeling of shattering. The last kind, the fragrance of Chengdao. Lu Yi smiled. The human emperor banner appeared. The moment the fragrance of Chengdao merged into Enli's soul, Enli entered the human emperor banner. At this moment, all the souls in the human emperor banner, including the three main souls, Bai Chulin, Chuling, and Zhang Dai, all had red eyes. They stared intently at Enli's soul. Although Enli's body was filled with primordial morning mist, the fragrance of Chengdao was really too tempting. How could these souls possibly resist? The next second, all the souls pounced towards Enli's soul. Chapter 655 My 9 Days. It's over. Before Lu Yi, within the human emperor banner, purple mist could be seen steaming. Extremely shrill screams rang out from within. All the souls, under the baptism of the primordial morning mist, bit Enli even more frantically. Amidst the screams, Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. As this breath was released, Lu Yi felt completely relaxed, and everything he had suppressed was completely released at this moment. This moment, the great Dao roared, the cultivation of the Dao surged. All emotional debts were settled, and the next step was the journey of cultivation of the Dao. Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao officially reached the celestial venerable level. Putting Enli into the human emperor banner brought about changes for Lu Yi, not just the improvement of the great Dao, but also the clarity of his Dao heart. Lu Yi closed his eyes, and terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy also began to gather into his body. The great emperor realm began to advance towards the later stage. The scene quieted down. Everyone was comprehending, everyone was cultivating. The time river had begun to straighten, and the flow rate of time was gradually normalizing. If these powerhouses did not return to their original era now, they would never be able to return, and then existences that did not belong to this era would suffer severe blows from heaven and earth. A celestial venerable opened his eyes. His eyes held shock and satisfaction. So, this is a saint. He muttered to himself. Although becoming a saint was hopeless, through the saint's position, he glimpsed what kind of heaven and earth he would experience if he became a saint. To be able to glimpse his appearance as a saint, this celestial venerable was already extremely satisfied. Becoming a saint was impossible, the difficulty of becoming a saint was even greater than imagined. However, having heard the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. A smile appeared on the face of this celestial venerable. He didn't laugh out loud, but bowed to all the celestial venerables, as if to say, it is fortunate and joyful to be able to slay the saint from the outer domain with all fellow Taoists. Farewell. The dim saint's position floated to the side of the cultivating Lu Yi. Since he was powerless to become a saint, wasting it would be a pity, so he would give it to this seemingly good junior. After all, when everyone was exhausted just now, Lu Yi also chose to share the position equally with everyone. A junior like him could do such a thing, and he clearly knew that even if most celestial venerables obtained this saint's position, they wouldn't gain anything truly significant. But he still gave it. This magnanimity, recognized. This celestial venerable silently returned to his own time period. Another celestial venerable woke up. Not all celestial venerables were the same. Some directly refined the saint's position, but ultimately still couldn't break through to the saint level. Some woke up and left directly. Some also left the saint's position for Lu Yi. Everyone had their own choice, and no matter what, this battle today would be remembered by everyone. Slaying a saint. Just saying these 4 words is uncontrollably awesome. It made this group of celestial venerables incredibly awesome. Lu Yi successfully broke through to the late great emperor stage, and his Hongmeng power surged. He opened his eyes and saw the pieces of saint's position before him, and was stunned for a moment. This. Cough, it's a bit embarrassing. Lu Yi flipped his hand and took the saint's position. If he didn't accept what others gave him, wouldn't he be a complete idiot? Another celestial venerable woke up, feeling some emotion and some helplessness. Lu Yi quickly stepped forward to inquire. Although I can't become a saint, using the saint's position to deduce what it would be like to become a saint is enough, this celestial venerable said with a smile. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. Lu Yi said regretfully. There's nothing to regret, fellow Taoist, I'll give you the saint's position. I'm returning to the Time River. If you have a chance, come to the Time River for a drink. Easy to say, farewell. As a celestial venerable woke up, Lu Yi would step forward to talk. Becoming a saint is not that easy. 80 celestial venerables, 77 celestial venerables failed. Only the Heavenly Emperor, myriad Dao revered, and unextinguished revered were attempting to break through. But soon, myriad Dao revered also failed. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and without time to say goodbye, his figure disappeared, entering the Time River. Boom! Just as he disappeared, a terrifying roar sounded. Heaven and earth actually triggered the tribulation of becoming a saint. Unextinguished revered also disappeared the second before the Time River completely normalized, also triggering the great tribulation of becoming a saint, returning to his own time point to begin crossing tribulation. Good heavens! Two fierce individuals are actually going to cross the great tribulation of becoming a saint. So fierce. Could it be that this time, a saint will truly appear to defy fate, walk in the road against heaven from the past, and prove the Tao to become a saint? One Heavenly Emperor, one unextinguished revered. These two are ruthless individuals. Unextinguished revered was in existence who contended with the mayfly demon saint for the Tao, one swallowed, and the other was not afraid of being swallowed. The Heavenly Emperor governed the 9 heavens for countless years, but eventually grew truly old and never found the opportunity to become a saint. In his later years, he even lost the hope of becoming a saint. But now, the Heavenly Emperor, who is at his peak, has seized the opportunity to become a saint. Can this succeed? To be honest, Lu Yi immediately wanted to go watch the excitement. But it was also at this time. Dong dong dong. A strange sound rang out. It was as if someone was hammering a wall. Lu Yi was immediately attracted by this sound and looked in the direction from which the sound came. It was the barrier of heaven and earth. Because the battle here was too terrifying, even chaos was shattered, revealing the outermost barrier of heaven and earth. This barrier could withstand the attack of a saint, and it was because of the existence of this barrier that existences outside heaven and earth could not enter this heaven and earth. Now someone is actually knocking on the heaven and earth barrier. Lu Yi flew over. Who is knocking? Lu Yi came to the side of the barrier. Dong dong dong. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, then also clenched his fist and knocked on the heaven and earth barrier. There was a pause on the other side. A shout had already come out. Who's inside? Do you recognize me? I'm invincible. A familiar voice came from outside the barrier. Lu Yi. Is it the invincible sword celestial from outside heaven and earth? Junior Lu Yi, is that the invincible sword celestial outside? Lu Yi, the name seems a bit familiar, but that's not the point. What did you guys do? This heaven and earth was fine originally, why is it cracked now? What are you guys doing inside? Invincible sword celestial couldn't help but complain. This barrier wasn't broken even when so many saints attacked it, but you guys are good. Are good. Lu Yi. Cough, this matter is his fault. Junior is trying to repair it. Lu Yi said loudly. Oh, repair. Are there any top powerhouses below the saint level within heaven and earth now? Another voice